January in Wijk aan Zee, the Netherlands. For this cozy, coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
Bear Kings on the board and a handshake. What a hold for Wesley So. Just didn't give the world champion a chance.
Once again, Wijk aan Zee starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel chess tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back.
Magnus is going beast mode. If Magnus plays like this the rest of the way, who knows what can happen?
The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so. And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title.
Anish Giri is just, he beat both world #1 and world #2 in the same tournament.
Although winter, Tata Steel chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
Nodirbek keeps his lead with a solid, well-prepared draw against Giri.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years in running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mein Vrienden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, and it starts right now.
We welcome you to the playing hall in Wijk aan Zee. Today is the penultimate round of action. It is round 12 of 13 at the Tata Steel Chess Masters, the 85th edition. We have a great show in store for you. 4 players are within striking distance at the top of the leaderboard, and I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me is my good friend, Grandmaster Dan Naroditsky. Danya, Nodirbek Abdusattorov remains in the lead, but 3 players are right behind him with a chance for first place.
Indeed, they are. Happy Saturday, everybody. What better way to spend the weekend than watch the home stretch of Tata Steel? When there are long tournaments, Robert, there's always a fear in diehard chess fans' minds that somebody's going to pull away. There's going to be a breakaway performance. Magnus Carlsen is going to be leading by 4 points. No such thing in 2023. Nodirbek might be leading, but he more than has his work cut out for him.
He certainly does. This is the weekend. The final 2 games, Saturday and tomorrow's Sunday round, is a bit earlier, but will be the final day of action. A bit earlier, 2 hours earlier, but that we have to wait till tomorrow to talk about, because we're going to first discuss yesterday's action. There were many draws. Only one win. That was by Parham Maksulu over Praggnanandhaa, and that's good news for Nodirbek Abdusattorov. The status quo works very well for Danya because he has had a half-point lead.
Yeah, he is more than happy to exchange draws, and some incredible opening preparation on display. Totally disarming Anish Giri, playing a Queen's Gambit accepted, drawing from a position of strength, and Magnus Carlsen just was not able to break down Wesley So's preparation. It was a day of great opening preparation with the black pieces, and as you said, Nodirbek Abdusattorov is more than happy to coast into the end of the tournament with draws, as long as those who are pursuing him, in particular Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen, also make draws. And yesterday, he got what he asked for.
He did. He is in first place with 7.5 points out of a possible 11. Anish Giri sits behind with 7 out of 11. That's a great score for him. And Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So, they are tied. They were locked up in a heated battle. It was a hard-fought draw yesterday. They are a full point behind, but within striking distance. So, Donna, it really is about those 4. Mathematically speaking, Levon Aronian, Fabiano Caruana, and Richard Report have a chance, but they have to have everything go their way. So it is about the top 4 at this late stage in the tournament.
It really is, and as you say, the cards could fall in a crazy way. We could see Fabiano Caruana atop the tournament standings, but the cards really have to fall in a historic fashion for that to happen. But let's not forget that those in the second half of the tournament cross table, they always have the power to disrupt the top of the tournament standing. That is really the magic of these tournaments. You could be in 12th or 13th place, but with a well-timed win, you could change completely the landscape of the tournament going into the final round. And speaking of the penultimate round, let's review today's pairings, Robert. Just mouth-watering matchups all around. It's like this was specifically designed to maximize the hype.
Oh, yes, because Wesley So is one of the 4 players we were noting on this leaderboard, and he takes on the leader, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. You couldn't have scripted this any better if you're Wesley So. They have never played each other in classical chess. They play each other a lot online. But let me ask you, Danya, what does Wesley need to do to take down Nodirbek, who has not lost a single game?
Well, Nodirbek is double blacked. Wesley has to avoid the narrative that we saw yesterday. He needs to avoid some sort of forcing theoretical line. He needs to try to get Nodirbek out of his preparation and get the kind of position that Wesley excels in. Quiet, strategic. He kind of needs to play like Vincent Keimer did, who came really the closest to defeating Nodirbek Abdusattorov. You look at that, you think, oh, it was an easy draw. No, it wasn't. Nodirbek was lost in a rook endgame, and Vincent was able to squeeze him throughout the game. As we review a couple of stats here at their first. Crazy that it's their first classical meeting, Robert. Crazy in a good way. That's what we like to see.
Yes, but there actually is many games between these two. Wesley So and Abdusattorov, they duked it out in the Speed Chess Championship, both in 2020 and in 2022. So that means they have a good amount of experience trying to figure out opening to take advantage of their opponent's weaknesses. And with that, that should be good news for Wesley So. As the more experienced veteran player, you like to have history. You like to have many games behind you, and that way you can use that to your advantage. You can try to figure out where do you go to take down Abdusattorov, who has been unbeatable to this point.
He has indeed, but I think Nodirbek has to tell himself he has to avoid catastrophizing, because if he loses this game to Wesley, his tournament does not end. He still has a chance for first place, and he will have the white pieces in the last round. And as we saw there could be a 4-way tie for first place if, in fact, Wesley So is able to deal Nodirbek his first loss of the tournament. That would be an absolutely wild final round. Oh my goodness, Robert. How nervous would all the players be if 4 of them had a chance for first place, not least of which is the world champion, who is riding an incredible comeback that he initiated with 3 wins now in the second half of the tournament.
Well, the Uzbek teenager wants none of that, because the tournament can end here and now. If a few results go his way, including his own game against Wesley So, then Abdusattorov can secure the 2023 Tata Steel title. If Jordan van Forest beats Anish Giri and Praggnanandhaa does not lose, if he defeats or draws Magnus, if he does not lose to Magnus, then Abdusattorov wins the 2023 Tata Steel Masters. So Abdusattorov, he has the black pieces. It's not easy to beat Wesley. That guy is as difficult to crack as anybody on the planet. But if he does win and those other results go his way, he could end today as the tournament winner.
Yeah, of course, all 3 of those things happening at the same time is unlikely. Prague has to hold Magnus Carlsen, and Jordan van Forest has to defeat Anish Giri. That is our second marquee matchup of the day. Anish Giri has been rock solid in this tournament as well. And of course, Jordan van Forest faced Anish Giri in the rapid tiebreaker of the 2021 Tata Steel, which Jordan van Forest won. So Anish Giri not only has a chip on his shoulder, Robert, but Jordan van Forest has struggled this tournament. He's had some bright spots. He held Magnus Carlsen. Yesterday he held Ding Liren from a position of strength with the black pieces, and he actually leads their overall series against Anish Giri's 1 win and 3 draws. So he's been rock solid against Anish, but it feels like the air is different this time.
It is. It's a different year, a different event, a different Jordan van Forest. Jordan has dropped 4 pawns in different games in this tournament. Anish Giri has been the complete opposite. He has done nothing wrong, it seems, and he is unbeaten. He is in second place. He can leapfrog the tournament leader if Abdusattorov were to lose and Anish were to win. And in fact, with 2 rounds to go, Anish can assure himself at least a tie for first if he wins both of his games and Abdusattorov does not do the same. So Anish Giri, he doesn't completely control his own destiny, but with the black pieces against his compatriot, the pressure will be on him. And for Jordan van Forest, we've seen some great opening surprises. He has worked with Magnus Carlsen as a second. Nodirbek. In this case, it is Anish Giri who needs to be very careful when facing his compatriot and friend.
He does indeed. And in these situations, each player chooses the amount of risk that they are comfortable with. For Anish Giri, I don't think he's comfortable with too much risk. He's playing one of the top opening specialists of our time. I think he's going to play the chess, the solid chess that we are accustomed to, and the cards will fall as they may. And Robert, obviously, a lot depends on the other matchups. So a lot is out of Anish Giri and Abdusattorov. Well, not Abdusattorov's control, but Anish Giri and Wesley So's control.
That's right. And Magnus Carlsen does not have control over his own fate. He needs to take down Praggnanandhaa, who is struggling mightily in the back half of the tournament. Praggnanandhaa has lost, I believe, 3 out of his last 4 games. Magnus is on the rise. He has won 3 out of his last 5. So Magnus is in good shape. And just to run us through the next 4 matchups, they still are going to be fun ones, even if they don't take place in terms of who is going to win the tournament. Fabiano Caruana with Wijk against Vincent Keimer. The youngster from Germany has played a better second half. He has not been able to win positions where he's had huge advantages. Gukesh, on the other hand, has lost a bunch of games early, but has won a couple late, and he takes on Levan Aronian, who has been as solid as a rock, has not lost a game to this point with 1 win in his record. Parham Maghsoodloo won yesterday. He gets Arjun Erigaisi today. Arjun, 3 losses, no wins. The rest of the games have been drawn, so Parham would like to make the most of his white pieces. And Richard Rapport and Ding Liren. It's a battle of a wily Richard Rapport against a solid Ding Liren. Unfortunately for Ding Liren, the World Championship Challenger has not had his best event, dropping below 2,800. And we see here Abdusattorov starts the clock. We are off. Danya, Wesley So has not made his first move. What are you expecting?
No, he's just sort of taking his time and chilling. Well, first of all, he has a lot of time to chill. We already know the time control. It's 100 minutes for 40 moves, and then an additional 50 minutes for 20 moves, and then 15 minutes on move 60 and a 30-second increment. Plenty of time to ponder his opening choice. 1d4 by Wesley So. Now, the real question, Robert, is going to be what Nodirbek plays, because yesterday against Anish Giri, we saw a Queen's Gambit accepted, which is more uncommon at the highest level than a Queen's Gambit declined or a Slav. Is he going to trust his preparation and repeat the line, or is he going to deviate and play one of the other reputable continuations as he casts a bloodthirsty look up at his opponent? C4 is not forced, but Wesley plays it. Well, we won't get a London system tonight. Somewhere in a deep, dark corner, Eric Rosen just cringed just a little bit. And he does repeat the Queen's Gambit
Wow.
accepted.
That's a big decision from the youngster, because he played this yesterday, which means that Wesley So was expecting it. He looked at it in his preparation. And for Wesley, what he's doing right now, I don't think is, oh, I'm so surprised. What do I do here? He has faced this many times before. He has played it with the black pieces as well. He is just trying to figure out where he wants to take this game, because Abdusattorov did not have to repeat his opening that he did yesterday. So the question is, what does Nodirbek expect from Wesley? You were just pointing out the move e2 to e4. That's a main choice in this position, but you don't have to push that pawn all the way up. You can start with knight c3 if you'd like. You can play knight f3 to take away the response that Nodirbek played yesterday with e7 to e5. So there are different avenues that Wesley can go down, and I feel like he wants a more solid game, and he does not want Nodirbek to rely on preparation. That's the last thing you want when you're playing somebody who is in the lead and only needs a draw. You do not want him to go 25 moves deep down a variation he has prepared.
That's exactly right. I actually think Wesley, he wants to play a rare move sometime in the first 10 moves. Take Nodirbek out of his comfort zone, get him to use his own brain. You mentioned e2, e4. That was the choice of Anish Giri yesterday. It led to a very forcing line that Nodirbek was very well acquainted with. They quickly got into an endgame, and Anish Giri never really had serious winning chances. Wesley continues to ponder his next move. Now, you mentioned knight c3, knight f3. The recommendation of some recent opening courses is the immediate e2, e3. It may seem nonsensical to block in the dark squared bishop, but the benefit of pushing the pawn more modestly one square is that you are securing the pawn on d4. In response, black does have the move e5, but that leads to a fundamentally different type of position compared to e4. And Wesley has made a move. and let's see what it is.
Yes, the early stages of this game is about the definition where this game will go. You push that e pawn. You would like to play e4, but we saw it. Nodirbek play e5, and he had it all worked out against Anish Giri. So for Wesley, and we see they're making a couple moves. We'll make sure to get that on our boards in just a few. As you see Nodirbek responding instantly. I mean, he is going to be in his preparation, and he's going to play instantly. I feel like he's the type of player that when you have him out of book. He stops playing at the speed of light.
And he doesn't play those psychological games that are sometimes recommended where you take, 3 or 4 minutes to try to fool your opponent into a false sense of security. Oh, I've got my opponent out of prep. Nodirbek isn't interested in that. If he's well prepared, he is going to play instantly and conserve time. And I like that straightforwardness. I'm going to be honest with you, Robert. I'm actually a bit surprised that he repeats the choice from yesterday. Perhaps even Wesley is surprised because we are so used to players trying to dodge preparation at all costs and playing different things every round. Nodirbek doesn't want any of that. He believes in his analysis. He believes in his opening files. And I like that as well. I think having faith in what you analyze before the tournament is important. Now, you do see a pawn on e3, so Wesley has indeed opted for the more conventional and the more modest approach. He's recaptured the pawn on c4, and Nodirbek counterstrikes in the center with c7, c5. Robert, this is as old as the hills. This theory has existed for decades now.
It is. And we see that Nodirbek, he is unfazed. He continues to make quick moves. And we can show the current position because the position has changed. At first, you take this pawn on c4. Now that pawn is gone. So let's just take a step back, go through it move by move, because on White's third turn, I think it's already important to show what Wesley did here. He made the move knight f3. It's one of the ideas that I had mentioned, because in the game yesterday between Nodirbek and Anish played e4, right? And after the move e4 was played, Black played e5. So the move knight f3 takes away this option and says we're going to go down a different path today, because if you play e5, the knight simply captures. Thank you for the free pawn. So I like what Wesley did, but of course Nodirbek was expecting this, and that's why he's playing so quickly.
And he responded with knight f6, and you don't normally want to try to cling to the c4 pawn. You can do that, but White normally strikes at the pawn chain with a4 and then wins the pawn back anyway with interest. And so you take the tempi that White takes to recapture the pawn and get your own pieces out, claim your own share of the center, which is exactly what Nodirbek does with c7, c5. And then he follows up with the move a7, a6. The point of this move is to cover the b5 square, but also to prepare queenside expansion with b5. And this is another major fork in the road for Wesley. So there is d takes c5, transitioning the game into a very complicated endgame. It may seem totally symmetrical, but do not be fooled by the sort of pedestrian appearance of that endgame. There are a lot of rich ideas for both sides. But a recent recommendation that I have seen in some opening courses is actually knight b1 to d2, which may seem very, very odd, but that closes down the line of communication between the queens. And the point is to meet c takes d4 with knight takes d4, and then potentially bring the other knight over to f3. I'm not too familiar with the opening intricacies here. Of course, you can also play a2, a4, and simply prevent Black from playing b6. In that case, Robert, you often see Black fianchettoing the bishop anyway, but doing it in more modest fashion with b6.
And a4 is a committal decision because you're taking away the b5 push that Danya was just mentioning, but you give up that b4 square for the rest of the game. And also the b3 square. So if the knight jumps to c6 and over to a5, it also can go into b4. Those dark squares over on the queen side become Black's for the taking. And then there's some vulnerabilities that White has to keep an eye on. So Wesley has had this position before. And as you are pointing out, there's d takes c5, offering the queen trade. Wesley may have a slight edge there. He may have some experience, but he may also think that doesn't really give me enough chances to win. And I need to take down the person a full point ahead. So if he doesn't take on c5, he can play a4 as mentioned. He can play knight bd2. He can play bishop b3, preempting that his bishop would have been attacked with the move b5. So if you retreat your bishop to start with, that means that after b5, you can strike with a4 and go after the pawn that is overextended. So there are so many small details that play a major role in how this game takes shape. And for Wesley, he has many options right now. I'm very curious if he prepared deeply in this or if he's just going from memory and from experience right now, Daniel.
Yeah, it's so hard to predict in these types of situations what players are thinking about. Well, you can say for a fact what they're not thinking about. He's not thinking, I'm seeing this position for the first time. Let me try to figure out, what the main move is here. He knows this. He's analyzed this, and, he's probably analyzed this many, many years ago for the first time. So he's just probably trying to figure out which direction he wants to take the game in. Maybe he already has made that decision before the game, and he's just making sure that he remembers everything, steeling himself for what will indicate the type of position we're going to get. Because as you said, this decision is extremely committal. Choosing whether to go into an endgame is not a decision that you want to take lightly.
Not at all. And because I do think that sometimes, and many of our viewers probably have this feeling themselves, that going into an end game means we're going to make a draw or we're more likely to make a draw. But taking on c5, which is, I believe, what Wesley just did, that doesn't mean that the game is just suddenly going to peter out. It's not an end game even. It's a queenless middle game where both sides have all 4 minor pieces and both rooks. So if we just make the moves that are happening, we just updated the board here, you see that Black lost the right to castle. And I think we should show why Black did not trade on d1, but instead took on c5 first. Because I think that's an unfamiliar sight for most people. Like, why in the world would you not take on d1, reserve your right to castle? This is the end game. So often the king belongs on e7 anyway. So why give white that tempo to go ahead and get the rook to d1? So if you think about it, this could happen in the game with the king already on e7, because if the rook comes to d1, the king goes up to e7 and essentially saves Black a tempo. So every tempo is of importance. And in this endgame, the king actually wants to stay in the center, not get quote unquote safely castled.
And Wesley's next move may also cause some eyebrows to be raised. Bishop c4 to e2. What in the world is he doing, dropping his bishop back from what seems to be an active square? Well, first of all, c4 isn't too active of a square. It's just sort of biting on granite. But this move is actually prophylaxis. Prophylaxis is the art of stopping or taking the sting out of your opponent's threats and ideas. In this case, we've mentioned the idea of queenside expansion with b7, b5. Wesley ensures that this move does not come with tempo. And as a result of that, he has the time to chip into Black's pawn chain with a very nasty move, a4. And if you can force Black to play b4, not only does Black no longer have access to that square, but look at how many weaknesses Black now creates. Black has now created on the queen side. There's c4 and a5. The knight could quickly drop into c4. And very often you want to avoid this type of pawn structure. So you might see Nodirbek play b5 at a later stage when he is ready to support that pawn, or not push that pawn 2 squares at all. Either push it 1 square or find alternate arrangements for his light squared bishop. So, Robert, this is just the tip of the iceberg, but I think people can already start to see how much nuance and how much richness there is despite the outward appearance of total symmetry in this endgame.
Yeah, pawn pushes are ones that you can't take back, right? That's how chess works. Once the pawn goes forward, it cannot retreat. So pushing the pawn to b5 would be a decision that you do not take lightly. And here I think it would be a mistake. It's not an objective mistake, I don't believe. I think it's all right for Black. But I think from a practical point of view, it makes White's task much easier and Black's task much more difficult, because if b5 is played, as you were noting, you strike with a4 very quickly. And if you ever take on a4, the pawn on a6 becomes a target. White is more developed. Let's just count how many pieces are out. White has 3 minor pieces developed compared to just 2 for Black, and the white king is castled. Now, we were just talking about the king in the endgame is happy to be in the center, and that is true. But in certain positions, if the board opens up, then that king could fall victim to, say, a check on the a3 from a3 or something like that. So you just do need to keep an eye on the king. I like the move knight c6 for Black, just developing, then playing bishop d7, connecting your rooks. And I think that Black may be just a bit behind White, but the position remains quite solid. So I think that I would prefer, if I were playing this position, to be more solid rather than throwing my pieces forward.
And I'll say two things, and then perhaps we should take a look at our bird's eye view, because we have some crazy developments in our other marquee matchup between JBF and Anish Giri. First of all, I love openings that have withstood the test of time, that have been played for decades and decades, because then you really see the contribution of all the individual chess players to our understanding of that position. We stand on the shoulders of giants, and this endgame occurred for the first time in 1939. Actually, Miguel Najdorf, who is well known for a different opening, was just the third player to opt for this endgame with White and to capture on c5. The first person to play the move bishop back to e2 on move 9 was Zdenko Kozul, a very well-known grandmaster from Croatia, and he did that in 2001. So it took 60 years for players to realize that moving the bishop back is the most effective way to take the sting out of b5. Previously, a lot of players were automatically pushing the a-pawn up with White, of course, as we've already talked about, creating a serious hole on b4. So, Robert, we take these things for granted, but it took decades for even the strongest players in the world to develop a kind of nuanced understanding that we now think everybody has.
Yes, we rely on the shoulders of our predecessors, the giants of the game that came before this generation. And this is the type of position that will not be solved with sheer preparation. Look at Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Look at that camera shaking. I think that internally, Abdusattorov might also be shaking, because this is such an important game. He has won an Olympiad gold medal for his country, Uzbekistan. He has won a World Rapid Championship when he was just 17 years old. And now he has a chance to win this classical individual tournament ahead of Magnus Carlsen, Anish Giri, and the rest of these stalwart competitors. So it's a big moment for him. I think we should leave him to think. And why don't we head right over to the game between Anish Giri and Jordan van Foreest, because these two friends and compatriots, while they know each other quite well, they've worked together, they played against one another, today they're foes. And look at Anish. He is thinking about the position right now. Jordan has shown great preparation time after time in this very event. He has worked with Magnus Carlsen as a second. He has trained Magnus Carlsen for World Chess Championship matches. And that experience is invaluable. It means that he is very creative at the early stage. And Dinah, this is a clear illustration of that. There is a pawn out on h4. This looks like a normal position, but for some reason, White's eighth move was pushing that pawn up 2 squares on the rook's flank.
And this epitomizes Jordan's willingness to do two things. The first is, of course, to play moves that, with an untrained eye, may seem outlandish or bizarre. And the second is that when you turn the engine on at a low depth, the engine disapproves of some of Jordan's opening choices. Yesterday was a great case in point. He had a king coming out to e7. When you turn Stockfish on, at first, it gives White a huge advantage. But when you leave it on for a long time, and these players, they will leave a computer on a position for days. They'll leave it on overnight. They'll have two different types of engines play each other in a position. So their opening preparation is so much more nuanced than just turning on the computer and seeing the evaluation and making a decision in 5 seconds. And here we have that again. When you plug h4 into the engine, eval bar actually gives black a slight advantage. But Robert, in a position this complex, that is entirely meaningless. And I think it's safe to say Jordan is aware that the engine might disapprove of this move. That actually is what makes it so dangerous and so unlikely that Anish Giri is aware of its existence. So if we can rewind now just a couple of moves, we saw Magnus Carlsen essaying this very same Rogozin line against Gukesh. That's bishop f4. Black opting for the prescribed theoretical method, immediately sticking a knight on e4, and then bringing the other knight out. And the rationale behind h4, Robert, is that if you play the natural move e3, you fall prey to a very nasty idea where black simply pushes g5 and h5. And you might say, well, no problem at all. You think I'm going to let you trap my bishop? No, no, no. I'm going to play h4. But then black grabs the bishop on g3, and White has to accept just the total ruination of his kingside pawn structure. e3 and g3 are horribly weak. So h4, from that perspective, is a totally natural move. It just looks really, really odd to play that move on move 8 in a Rogozin.
And Donna, if we go to the live position, it's an exchange sacrifice now because there's a very forcing sequence. Knight takes knight on c3 right now. And after pawn takes c3, because white has no choice but to take back, bishop a3 actually wins in exchange. The rook is under attack directly. If it goes to a1, the bishop slides into b2, hitting the rook in the corner and the pawn on c3 to boot. That wins material for black. But this is Yordan's idea. He is willing to sacrifice material as Anish Giri takes off his blazer. Bishop a3 will be met by the move rook to b1. And the point is clear. After bishop takes rook, queen takes bishop, we will see that queen on b1 stare at the b7 pawn. And if you want to keep that pawn and push it up to b6, you lose the game on the spot. Because white has a light square bishop, black does not. That's a pin. The knight jumps into e5, pretty much pre-movable, and you are going to win that knight and win the game with 2 minor pieces for a rook and just a dominant position. So this is what Yordan has in mind here. It's a risky choice because you have given up material and you're not getting it back anytime soon. But look at the play, the free-flowing nature of his pieces. At some point, that knight is going to land on g5. You beat me to it, partner. The bishop is coming out. The h7 pawn is a target. If black ever pushes a pawn on the king side, that h4 pawn will be used as an attacking piece.
Wow.
And that's why Anish is deep in thought right now. He is looking at this position. He knows he can net himself some material, but is it worth it? Especially because Yordan has prepared this, and it feels like Anish hasn't.
This is absolutely fascinating stuff, and you can totally see why Anish hasn't grabbed that exchange yet. Just looking at this position, with the abundance of white's ideas on the king side and on the queen side. Of course, white has a very well-protected pawn on d4. There's that c4 pawn lever that could be used at a later point to get rid of black's only central pawn. That's usually the downside of positioning the knight on c6. You aren't able to play the move c6 in order to support d5. So there's no question that Yordan had this exact position at home and that he has analyzed the heck out of the resulting ideas. Anish Giri, those thoughts are circulating through his mind. He might be telling himself, I know for a fact that knight takes c3 and bishop a3 is going to be the computer recommendation, but do I want to go for a position that Yordan has analyzed extensively? And the answer is yes. Anish Giri has grabbed the knight on c3, and I think it's safe to say, Robert, that he will follow up with bishop a3. Otherwise, this move makes no sense positionally. I guess he could also drop the bishop back to d6, but then I feel like he's probably at least slightly worse.
Yeah, though the pawn on h4 is maybe not the most useful move to include. So if you feel like you wasted a turn, so to speak, by bringing your bishop to b4 and then back to d6, white threw in the move h4, which actually may be more harmful than helpful. So if Anish gets worried, or if he just doesn't see how clear the exchange sacrifice is, Yordan has taken back on c3, of course, because that's the only move here. Bishop a3, it's a big decision. And it's just... it's easy enough to visualize a couple moves. It's hard to assess, and you know that Yordan has looked at this with the silicon friend, with the engines, and that is a scary proposition for Anish Giri.
It is indeed. The idea that Yordan is not only aware of the best moves, but also is aware of the ideas. When you reach an unconventional position, a position in which sort of the conventional wisdom doesn't really apply. This isn't a typical structure that you get out of a Rogozin where white is down in exchange and has a kingside attack. Then the player who has a more nuanced understanding of the resulting ideas, not just of the resulting moves, is the one who stands to succeed. So you're absolutely right. Bishop a3 I thought was a given. The more I look at it, the more I realize that bishop b4 back to d6 might actually be a prudent decision, even if black is nominally worse in the resulting position, but it does seem quite a bit easier to play for black.
And Dan, let me ask you an important question. So after b takes c3, just if we put the live position up to date, what would you do if you're Anish Giri? You're half point behind Abusatarov. You definitely don't want to lose, no matter what tournament, no matter what the standings are. Anish never wants to lose. No chess player does. But do you think he says, this is my moment? Like, I need to take a risk if I want to win the Tata Steel Masters for the first time. He's been a 5-time runner-up. He is tired of second place. And, well, it might be the moment to say, Yordan, I know you prepped this. I am going to call you out. I am going to test how strong this is for white. Let's go.
I think bishop a3 is the likeliest move. And I think what you just said right there is exactly what Anish Giri is thinking. Also, just concretely, I think if he drops his bishop back to d6 and Jordan grabs it and plays c3, c4, Black's position just isn't fun to play. There just aren't that many winning chances objectively. And I really think that this is the time for Anish to take a serious risk. Jordan has displayed his vulnerability in this tournament. He is beatable in this tournament. And I think the common expression, having said A, you have to say B. I really think it applies in this position. But obviously, Anish is going to invest some thought into this question. And there he goes, bishop a3 on the board. I love it.
Yes, and for Anish, he may be on his own, but he is such a strong player. He can find the engine moves. He can play very strong chess. The position is just starting. Jordan will play rook b1, and you see him
He already
very
has.
quickly. The rook on b1 makes sense. You win the light square bishop for the cost of your rook. And we know that rooks are worth 5 and bishops are worth 3 or 3 and a little bit. But in a position that doesn't have many open files, the rooks can't show off their might. Whereas a bishop in this position, look at the one on f4, staring all the way into Black's position. The bishop coming from f1 to d3, along with the queen on b1, will stare all the way towards the Black king side. So I feel like the bishops are very strong, and Anish recognized that. But I also believe he's looking at this like, I'm skeptical. I believe you have compensation, but he knows that Black can't possibly be worse. He prepared this variation up to a point, and if this h4 and e3 line wasn't top recommendation, he knows that he is better, and that's good. That feels good to know that you should not be worse.
And I think it's important not to overstate the case. It is likely that Jordan spent maybe an hour or so on this resulting position, but obviously he had no way to guarantee that Anish Giri or anyone in this tournament would go specifically for this position. Let's not forget that bishop f5 and knight to c6, the way Anish handled the bishop f4 variation, is not the only way to respond to this line. So it's likely that Jordan looked at this position, but unlikely that he knows it for another 20 or 30 moves. With that being said, this is already an important decision for Anish. How is he going to defend the b7 pawn? You pointed out that b6 is out of the question, so rook b8 is one possibility, but you could also decide not to defend the pawn at all and instead to prioritize other aspects of the position, such as your development. You could choose to castle kingside, but then you have to reckon with the knight sally to g5, followed by a quick h5 in response to g6. I would already be terrified, Robert, if I had this position against Jordan Van Forest. But there is a very good reason that I'm here and Anish Giri is there. But we are in for some fireworks in this game.
We certainly are. And look at Anish. He is left alone to his own devices and his own thoughts. It will not be simple for him to figure out the way forward. It's a really complicated position, and Jordan could use the clock as a weapon. It's very early going. The round really just got underway, but you start to feel that pressure when your opponent has more time than he started with. And that's the case for Jordan Van Forest. Jordan has won this tournament before. He won it in 2021, and he beat Anish Giri to do just that. So I feel like Anish, he knows how important this moment is for his chess career. He probably feels some unfortunate history between the two, where it was supposed to be Anish's title. Jordan wasn't even supposed to be at the top of the standings back in 2021, but it was wrestled away from him. It was a topsy-turvy Armageddon game that Jordan did, in fact, win. So Anish, you look at him, shaking his legs. This is critical time for him.
He's just played a fantastic tournament. I keep repeating this every day, Robert. It bears repeating. Who has he beaten in this tournament? Has he just beaten the players at the bottom of the tournament standings? No. He defeated Ding Liren, who is, unfortunately, in the second half of the tournament cross table, world number 2. And he also played a sparkling game against the world champion, an unforgettable display of opening preparation and then endgame prowess. He knocked Magnus Carlsen out of the ballpark. And any tournament in which you beat the world number 2, the world number 1 and world number 2 is a tournament that you are going to tell your grandkids about. And what a fitting end it would be if Anish Giri managed to surpass the tournament leader with a clutch performance in the final 2 rounds. So he knows the gravity of the moment, and he grabs his hair with his hands. He's going to think about how and whether he should defend the b7 pawn. And maybe that affords us a good opportunity to have a look at some of the other games. What do you say?
Let's do it. And Well, one very important game is that of the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. He takes on Pragnananda in the bottom right-hand side of our screen. I just want to note in the top left, Wesley So against Abdusattorov. A few moves have been played. Abdusattorov's bishop, light square bishop, is out to b5, so it went via d7. So he prioritized the bishop development before the knight, and we're still in a queenless middle game with plenty of life there. But Donnie, what do you say? Should we go to the Magnus game? Because Magnus, he's looking at those other boards, and he wants Anish Giri to not win his game. And Wesley So needs to stop Abdusattorov. Abdusattorov cannot keep winning if Magnus hopes to retain any chances of taking home this tournament title.
Indeed. Let's travel to Magnus land. And of course, Magnus Carlsen has double white. He has white 2 games in a row. That is entirely normal for round robins. Nodirbek, of course, is the one who has double black in rounds 11 and 12. And funnily enough, Magnus, once again, has an isolated queen-pawn structure, just like he did yesterday against Wesley. So you might remember that he pushed that pawn up to d5 at some point. It led to central liquidation. They traded a bunch of pieces, and Magnus never really got off the ground. Here, you have a fundamentally different type of position because the pieces are developed to different squares. And yesterday, of course, was a Nimzo Indian. Here we see Prague positioning a pawn on e6, trying to slow down the potential progress of White's d-pawn. But the downside, Robert, is that that bishop on c8 looks kind of like a French bishop. Superficially, I kind of like White's position in the early going.
Yeah, a big difference between yesterday's game and today's is that the dark square bishop is still on the board for black, and white has both knights. And that's really useful, especially with this isolated queen pawn. Because you look at this pawn on d4, you may say it's a weakness, it can be targeted, another pawn can't defend it. But it actually is very useful because if you look at the e5 and c5 squares, those are under white's control. So that knight a4, knight c5 maneuver may be in the future for white. A rook would like to come to the c file because inherent to having an isolated pawn means that the adjacent files are open for your rook. So the e and c files are useful for rooks to be placed on. And I just want to add, Danya, that I think it's tempting in a position like this to try to break the pin as soon as possible. That bishop on g5 is really frustrating to deal with. So let's just make the move h6 for a second, because I want to show a change of pawn structure. Bishop takes c6 check, I think, will be played. And the reason why is if that knight wasn't pinned, the bishop would be captured on e4. So that's why you take on c6, the pawn takes back, and you look at the resulting pawn structure, it's kind of ugly for black. a6 and c6 both isolated, and very importantly, the bishop on c8 is kind of blocked its path by its own pawns. So you have to spend more time making moves like a5, bishop a6, and in the meantime, white will castle, bring a rook to c1, bring a rook to e1, then maybe even a knight to e5, and go after those eyesores on the queen side.
I think that's a great description. Of course, first, white will take care of business on the king side, and I would imagine that Magnus will try to keep his dark squared bishop on the board and drop it back to h4. g5 is nothing to worry about. In fact, if black plays g5, then he has to deal with weaknesses on the king side as well. So if we, in fact, get this type of position, both sides will probably castle. And not only do I think that white is clearly better at this point, but his position, and I think this is what you're getting at, is so much easier to play. The pieces are just asking to be put on the best squares. Knight f3 to e5. You mentioned knight c3 to a4 to c5. All of these maneuvers are just very standard fare for Pragnananda. He's going to have far bigger fish to fry here and harder decisions to make, such as how does he solve the problem of his bishop? How does he make sure that he doesn't lose the c6 pawn? So I'm with you. I actually think h6 is very unlikely. I don't think this position is appetizing in the least. And if we go back to the live board, well, if you don't play h6, well, then do you castle? Do you allow white to take on c6 and change the structure? Or do you bring the bishop out to d7? That may seem like an awkward move, and it is. But on the other hand, you take the sting out of bishop takes c6. These are not easy decisions for Pragnananda, Robert, and I think it's also safe to say that he is out of his preparation. This was a symmetrical English, and as we know, the symmetrical English is one of the richest openings out there, and that it can lead to just a litany of different pawn structures.
And there's a major downside of bishop d7. It blocks the queen's path from the d file, which makes the pawn push d4 to d5 all the more appealing for white. When you have an isolated pawn like this, you often think, should I push it forward to trade it off? Sometimes that results in mass liquidation, like we saw yesterday against Wesley So. But with more pieces on the board, there are more threats for white to execute on. So I think that Prognosta has to be very careful here. And there's just a very quick variation that I want to show. Let's just make the h6 move again and just bear with me for a second. Bishop c6 check, pawn takes c6, bishop takes knight on f6, the bishop takes back, and knight e5. If black takes that knight on e5, I think that black's already strategically lost. You have a terrible bishop. Maybe you could hang in for now, but look at those juicy dark squares, f6 and d6. And if you trade queens, just to finish the line or the type of position I want to talk about, this is the worst possible endgame you could get. White has all the fun, zero risk at all, and those dark squares, that knight's going to be hopping into all of them. So that is what Prognosta wants to avoid. The reason he's calculating at the moment is because he sees this future, and it's not one that he likes. So it's a big decision for Prognosta right now and just how the game is going to go.
That's a great line. And here the rook can come to d6, the knight can come to f6, or vice versa. You take the stake, I'll take the lobster, surf and turf, that bishop on c8. Even if it manages to come out to a6, that diagonal a6 f1, that's not really where the action is at. So it's not only about just putting your piece on a square where it seems to have square control. That piece also has to stay relevant, So ideally, black would put the bishop on b7, but here nothing is possible because white has a vice-like grip on all of the key dark squares. So as we go back to the live board, as Prognosta ponders his next move, already some very important decisions to make for black, and I think this is exactly the kind of position that Magnus wanted to get out of the opening. I'm not suggesting that he's necessarily better objectively. You can see the eval bar feels pretty skeptical, but correct me if I'm wrong, Robert, this is what Magnus wants. A rich position with a lot of positional prospects, and definitely with all of the pieces on the board, there is a lot of room to outplay your opponent.
Yeah, at least for the near future, it's going to be more difficult for Prognosta to make individual moves, coming up with a plan. And we should take a look at the head-to-head history between these two, because much has been said of Prognosta beating Magnus in the Champions Chess Tour. He beat him quite a number of times in the CCT, but they've only played once in classical chess. That was last year in Tata Steel. Magnus won that game. I feel like he has some extra motivation to beat Prognosta just because of all the hype around those victories. And of course, for this specific tournament, Danya, if Magnus beats Prognosta, he may in fact find himself in a tie for first place if Wesley takes down Nodirbek.
Indeed. So once again, the cards have to fall a certain way for Magnus Carlsen to complete his incredible tournament comeback. Lest we forget, he sat at -1 what seemed to be just 5 seconds ago, and he has won 3 games in the second half of this tournament as Carlsen there gets up from his chair, leaving us with a view of all those spectators crowded around behind the barrier. But there's also a generational component, Robert, in terms of Magnus having a chip on his shoulder. When he plays talented juniors like Prague, like Nodirbek, he definitely wants to show that the older generation, that the old guard still has a couple of miles left in the tank. But as I said earlier, always fascinating to see these types of matchups just because they never get a chance to play each other. So we have no idea how the game is going to go. And Prague, he really needs to pull something magical out of his hat because he has been struggling in the last couple of rounds, losing 3 out of his last 5 games.
A tough stretch for him, and no opponent is easy, no walkovers in this event. And your reward for losing to Para Maksulu with the white pieces is to get black against Magnus Carlsen. That, frankly, just stinks, but it's a good experience for him. He is not going to be winning this tournament. That's Prognosta, but he had a great start, and he would love nothing more than to hold off Magnus in this game. But it's a big moment. I do think we've talked about the options: bishop d7, pawn h6. You can also move the knight away to e7. But why don't we move away from this game? Because Prognosta likely will be taking this move very seriously, and he'll spend some time here. So why don't we zoom out to our bird's eye view? We still have all 7 games underway and just getting going for the most part. What's catching your eye, Danya?
Oh, man. Well, we see that endgame, and Wesley So, Nodirbek developing handsomely. That's a funny little construction there with the knights on c4 and d4, and then the bishop similarly adjacent on b5 and c5. Wesley has brought his knight to d4 and put pressure on Nodirbek's light squared bishop. Now, we don't have to go to that game. I'll just point out that taking the knight on d4 gives White's dark squared bishop prime real estate with a potentially deadly check on a3 on tap. So I think it's safe to say we're going to see Nodirbek maintain that central tension and perhaps take the other knight on c4. But we've got plenty of other fascinating games. I'm looking at Magsudlu Erigaisi. That's a very sharp, what seems to be a Grunfeld, with the queen on b4, hitting the bishop, hitting the pawn on b7. And in Caruana Keimer, we've got a also very interesting open Ruy Lopez. Vincent, that's lower left of your screen, has just advanced his pawn to c4 and opened up that c5 square, probably for his dark squared bishop. So I'm going to narrow it down, Robert, to Caruana Keimer and Magsudlu Erigaisi and Report Ding, which is also a fascinating Sicilian. But between those first two, which one would you opt for?
I got this covered for you, partner. Let's go to the game between Fabiano Caruana and Vincent Keimer. And the reason I'm going to take us there is a very fascinating opening choice by the young German superstar. Keimer, he's a teenager. He works with Peter Lecco. We're used to Fabiano Caruana coming up with great opening novelties. But if we just go back several moves, after 11 d4, this position may look familiar to our more experienced chess viewers. This is as standard as it gets in the Ruy Lopez. It's a closed variation where oftentimes black just puts the queen on c7, makes sure the pawns are defended before action heats up in the center of the board.
Oh, my lands.
Look at what Vincent played. To my eyes, I don't recall seeing any game with the move d5, connect 4. Game has been won from b5 to e5, and look at how explosive this is.
I'm looking at this move, and my brain is just giving me a blue screen of death. The only thing I can say before we actually delve into this move is that right about 10, 11 years ago, and I've played this line with black for many, many years, so I feel like I'm pretty familiar with most of the ideas. I've never seen d5, but in this type of position, I guess with the pawn on d4 rather than d3, black was playing d5 at a certain moment. I think here, with the pawn sitting on d3 and guarding e4, d5 in this position just doesn't make sense. It drops the e5 pawn. But if we play these moves on the board, d5 actually makes a lot more sense here, Robert, because the e4 pawn is now under fire. So if white plays d takes e5, which Caruana did, the knight takes on e4, and the structure starts to resemble an open Ruy Lopez. This is why I thought that's what it came from. If white would have taken the pawn on d5, then I think Vincent's idea probably would have been to recapture on d4 and then capture the pawn on d5, maybe with a queen, maybe with a knight. But this position, to my, totally inexperienced eye, just looks completely fine for black. That light squared bishop can support the knight from b7. And so Caruana decided to keep some more meat on the bone. He played pawn takes e5. And this looks like a full-fledged opening idea by Vincent Keimer.
Yeah, it looks like it's worked to perfection. Based on the clock management, Vincent Keimer up 30 minutes. We're used to Fabiano being ahead in the clock with his stellar prep. And as we continue this game, the knight went to d2, the bishop went to f5. Look at this. There's this tension on the e4 square. And Vincent, he kind of ignores it. And the reason why is that if white tries to get greedy by taking on e4, once black takes back and the queens are traded, I think you take with the bishop first on e4. Because, and I'll explain why in a second, but once you get bishop takes e4 on all the swaps that you were just going for, then the problem is if you try to take the e4 pawn, you're in trouble on the first rank. The rook comes to d1. Yes, the white rook can drop back, but once you swap rooks, the e5 pawn is lost. Black is certainly no worse. In fact, black is better with activity of the minor pieces. The pawns, same amount, better activity for black. I would prefer that black even if the position is level. So just a position that Vincent clearly has studied deeply, and he is temporarily sacrificing a pawn. Fabi knows better. Instead of taking it, he brings his knight back to f1, Danya. We could look at some of the captures in the center if you'd like, though.
If I may, I thought you just made a fantastic point. Bishop takes e4 is a very important move. And these are the types of nuances that you have to familiarize yourself with if you, in fact, want to play one of these rare lines and succeed. If you play pawn takes e4, it looks like it leads to the same line. But notice that the bishop on f5 is a loose piece that's undefended. So here, white could actually bring the bishop out to f4, and taking the knight really is ineffective because you give up the bishop pair and control over the light squares in the center. So you're absolutely right. Bishop takes e4 is a very important detail here. But as you're saying, instead, Fabiano Caruana shying away from the mass liquidation in the center, bringing his knight back to f1, a very common move in the open Ruy Lopez, the knight, and in the Ruy Lopez in general, the knight threatening to swing forward to e3 and put more pressure on the d5 pawn. Vincent ignores that as well. He plays the move c4, opening up the c5 square, and he's saying that knight e3 just isn't dangerous because of bishop e6. And so Fabi changing his plans just a little bit and instead brings his bishop out to e3, Robert. I think he's eyeing that juicy d4 square, which really is white's greatest positional asset. But Vincent, he is still playing instantly. He's playing prophylactically, and this is another very circumspect move. Knight d4 now gives up the e5 pawn.
Well, it's interesting. So let's just go back a half step there with bishop, instead of bishop g6, let's say black put h6, a throwaway move. I just want to show that after knight d4, and we swap knights on d4 because the bishop on f5 is under attack, so you can't take the e5 pawn. And after bishop takes, we cut the board in half. You know I love doing that. We have an extra pawn for white on the king side. They're 4-3, and white is going to storm those pawns up the board and go for an attack, whereas black's pawn, the extra pawn on the d file, is cemented in place, firmly blockaded, and that's a huge advantage for white. The pawn mobility leads to an edge. So that's why bishop g6 was played. But Danya, it's not the end of the story, because after the game move bishop g6, white can play knight d4 anyway. If you take on e5, white has this move, pawn to f4, and it looks like you're winning a piece with pawn to f5. I really wonder what Vincent has drummed up here, because from the look of it, if you can get away with knight d4, I'm starting to appreciate white's position more. But I know that Vincent has deeply studied this variation, and he is not going to be scared.
No, this is a great point. I think Fabi will play knight d4 if he realizes that the pawn on e5 is still untouchable. Maybe Vincent wants to trade on d4 and then try to get his other knight back around to c5 and then again forward to d3. We talk about white's biggest asset on d4. Well, black has an equivalently juicy outpost on d3. So as good as the knight on e4 may appear, maybe you want to find even greener pastures for it. Now, it is true that black's queenside pawns are far less mobile than their counterparts on the king side, but there is the possibility of chipping away at white's pawn chain with b5, b4. Obviously not immediately, maybe first after the exchange on d4, but there is some meat on the bone on the queen side. But in general, I agree that you would not want to go for this position without very deep preparation, because from a purely conceptual standpoint, black has a weakness on d5, white has a stronghold on d4, and I think someone like Capablanca or a world champion in the pre-computer era would definitely evaluate this position in white's favor. Let's see what kinds of concrete ideas Vincent can bring to the table to counterbalance that.
And I'm being informed that this game actually follows some correspondence chess. And this is not, d5 was not a novelty. In fact, it has been played before. And this bishop g6 move is a very good choice and was used by Rainer Jung against Carsten Schmidt back in 2021. So thanks to the team working hard behind the scene to bring us that information. And in that game, knight d4 was played, and black's response was queen c8. So it might just be a coincidence that this was played in by German players, but either way, Vincent Keimer knows what to do here. So why don't we leave Fabiano Caruana to the task? We have some very important matchups that are just heating up, including this game. And when we return from this break, we'll dive right back in to the likes of Wesley So versus Nodirbek Busatarov and Jordan van Forest against Anish Giri, because that game is particularly spicy. We'll be right back in just a few.
Interested in becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, Gotham Chess, and the Botan sisters?
Come on, look at this! Woo!
Chess.com is excited to announce the Community Streamer Program. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, set your category to chess on Twitch, and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream, and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today.
Back to the playing hall in Wijk. There is Anish Giri with the black pieces against Jordan van Forest. This matchup is a repeat of the 2021 tiebreaks. The playoff between these two was won by Jordan van Forest. It was an upset. It was a heroic effort for Jordan. The Dutch faithful was very proud to have a champion from the Netherlands for the first time since 1985. That was Jan Timman. And Danya, we know that Jordan van Forest, the lower rated between these two, somehow has Anish Giri's number in Wijk. One win for Jordan in classical chess with 3 draws, but no losses.
And I'll just add that Jordan is part of a chess-playing family. I'm pretty sure his parents play chess, but more prominently, his brother, Lucas von Forest, is a grandmaster, and his sister, Machteld von Forest, is a very solid player as well. I think she's over 2,000 and has a lot of prospects. So Jordan von Forest definitely grew up in an environment that fostered the kind of mastery and the kind of commitment that he has displayed throughout his chess career. And what preparation he has displayed in this game. He still has an hour and 42 minutes. That is more than he started with. We are now on move 19. This is modern chess in a nutshell, Robert. But more importantly, we have a lot of developments since Anish Giri accepted the exchange sacrifice. So perhaps we should start by rewinding a couple of moves and showing what Anish Giri decided to do after Van Forest recaptured the bishop on b1. First, we had rook b8, protecting the pawn on b7, the most natural move. And the first sort of big decision, Robert, was bishop a3, back to d6. Anish Giri sacrifices back a pawn in order to get some pieces off the board. What do you make of this?
Well, I think it makes a lot of sense because the other choice was bishop back to e7 instead of bishop to d6. But that gets a bit passive, and white is still going to develop naturally with bishop coming out to d3, and will try to put pressure on black's king side. So bishop d6 is a bit more forcing. It gives back some of the extra material to make his difficulties feel a little bit less troubling. And queen takes d5, bishop takes f4. We're going to pause here for a second because the queens are staring at each other. If you trade queens, then black is maybe just winning already. The endgame will be terrible for white without the queens on the board because you are down a rook for just a bishop and one pawn. That's 5 points for black, 4 points for white, but more importantly, there are weaknesses left behind in white's camp. So queen e4 check is an important move to keep the queens on the board, and after queen e7, once again, the queens are kept by queen takes f4. But Danya, it looks really risky for white because of what Anish did in the game over here with queen to a3,
Wow.
going after the c3 pawn. Queen c1 check is a big threat, but Jordan had this worked out. He brings his queen all the way back. He has studied this variation, and it's really wild stuff with the knight hopping around now. But Jordan, look at this, 1 hour, 42 minutes and 16 seconds on the clock. He has more time than he started with Danya for this
Incredible.
really crazy position.
And then after knight e7 came out to d5, this is an implicit draw for Jordan. Could go back to e4, but no, the reason he played this line is not just to end matters by forcing a draw. He plays another move that I would never play without extensive preparation, c3, c4. Another move that creates weaknesses on the queen side. Anish could jump into b4. Jordan is ready to part ways with the a2 pawn. And in some variations, he might have to bring his king out to e2. So what a rich position this is. Anish Giri is down to an hour on the clock, and he once again has a vast choice of moves. Now, the fascinating thing here, Robert, is that Anish could force the queens off the board. He does have the move queen c3 check, but it's very important not to make overly broad generalizations and to say, for example, that anytime you're down an exchange, trading queens is bad. After the queens come off the board, as I understand it, Jordan has, first of all, a pawn for the exchange. So the material advantage itself has been diminished. But more importantly, white preserves the integrity of his pawn structure. The knight on c3 might get in some trouble, and white's domination in the center, white's superior pawn structure in the center may offer Jordan excellent practical compensation. So queen c3 is one move. Knight b4 has to be calculated. Perhaps then the queen will drop back to e4, forcing the king to f8. And there's other moves. Queen a5 check, queen b4 check. I can identify at least 5 viable candidate moves that Anish Giri has to sort through in this critical position.
And I would be playing queen c3 check so quickly here
Same.
because
Same.
after the queens get swapped on c3, just to put this position on the board because I think it's very instructive, the knight gets to c3. And once the knight is there, the a2 pawn's under attack. If you save your a2 pawn by pushing it up a square, black has this move pawn to b5. Let's bust open that file so the rook on b8 develops in place. King d2 would be a very useful move, except for the fact that knight b1 check or knight e4 check is good. But I was looking at knight b1 check as well. You could just win the a3 pawn directly.
Look at
so both moves are really good for black. So if we take a step back after queen c3 check, and this is what Anish Giri and Jordan von Forest have to do, is maybe Jordan's going to play king to d1, a ridiculous-looking move. But now if the queens get traded, the knight can't jump into c3. And if it goes to b4, the king goes up to the b3 square.
Jeez Louise!
Protects a2, kicks the knight back, and look at White's healthy pawn structure. It is a pawn and a bishop for a rook, and White just has great control over the center, mobility for his pieces. You see the eval bar saying that not only is White not worse, it might be even better for White because the rooks are not connected and they don't have open files to work with.
And that's the key point. You don't get an advantage just because you have 2 rooks and your opponent has 1. The rooks also have to have prospects, and they don't have any prospects. Yes, the D file is a semi-open file. You can put your rook on D8. Congratulations. It's just staring at this rock-hard pawn chain on F2, E3, D4, and that pawn chain is, as one wise man said, as strong as its base pawn. How are you ever going to get to the F2 pawn or even the E3 pawn for that matter? So Jordan's idea definitely is to trade on his own terms. King D1 is a crucial move, and this may sound like a vast exaggeration, Robert, but it really isn't. You have to be aware of the move King to D1 when you sacrifice your exchange on move 11. So this is the extent of opening preparation that these players display. This is why chess has become such a difficult game. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and the line doesn't even end there. Just to go through one little variation in this position, queen c2, king c2, we just showed the knight b4 check. It's tempting to give that check, but instead the knight should probably retreat to f6 because from there it's going to hop into e4 or into g4. So if bishop d3 is played, I think black will play knight to g4 to go after the f2 pawn. And very importantly is something we were discussing, that if the rook goes to defend it with rook f1, black should probably make move h5 and then rook h6. The rooks need activity. A rook lift is fun for everybody, and it still says the position is balanced. I don't know how to assess it. I don't know. I think I would prefer to have the black side of this position because if you make inaccuracy when you're down material, sometimes things go from just completely decent to out of hand with just one slip. So I feel like it's a very, very complicated position. The eval bar hovering around the center, and down to the players, well, I would say they don't know, but Jordan does know. He's in his preparation. Yeah. Anish is trying to work this out over the board.
And Jordan's now built up a 45-minute advantage on the clock. It may seem insignificant now, but wait until Anish Giri drops down to 30 minutes. The phrase that some lazy chess commentators like to use in these situations is dynamic equality. I think this is a good illustration of dynamic equality. The position could not possibly be more asymmetrical, both from a material standpoint and from a pawn structure standpoint. Nothing about this position is even or symmetrical, but both players have their fair share of chances. Black is up in exchange, and if black can open up some files, he might seize the initiative. White, of course, we've talked about the compensatory factors that White has. A beautiful pawn center, very well-developed minor pieces. So the chances that both sides have are different in nature, but they kind of balance each other out. And if you're more familiar with ideas than your opponent in a position like this, then you've got a big practical advantage. And I think it's safe to say that Jordan's H4 novelty has been successful. Even if Anish Giri manages to navigate his way out of the chaos, he's going to do so while standing far behind on the clock. And who's to say that Jordan, that his opening file doesn't go another 5-6 moves? That's a pretty terrifying prospect as Anish Giri puts his head down in his hands to visualize the position better. And he is going to continue pondering this very important moment.
It's very frustrating to play players who have studied an entire line nearly 30 moves deep. And you talk about this player often. He's your friend, someone you've worked with on chess, Sam Shankland. He is renowned for his opening preparation. And when you feel like you're just going up against a silicon beast, but in human form, it's no fun. And I actually had a game against Sam. What year was it? 2011. So 12 years ago now, where we played this game. He finished the entire game with more time than he started with. And I had White, and he made a draw without breaking a sweat. And maybe even 2 games he did that. And it's really not a fun prospect when you're sitting at the board dealing with that. But you also have to tip your cap off to players who really put in the work and who study the lines and come up with ways to make the game more interesting. For Jordan right here, he is clearly within his preparation based on his time consumption or lack thereof. So why don't we leave Anish Giri to the task? We know that he has several options with queen checks, with knight hops, but we'll come back to this game because the game between our leader Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Wesley So is taking a turn. The game is changing in nature. The position may still be balanced, but if we can go to that game between Abdusattorov and Wesley So, a big decision was just taken by the Uzbek teenager. He captured a knight on c4, so he gives White the bishop pair.
He releases some of the tension in the center, but he does give White his first long-lasting positional advantage of the game. As you're noting, the last move was, in fact, bishop b5 takes c4. And I did briefly mention why taking the other knight would be a terrible idea. You do not want to give White a monopoly on the dark squares. This bishop is actually what stands between black and a devastating attack against the king. The king is still in the center, and even though the queens are off the board, White has plenty of firepower to orchestrate a decisive attack on the king if the circumstances are right. So Nodirbek takes the other knight. How is he going to follow up after bishop takes c4? I assume b takes c4 is not on the table, but actually one benefit of this awkward-looking move is that it gives the knight a retreating square on b3. I keep mentioning the prospect of White's dark square bishop coming out to a3. Well, that is an idea worth fighting for. So I think BC actually might be on the table, and Wesley is not recapturing immediately. But if he makes the natural move, Robert, how is Nodirbek going to continue rearranging his pieces? Is he going to bring a knight to e5? Is he going to double rooks on c8? And one of the main questions that Nodirbek has to wrestle with throughout this entire endgame, is he going to push the pawn down to b5 and grab space on the queen side?
Well, bishop takes c4, I do think that's the answer. The pawn will go up to b5. So from that vantage point, I actually like pawn takes c4. It hurts White's pawn structure. You'll have two isolated pawns on the queen side, but you open up the b file for a rook. That b7 pawn can be a bit tender. So actually, if we just quickly go b takes c4, you can see the pawn on b7 is the end of the line for a rook to go to. And if you push that pawn up to b6 now, because the bishop is still sitting on e2, that bishop can hop into f3, and that's big trouble for black. Knight c6 check would be a fork, winning material, and you do not want to part with your other bishop. That seems like a losing proposition as well. So not something that Nodirbek would like. I think b takes c4 is just more challenging, because bishop takes c4, just to show how black would continue. So we see our alternative, b5, the bishop drops back to e2. And I actually think that after bishop e2, black can maybe take this knight on d4. We don't really want to give up the pair of bishops, but if you take with the pawn, you have an isolated pawn, and a black knight will just sit on d5. That's really strong for black. And if you take with the bishop, I think black goes e5 to kick that bishop out of d4, and then there's rook c2 to follow. So black gets very quick activity for the cost of handing White the bishop pair.
Actually, concretely, the reason why he does not lose a bishop as a result is that he's got the intermediate check on a3. Our old friend makes an appearance. This is definitely one way Nodirbek could respond to bishop takes c4. Another way is to play the move rook to c7. As I mentioned previously, get the rooks to the c file and actually just prepare the move b5. And the problem with White's position is that he just doesn't really have ways to make inroads in the center. That pawn on e6 is obviously an important cog in the machine because it covers the f5 square. The a pawn covers the b5 square. That knight on d4 is sitting pretty, or so it seems, but it doesn't really have jumping off points. It's just sitting in the center, but a piece isn't well placed just because it's in the center. It has to have concrete prospect. So from the perspective of mixing the game up and actually creating some sort of imbalance, I really like the move b takes c4. I didn't notice at first that move opens up the b file, but now I see its appeal. Wesley could just go after that b7 pawn. And to your second very insightful point, by sitting on e2 with the bishop, you are opening up the possibility of driving the bishop up to f3 and putting even more pressure on that pawn, ultimately inducing b6. And then the knight actually will have a very serious prospect. But after a significant think, Wesley decides to opt for the natural recapture. I'm a little disappointed, Robert. I will admit, b takes c4 would have led to a very interesting structure.
I feel like for Wesley, when he plays in these events, he's super solid, very difficult to beat him, but he also draws quite a lot. So it's not like you can get to 2 points by winning 2 games and losing 2, or you could draw all 4 games. I think he's just the type of player who's more likely to draw his games than to win them, and it's because he is very precise. He doesn't take speculative risks, and if you're going to win a tournament when you're a full point behind, sometimes it is necessary to just take a chance. But I understand his decision here. He has no risk right now. He has a pair of bishops. The position is relatively closed, but the bishop on b2 has a full diagonal to work with. That bishop can always drop back to e2, the light square bishop over to f3. You can put your rooks on d1, maybe rook on c1, and it's not like black can attack anything in white's camp. So that's the good news for Wesley, but keeping the pawn structure symmetrical means that black also has less to worry about. I think that Nodirbek has once again played a very sturdy opening. He has been very impressive with the black pieces.
And his time management has been equally impressive. He leaves himself with plenty of time to make important middle game and end game decisions. And that's a case in point. Rook c7 is already on the board. Nodirbek taking less than a minute to make this move because he realizes that at this point, the margin of error is pretty wide. His position is so solid that a move like Rook c7 is unlikely to be a big mistake. And not only isn't it a big mistake, I think it's the top computer move in the position. It improves his position even further, and it tosses the ball right back into Wesley's court. You've got the bishop pair. Congratulations, but how are you going to transform it into something concrete? I agree with you. I think Nodirbek has fully equalized, and he might be well on the way to making another solid draw with the black pieces.
And a draw would help him in the tournament standings because Nodirbek Abdusattorov is in the lead heading into this round. In fact, he could end the tournament if he wins this game today and a few other results go his way. So he is playing one of the players chasing him, and if he beats Wesley So, Jordan van Forest takes down Anish Giri. That game is very sharp. And if Magnus Carlsen does not win his game against Praggnanandhaa, then Nodirbek wins the Tata Steel Chess Masters with a full round to spare. So he's got the spare. He would like to win with a round to spare, but right now Wesley So has a very solid position. It may not be spectacular, but with the pair of bishops, with the stronghold over the center, I feel like Wesley is feeling just at home there. It can be a long, grinded out battle. Wesley does not seem to mind that, but he doesn't have inroads just yet, and that's why I think, Daniel, I don't want to speak on your behalf, but we're appreciating the solidity of Nordirbek's opening choice and the resulting position.
I mean, he's just such a mature player. And, you know, for his age, the old wisdom always went, you know, there's a Russian chess expression that goes with young players into the end game, which says, you know, even if you're playing a very talented opponent, go into the end game because young players typically, historically, aren't quite as able to handle positional tension and complicated end games as their more experienced counterpart. Take that wisdom and throw it into the trash can. It's just not true anymore. If you look at the young crop of talent, Nodirbek, Alireza Firouzja, who is actually, I think, one of the greatest endgame players of his generation, of our generation already, and many, many others, players are now well-rounded. And so you can't just artificially get a certain type of position and expect a mistake. That's just not going to happen. And I think we're seeing this once again here. But with that said, Robert, I think we're in for a long haul. I don't think Wesley is just going to acquiesce to a draw in the next 5 moves. He is going to try to squeeze this bishop pair into something concrete, and we're going to get, I think, many more fascinating moments in this endgame. But speaking of fascinating moments, if we could travel to the bird's eye view really quickly, we've got some crazy action in the, in many games. In Maksudlu Erigaisi, it appears that White blundered a knight, but in fact, he did not. The knight on f3 is untouchable. That's right bottom of your screen. To the left of Carlsen Prague because of the move rook to e3. And the queen is trapped. Typical standard fare, Robert, from Parham Maksudlu, the ever-creative Parham Maksudlu.
Wow, let's just show that variation very quickly because I want to jump into the Magnus Carlsen game. But
Yes.
Because you pointed out a cool tactic, let's just give Parham his due. He won his game yesterday. So let's pull up this board and we will show the tactic of why that knight on f3 is untouchable for now. The last move, g2 to g4, hits the queen on f5, and if queen takes knight on f3, as Danya pointed out, the rook slides up to e3, and that queen has no safe squares. It is trapped. The best it can do is give itself up for a rook, but the resulting position will be winning for white. The queen for rook and bishop. Now, the queen is better, especially with the pawns in the situation they are. So just wanted to point that out. Parham, with more time than he started with, he is in great shape down the stretch of this tournament. He would love to add another victory. Unfortunately for him, it won't mean that he can compete for first, but getting an even score would be a big accomplishment for the last-second replacement. He replaced Jan Chistabduda, who had to withdraw, and then all of a sudden the call came in. He's like, there I go to the Netherlands. I will play against the likes of Magnus Carlsen, Ding Liren, Arjun Erigaisi, and the top players in the world. But Danya, I do want to take us to the Magnus Carlsen game because speaking of top players in the world, the world champion in all three formats, classical chess, rapid and blitz, he has himself a really cool battle against Praggnanandhaa. And we have Parham in the background behind Magnus on screen, the many onlookers staring at the monitors that show these games. Look at this position. The last move played from Praggnanandhaa was knight e7 to d5. I know your instincts are definitely the same as mine. White should be thinking about pushing that h-pawn, Harry, up to h5.
Push Harry up to h5, induce serious and permanent weaknesses on the king side. In particular, after h5, g5, look at that b1, h7 diagonal if black ever castles to that side of the board. And hey, you're not really castling queenside with the c-file wide open like that. White could drop the bishop back to c2 and build. This is a very typical idea in IQP positions. Bring the queen up to d3 and threaten a checkmate on h7. Just massive holes on the king side if, in fact, Magnus pushes the pawn to h5. But, Robert, that is not a move that comes without a price tag, because once black's pawn appears on g5, the knight on d5 does get a stronghold on f4, and there is the later possibility of black driving the pawn down to g4 and creating something resembling a kingside attack. But just given how passive the bishop is on c8 and how flimsy black's construction is overall, I think h5 is well worth the price.
Because black will have a difficult time castling. If you castle after white opens up those light squares, notice that bishop on e4. It's very likely to slide back on the diagonal at some point. The queen will step in front of it, and that's what we call a battery, and it often leads to a checkmating attack. So you can get that queen on h7 if the black king castles to the king side. So it's not an easy choice for Praggnanandhaa figuring out where to move the king. And I just feel like white's play is quite straightforward. You can castle, bring a rook to c1, bring the rook to e1. And one of the downsides of castling in the near future is the h4 pawn is actually a bit loose. Notice the queen and bishop for black line up against that pawn. So if the rook were gone, maybe in some variation, black can take it. So it's just a big moment for Magnus here. He can castle. He can throw an h5. I personally like the look of pawn to h5. And I feel like with that bishop on c8, Danya, you called it first, it is a bad piece. So white's minded piece is more active. He's more developed, has great control of the center. While h5 is quite a committal move, I think it's a good one.
And the point about the bishop is the reason why you avoid knight takes d5 with a 10-foot pull. I think some people might look at this and say, hey, let's give black an isolated queen pawn of his own. Let's force Pragg to join the party. Well, knight takes d5 would be a terrible positional decision because after the recapture, black's bishop has a beautiful developing square on g4. That is, of course, one of the downsides of pushing pawns that early. You create weak squares. Now, as it stands, the g4 square is simply inaccessible to black's pieces. You certainly do not want to give the bishop on c8 active prospect. You might wonder why Magnus is thinking, why not just play h5? Well, as we discussed, it's a pretty committal move, and I think there are some compelling alternatives. I would point out the move knight f3 to e5, putting more pressure on black's flimsy kingside construction. White could also castle queenside if Magnus wants to show a flair for the dramatic. So definitely a choice to be made here for Carlsen, but these are exactly the types of positions that he excels in. And by that, Robert, I mean every single type of position. But when he's got that slide advantage and that little positional crunch, he is just a nasty, nasty opponent. He is just demonic in these types of structures.
There is a positional nuance that we should highlight, that if black is able to play h5 himself, that weakens his control of the dark squares, but only one side has a dark square bishop, and it is Praggnanandhaa. So he's not as worried about giving up the dark squares as he is about giving up some of these light squares, especially with the bishop on e4. So let's just show what the position looks like after h5. Black has to deal with that move. Sorry, I would say white's h5.
White's move h5.
But it shows why black would like to avoid it, because you can't take on h5. That would just be terrible. The rook to get up the board.
Get me out of here.
Unacceptable even to mention it. And so if the pawn goes up to g5 to keep the position more closed, then white can castle. And the downside for white of pushing the pawn to h5 is it can become a target after knight f4. But black doesn't have all the time in the world. If you spend 2 moves to bring your knight to the rim, white will just play in the center. There's a king still sitting on e8, maybe rook a to d1, and try to push that pawn to d5 if you take on h5. So you can't just do nothing and dilly-dally and keep your king on e8. The position will be blasted open, and it's going to be black who pays the price.
Yeah, and a corner pawn on h5 just isn't the most important element of the position. Do all of this, and the payoff is pretty meager. So that's out of the question for Pragg. And as we indicated at the start, if black just sort of nonchalantly castles kingside, well, bishop c2 comes really, really fast. And another important element of this position, Robert, this is a slightly more subtle point. Let's make a random move for black. After queen to d3, the typical way to defend against this checkmate when you can't play g6 is to slide the rook over to e8. And oftentimes queen h7 just isn't that big of a problem because the king has the direct pathway through the tunnel to e7. But not here. After queen h7, king f8, the pawn on h6 is hanging. And that, well, maybe white doesn't even have to take the pawn, but this definitely is a simple way to get a huge advantage. g5 falls on the next move. White also has more tactical ideas like bishop g6. So because black's kingside is so weak, a check on h7 is likely to be devastating. And so black must think twice before castling kingside. Maybe it's worth bringing the bishop back from f6 so that you could block the battery with f7, f5, or drop the knight back to f6. But none of this, Robert, looks in the least bit reassuring.
No, because what you're doing is defending against the checkmating attack, and you're getting a bit passive. And that bishop on c8, it needs to get out into the open. It's far away from doing that. And the knight will be the only defender of the black king. So just to, instead of b6, just to put the position that you were talking about, is let's say bishop drops back to g7, a queen to d3, go up there. Then black can't even make move f5 if you want. That looks very weakening, so I wouldn't go for that. But you can play knight f6 as well, although that's kind of a flimsy defensive construction because at some moment knight e4 removes the defender of h7, knight e5 as well. It's just a good forward hop. I love the look of this position for Magnus Carlsen. It is clear that he is in the driver's seat. He just has look at this, an initiative, and he plays h5. He is not showing any fear. He's not restraining himself. He is going forward because he knows objectively is a good position.
Yeah, he's not going to pass up the opportunity to induce permanent weaknesses on the king side, and Magnus just has an ideal position after move 15. It's non-theoretical. He's gotten Pragg out of his preparation. The Indian junior has already spent almost an hour, and the toughest tasks, the adversity is really still ahead for Pragg. You know, this was the easy part. Now he has a worse position against Carlsen with not that much time on his clock. It is very, very dangerous situation here for a struggling Pragg, who lost yesterday's game with the white pieces to Parham Maksudlu. And as you've been pointing out, as a reward, you're facing a bloodthirsty Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces, and already major, major difficulties for Pragg.
This is not a fun position for him. Magnus has been taken down by Praggnanandhaa in the Champions Chess Tour on many different occasions. I mean, Praggnanandhaa shows great resilience, but in classical chess, Magnus won his only game against Praggnanandhaa a year ago in Wijk and Zee. He wants to make it 2 for 2. Beat them while they're young in chess. That's what the mantra goes, because then they become 2,800, and it's hard to beat them when they get that strong. So I think that Magnus Carlsen in a good position. He is 1 full point behind Nodirbek Abdusattorov. So if Abdusattorov does not beat Wesley So, Magnus gets very close to that leader, and then it makes round 13 all the more exciting.
It does indeed, and as Pragg quickly carries out the move g5, there simply was no alternative. Presumably, Magnus is going to take some time to decide what he wants to prioritize. There's knight e5. He can castle kingside. He can preemptively drop the bishop back to c2. That simply prevents black from castling kingside. So an important choice now for the world champion, and he has plenty of time to make it. And we then have plenty of time to go back to our bird's eye view, Robert, because the other games are not stopping for even a second. Then Forrest Giri continues to heat up. Anish shying away from the queen trade and now trying to open up the B file with his last move. Wherever you turn, you've got amazing action. Vincent Keimer, lower left, he's pushing his B pawn up the board as well to B4 and trying to chip away at White's queenside structure. I'm speechless. This is an amazing round, honestly, already.
The games are really exciting. In the middle, on the bottom there, Levanterun's rook is on a6. There was a bishop trade there. That's how the rook went up there, because otherwise it makes no sense. But that game also is interesting in the queenless middle game between Richard Rapport and Ding Liren, the knight h2 move. I always expect Rapport to find cool ideas, and Praggnanandhaa, of course, his game against Magnus Carlsen has his work cut out.
But I
think we should go.
Yesterday's game against Maksudlu featured the move knight h2, and it has a very similar idea this time to get it around to e3. Sorry to cut you off there.
No, you're all good. I thought you were saying Praggnanandhaa, like he did something, so I had to look at his board over there. But the game between Anish Giri and Jordan van Forest, that one has changed a bit. It's a moment that Anish is able to strike with his pawn, trying to open up his rook. So why don't we see the latest updates on that one?
Let's do it. Let's take a closer look at the game. Now, let's rewind 2 moves, because the last we saw was Jordan's 19th move, c3, c4, implicitly inviting a queen trade. Anish Giri says, no, I want to keep the queens on the board because I don't trust your king in the center. I want to go after that king. Instead, he plays knight to c3. Oh, nerves of steel for Anish Giri. That knight, of course, could get entangled in the web of White's center pawn. Speaking of center pawns, Jordan pushes c5, opening up the c4 square for his light squared bishop. Now, taking on a2 seems a little bit too brazen. It walks into bishop c4 with tempo, and then there's that check on e4 that could come at an inopportune time. And Anish, the last move of the game, was b7, b6. And finally, Jordan van Forest is starting to take his time. He still has an hour and 36 minutes. That is a very unwelcome sight for Anish. And Robert, before I pass it on to you, I think I want to make one important point, which is that castling kingside does not solve Black's king problems, because then you walk right into the open arms of knight f3 to g5, an idea we mentioned previously. And after g6, h5, the king could actually be a lot less safe on the king side, ironically, than it is in the center.
Yeah, just because you run away doesn't mean that your king is safe. The queen on c2 is well positioned to launch an attack with knight g5 on tap. So b6 is a good move in the sense that it's trying to open up that rook. Black has an extra rook for a bishop and 1 pawn. Let's make use of that rook. And White does not want to make the move pawn c5 to c6. That would actually be a very bad decision because it closes down the queen side in a favorable way for Black. The a2 pawn, I think, can be captured. And as you're highlighting, this is the most consequential point, that if knight takes a2 is played, queen e4 check, without the queen being able to retreat to e7, Black could be in trouble, but the queen just slides all the way back. You cannot afford a queen trade if you're White, and now the Black knight escapes back to b4, and you're ahead that material. Your king is finding some shelter. So if we go to the live position, this move b6, it challenges the setup, and I'm wondering, is the Black king fully safe in the center if the move bishop c4 is played, for example? It's starting to look very spicy.
Bishop c4 is definitely the best move here for White. Of course, the point isn't really to defend the a2. That's just a positive byproduct of the move. The point is to escape the center as quickly as possible, because White's king is definitely not safe in the center in the event of b takes c5. But Jordan, he escapes just in time, and this is a very unenviable situation for Black. He's kind of stuck in molasses on the queen side. That knight on c3 has really lost its luster. Now the queen is tied down to its defense. And if you just blindly continue playing on the queen side, all you're going to do is get yourself checkmated immediately. After queen f5, castles, knight g5, you can throw in the towel. That's it. I mean, look at Black's pieces totally stuck on an irrelevant side of the board. So instead of the incredibly reckless rook b2, probably Anish should take this time to castle. But in this position, apart from the obvious knight g5, White could actually start by pushing the pawn up to h5. And this is just a little bit of prophylaxis. You're preventing the move g6, because let's not forget the very important idea of hg, and whoop, queen takes g6 check. Oh, my voice cracked again. I'm losing my abilities. And the pawn on f7 is pinned. Robert, this is getting incredibly dangerous. I think Anish might already start regretting not trading queens if Jordan van Forest develops his bishop to c4.
But while I agree with all that, I will add that in the live position, the eval bar says Anish's play is fully justified. It's saying that he is playing this quite well. And there are 2 ways to look at it. Jordan, for the first time all game, is actually thinking. So for Anish, there are 2 options. Either Jordan is out of his preparation because this is as far as he went. There's just way too many lines in chess to look at. You can't memorize them all. or Anish just made a mistake and Jordan didn't analyze it because it's like the fourth best move according to the engines. I don't think it was a big mistake. It looks like quite a natural move. If I were sitting in Anish's seat, where he currently has vacated to walk around and stretch his legs, I would have thought about the move b6 as well, because there's not a check that White can give the king. The knight on c3 covers both b5 and e4, so no checks available to White's pieces, and you're trying to activate the rook. So I think that he made a very natural move, and I feel like for the first time all game, he can breathe a little bit easier, knowing that Jordan doesn't have the entirety of the continuation mapped out.
Indeed, Jordan is finally using his brain, and no matter what the evaluation is, that is definitely a relief. I also think the Anish Giri in round 1 or round 2 in the early going of the tournament might have given more serious consideration to queen c3 check, but in this tournament situation, he needs to take risks. I mean, he doesn't want to be the runner-up for the 6th time in his career, and realistically, a draw in this game doesn't entirely eliminate his chances if the cards fall favorably, but a win with the black pieces would give him a huge boost, because, let's be real, Wesley So is very unlikely to lose that endgame with the white pieces. So I definitely think his decision was influenced by the tournament situation, and I'm on the same page. I don't think, queen a3 and knight c3 is a serious mistake. I just think it's a wild, chaotic position, and the player who can maintain their nerves, the player who can manage their time better, and the better calculator is going to win this position.
Jordan von Forest, nothing really to lose at this point. He is using the role of spoiler to his advantage, because against Anish Giri, Anish really wants to win, take his first Tata Steel title. That would mean the world to him. He is an ambassador for the event. He does many things for it, helps the organizers out. He does promo, and he is from the Netherlands, as is Jordan von Forest. So we'll leave his work to him. He is no longer seated, Anish Giri. Jordan von Forest leaning over the board, trying to figure it out. And as we look, all 7 games are still in session. Very exciting games, I might add. We'll take a look at some of the games we have yet to get to when we return from break. But before we do, we want to make mention of a very special event coming your way, because Chess Kid is hosting the second Chess Kid Bullet Championship on February 25th. The tournament is open to players worldwide and it's completely free to play it. Top players receive Chess Kid Gold memberships and gift cards to the Chess Kid store. Funmaster Mike will be covering all the action at twitch.tv/chesskid and chess.com/TV. If you or someone you know has what it takes, make sure to join the official Chess Kid Club over at chesskid.com. Use the command BulletChamps in chat for more. Daniel Naroditsky and I will be right back. This is the Tata Steel Chess Masters 2023. It is the penultimate round. So much action left to dissect. We'll be right back.
Do you wish playing a chess game with a friend was as easy as sending them a text? Well, good news. Now it is. With Chess.com's new iMessage app, you can start and play a game directly in iMessage. Your friend doesn't even need a Chess.com account. It's just tap and play. Head over to go.chess.com/iMessage or use the command iMessage in chat to learn more. January in Wijk aan Zee, the Netherlands. For this cozy, coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
Bear Kings on the board and a handshake. What a hold for Wesley So. Just didn't give the world champion a chance.
Once again, Wijk aan Zee starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel Chess Tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back.
Magnus is going beast mode. If Magnus plays like this the rest of the way, who knows what can happen?
The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so. And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title.
Anish Giri is just, he beat both world #1 and world #2 in the same tournament.
Although winter, Tata Steel Chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
Nodirbek keeps his lead with a solid, well-prepared draw against Giri.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years in running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mijn vrienden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Let's make chess history together.
You can't talk about the history of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament without mentioning the man you see on the screen in front of you. Levon Aronian is a 4-time champion at Wijk aan Zee. He has an illustrious chess career, although he did have a down year in 2022, losing many rating points. He's having a good event thus far, Danya. He is +1, he has gained some rating points, and he's a chance to take down Gukesh in this one and give himself an outside shot at this year's title.
Indeed. No, he's doing great, and this tournament has been a major confidence boost after a major struggle at the last U.S. Championship, where I actually think he didn't win a single game. As we look at the top half of the tournament, cross-table Levon sitting pretty on +1 with 6 points out of 11. I don't believe he's lost a game in this year's Tata Steel, or has he?
Levon Aronian has not lost.
He has not lost a game, and that is a major achievement. Yes, he's made a lot of draws, but as you indicated, he's dropped a lot of rating in the last year, and what you want after an off year is a tournament where you prove to yourself that you can compete with the best of them. And from round 1, where Levon held Magnus Carlsen with black, to this round, he's barely been worse in any of his games, but can he deliver in at least one of the final 2 games to end strong? Well, he's got black against Gukesh in a Rogozin. The position has changed a lot. Robert, the rook moved away from a6, but more importantly, the pawn structure has changed. You've got the hanging pawns in the center, which can be both a strength and a weakness essentially at the same time.
Yeah, this position is one where will Black's pawns be vulnerable, or are they actually strong? For instance, not in this particular moment, but if Black pushes that pawn to a4, maybe his one pawn takes care of 2 of White's pawns because that B pawn isn't pushing anytime soon. Now, in the current position, I'm looking at this knight trade that's being offered. Black has more space, and to me, that means you just keep more pieces on the board. I like the look of the retreating move, knight e4 to f6. That way, the knight on d2 still sits in the bishop's path. The bishop on e1, it's a long-range piece, but it can't jump over pieces, and the knight is in front of it. So I think the knight should, in fact, retreat for now, but that knight on d2, done it may land on b3, hitting both a5 and c5. So there are pros and cons of keeping more material on the board.
Yeah, knight f6 should be associated with direct calculation. I think there's queen e6 to b6, very important resource, guarding both of the liabilities on the queen side at the same time. As an alternative, I like your idea of playing a4. You could do it immediately. You're not, too afraid of knight takes e4. The queen could recapture and centralize itself. But in that case, you have to reckon with the idea of doubling rooks on c1. I'll tell you one thing that black does not want to do, unless the circumstances change, is play the move c4. This could be very tempting because you create a pawn chain. And yes, after c4, your pawns are safe, but your squares are not. And white will immediately reroute his knight to that very juicy outpost on d4. So when you've got the hanging pawn structure, you normally want to refrain from pushing your pawn either to c4 or to d4 unless you absolutely have to.
Very, very true. And for Levon Aronian, he is the oldest player in the field. He is extremely experienced. He was the number 2 rated player in the world at certain points in his career. He has won in Vikings 4 different times. So he knows when to push those pawns. The problem with pushing c4, as Danya was indicating, is it hands white the dark squares. And guess what? Only white has a dark square bishop. So you don't want to give it a complete scope across the board. And so that's why Levon, he says, I'm going to take on d2. I don't want to see that knight hop around to b3 and hit my pawns. So he trades. And now after the bishop takes back on d2, he can't play a5 to a4 and clamp down on the queen side. This game is not going to be decided in the next few moves. It's all about the maneuvering that's going to take place. Will the bishop be dominant over the knight, or will that knight be able to go to a better square, maybe a light square where the bishop can't challenge it?
Very interesting positional affair indeed. Both kings are safe, and so the battle is going to continue revolving squarely around the queen side. Can white make something of his pressure on the c5 pawn? I think it's safe to say that we will see the rooks doubling on the c file. Maybe black's rooks will double as well. But I agree. Levon's going to play a4. He's going to deep freeze white's queenside pawns, and Gukesh is going to continue trying to massage the c5 pawn and trying to induce the move c4 and then gaining control of the dark squares in the center. Well, as the Indian junior decides with which piece to recapture on d2, queen takes d2, also a viable move. Let's perhaps go back to our bird's eye view and take a look at the developments in some of the other games. I always say this, Robert, but just the amount of different openings and types of positions that we have has really, really impressed me. You know, we've had tournaments where half of the games are a Berlin endgame. You know, everything kind of peters out at the start. We have not had any of that in this year's Tata Steel. Almost every round has featured just a panoply of different openings and different types of structures. So we've got something for everyone.
We do indeed. And one game that has been interesting from the start is the one between Fabiano Caruana and Vincent Keimer. I think we should dive into that one. It's second from the left on the bottom row, because Fabiano Caruana entered this round in a tie with Levon Aronian with 6 points out of 11 games. And he has a chance to win this tournament if all the other results go his way. That means if Anish struggles and Nodirbek Abusatarov only scores a half point. But the game itself is really fascinating. So if we can pull that game up, Danya, just to go back to move 18 for white, just because it's not the first time in this game we've talked about temporary piece sacrifice. Knight takes e4 was played here. And after pawn takes e4, most of us mere mortals would just move our knight out the way because it's under attack. But Fabiano says, your knight on c6 is attacking my pawn e5, and it's also not defended. So let's play bishop a4. What a clever move, because if the knight is captured on f3, then the knight on c6 is captured, and the rook on e8 is targeted, and the bishop will then win that pawn, so white would be up material. And that means that black is going to have to deal with this threat, and it's just always fun to see these clever in-between moves that players make, and bishop a4 is a really nice resource.
It is, and you know, the disaster of playing knight d4 wasn't only that it gives up the pawn. I'll just point out that f4, the old resource, no longer works because black can take on passant. But just look at that d3 square. Black is itching to sink his teeth into that square. After bishop a4, Vincent decides to kick the can down the road. He takes on c3. Now, bishop takes c6 just looks unthinkable to give black these connected passers on the second rank. He doesn't want anything to do with that. He takes back on c3. And once again, Vincent needs to decide how he is going to defend the knight. He has queen c7. He can play rook c8. The knight isn't really in trouble, but he has to weigh the pros and cons of the different types of moves available to him. Obviously, he can also grab the queen on d1 first, but I don't know if he wants to give white control of the open d file.
No, he doesn't. And the big thing about this position is the bishop on g6 is actually not a very good piece. So if you play queen c7, which was my first instinct as a way to protect the knight, so if we can bring up an analysis board and show some moves here, that bishop takes c6, queen takes c6, the knight ventures into d4 after the swap of bishop for knight, and the bishop on g6 is kind of a bystander. It's staring into its own pawn, and the knight on d4 is entrenched there. White has control of the dark squares and two different minor pieces that can play on those squares, and the white queen will venture out to a4 at some moment. The c4 pawn is a bit loose. I just like how free-flowing the position seems for white. Not that black is in trouble. Objectively, the position is fine. But if you ask me to pick a side that I'd rather play from, it's definitely white.
I agree that white's position is easier to play. With that in mind, concretely, I think after queen d5, black is probably closer to equalizing than white is to a serious advantage. There is, first of all, the threat of queen takes e5. Second of all, the bishop from e7 could come into c5 and just try to chop that knight off of d4. Now, the knight will be very ably replaced by a bishop on d4 that will nicely defend all of white's isolated pawns in the center and on the queen side. But we know that opposite colored bishops often yield the game, give the game a drawish character. But with queens on the board, there is still plenty of meat on the bone. I like the way Fabi has handled this middle game, and I like the fact that he's now forcing Vincent to make several committal decisions in a row, the first of which is how is he going to defend the knight on c6. Vincent leans back in his chair there. He's got plenty of time to make the decision, and that is one of the bonuses of extensive opening preparation. You just give yourself more time once the game inevitably goes into a middle game that you haven't studied. You've got that extra 15, 20 minutes to make that extra precise decision, and that could be the difference between a win and a loss at this level.
Really instructive points by you. That was a really good line with that queen coming up to d5, and then opposite colored bishops may be seen. So for Vincent, it looks like he's doing a great job out of the gates here. The game will continue, though. Just because you have great preparation doesn't mean you suddenly hold or win. And in this particular game, it feels like Fabi will try to squeeze a little advantage here or there. Not that he has one, but it might be a moment where it's difficult for Vincent to find the most accurate continuations, and then that's how you turn a neutral position into a slight plus, and then eventually a slight plus into a potential win. So I think that there's a lot of work cut out for these players. Vincent is deep in thought. So let's zoom out from this one and maybe take a look at one game we haven't looked at all, and it's the game between Richard Rapport and Ding Liren. In the bottom left, I see the move f7, f5 played, Danya. It looks like the action is now heating up.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a perfect opportunity to take a look at that game because you would be forgiven for thinking that things are moving in a rather mundane direction. The queens got off the board, but now Ding Liren has spiced things up again with f7, f5. Now, this was what is referred to as the checkover variation. If we rewind all the way back to the start, I'll run you through the course of the game very, very quickly. It would seem to be an open Sicilian. Love that Ding still trying to score some wins at the end of the tournament. He doesn't just want a quick Berlin draw. No, he wants to win. Rapport taking on d4 with the queen. This line has actually gotten very, very popular in the last couple of years. And after knight f6, the knights are developed. The bishop comes out to b5, pinning the knight on c6. That's how black got the bishop pair, and that's very, very common in this variation. Now, Richard Rapport, castling queenside. He wants a tactical game, but Ding Liren, he manages to get the queens off the board pretty quickly, an idea that is actually popular in the advanced Caro Kann. The queen drops back to a6, making an offer that white really can't refuse. The queen on d3 doesn't have too many good squares to go to, and so Vincent says, okay, I'll trade queens, especially because I'm leaving you with a crippled queenside pawn structure. Then he brings the rook into the center, and e5, a committal decision by Ding, weakening these two light squares, but he believes that he's got the firepower to keep them under lock and key. And after knight h2, taking a page out of Prague's book, both knights maneuvering their way back. But the idea of black's maneuver was to open up a pathway for the f-pawn. So why is f5 such a nasty move? Well, because it threatens to cut into white's control of the center. You definitely don't want to play e takes f5, I would imagine, and give up the g2 pawn. But if you play the move f3, perhaps Ding is seriously contemplating the move f4, leaving white's knight locked on f1. You always like pointing this out. when a pawn and a knight are on the same file and there are 2 squares between them, the pawn greatly limits the knight's mobility.
Very, very good explanation of what's happening here. So the big decision that Ding Liren has just made is to prevent that knight from going to e3 and up to d5. That's a maneuver that Pragnananda tried to essay yesterday against Paramaxulu. That's why the knight went back to h2 in the first place. So I think that white can take the pawn f5. It looks like a decision that might cause some problems. But the thing about it is after pawn takes f5, if black says, give me your g2 pawn, after rook g1, after rook g1, g7 is hanging at the end of the g file. And if you say, I need to move my bishop somewhere, but I don't want to lose a pawn, let me take your knight on f1. After rook e takes f1, you can't castle kingside. That's a really important note because bishop takes h6 hangs at the end, the pawn will be pinned.
That's a very important point and well spotted by you. Bishop takes h6. And if you can't castle kingside, you can play a move like king f7, but I stand corrected, Robert. I was too influenced by the ugly appearance of the kingside pawns, and I don't think I lent sufficient weight to the fact that white's knight now has direct access to d5. There's the prospect of playing f4 and opening the kingside up. The more I look at this position, the more it occurs to me that white probably has the advantage in an endgame like this.
You're usually the first person to mention that pawn structure is overrated. So I've learned from you, and it is a very instructive point to keep mentioning. But one thing that is important about the pawn structure is that if the pieces get traded off, if we just go to the live board or we can look at it underneath the cameras there. But here we see that if the pieces get traded off, black is in a pretty much losing king and pawn endgame because of the doubled a pawns. They're isolated over there. That's really bad news. And a lot of rook endgames without the minor pieces will be very bad for black. So black needs to keep more pieces on the board to create counter threats. Otherwise, his pawns will be vulnerable. So Ding Liren, he strikes with f5. But if Richard Report says, that doesn't look too scary, let me open up the position by taking you on f5, maybe he has some chances to punish Ding in this position.
He does. And to tie up our discussion of pawn structure, I always like to say, in addition to pawn structures are overrated, the significance of pawn structures is generally inversely proportional to the amount of pieces left on the board. So the fewer pieces are left on the board, the more important and the more weighty the pawn structure becomes. Obviously, if there are no pieces on the board and just pawns, pawn endgames are literally just about pawn structure. Like, that is the only important thing alongside king activity, of course. So your point is very well taken. Right now, black may not be worried about his doubled A pawns, but with every piece that disappears from the board, the butterflies start entering black's stomach. And Richard has decided against taking on f5. I think that was a very good move. I'm now a completely devoted advocate if he takes f5, but instead he goes for the more traditional, the more natural approach and pushes the pawn up to f3. He believes that after f4, he will be able to find suitable living arrangements for his knight on f1.
Yeah, whether that's by pushing the pawn to g3 or running the knight back to h2 and up to g4 at some point, I think g3 is quite likely, or pushing the pawn to h5 and then knight h2, knight g4. But either way, the knight will not stay on f1 forever, but it's going to be up to Ding Liren to decide whether or not he plays f4 right now. So while Ding Liren, the world championship challenger, figures that out, let's go back to our bird's eye view because we have some top games that may decide who the champion is at the end of the event, and none is more important than the top left. Let's go right there because, Danya, I think that game may be over relatively soon. We just saw a bishop on b2 take a knight on c3. It's a Wesley So versus Nodirbek Abusatarov game. And it looks like we're getting an opposite colored bishop ending with what looks to me like 0 winning chances for white. And if Nodirbek can hold this, and it looks like he's going to, he is really in good position to win the Tata Steel Masters.
This is beyond impressive. And Nodirbek is doing essentially what Wesley So did against Magnus Carlsen yesterday. Excellent opening preparation, shows that he understands the resulting position, and now drawing, not groveling in a slightly worse endgame somewhere. If anything, I would prefer black. Now, I think black's advantage is purely symbolic. I don't even think you can talk about an advantage, but I think black is the one with a slight pull here. Wesley has just captured a knight on c3, essentially giving away all of his winning chances after rook takes c3. You're going to have opposite colored bishops. And with a structure as symmetrical as it is, I think there's a high likelihood, Robert, that we're going to get a mass trade of rooks and a draw agreement pretty soon. But how impressive is it that Nodirbek just seems to be holding from a position of strength with the black pieces 2 games in a row now against players who are just well known for their ability to create problems with the white pieces. But frustrating game for Wesley So. And I would just add that I think analysts in retrospect are going to blame Wesley for going for this endgame variation. I don't think that you can say it's a bad decision. That endgame we had in this game is incredibly rich. It's not a bad try. It's just that Nodirbek seems to know everything.
I don't think Wesley took a risk. That's the biggest problem, because if we look at how this game developed after the bishop took on c4, we'll bring up an analysis board, and we will show that at this moment here, bishop takes c4. Let's just go through what happened in the game, and then we'll backtrack and see what could have happened. Look at how seamlessly Nodirbek coordinated his pieces and just played on the queen side. Like, every single move had a purpose, like bishop b4. To get control of the c3 square, and also to induce a weakness with pawn to a3. You have been talking about bishop a3 check at some point, but if your pawn is on a3, you're never getting a bishop to that square. And you're also creating some problems for your b3 pawn in the future as well. So he just kicks the bishop out after moving his knight into e4. Knight d2 check is a threat. So that's why the knight came back to f3. And then b5, Dang. He's like, let's trade everything. I am better. I am more active. I'll put my knight into c3, and you have to take me. Otherwise, you're in trouble. I just feel like the plan became very straightforward for Nodirbek. He didn't have to make any difficult decisions. He still had to calculate. But look at the position we have in the game. 0 problems for Abdusattorov. So if we go back to that moment where the capture on c4 happened, Danya, I feel like an ambitious try was b takes c4. Maybe
Agreed.
I'm looking at this with rose-colored glasses. Oh, just we'll play for a win, no problems. There are problems. The knight can come to b6 and maybe to a4. The c4 pawn is isolated, maybe an eventual target. So black has some pluses of his own with a knight on d7 getting up to the a4 square. All that being said, it does make a double-edged position where white will have chances to win the game. And if you want to win the tournament, Wesley So had to win this game.
And I think you were very prescient. I think you made this point yesterday that Wesley, he can struggle in situations where he essentially needs to win on demand because he doesn't always like to make long-term weaknesses in his position. Yet that is often what you have to do, especially against someone who's in as good a form as Nodirbek is. He's not going to shoot himself in the foot if the position is overly simple. And after bishop takes c4, black had 0 problems coordinating his pieces and now forcing a mass trade down the c-file. Of course, you could argue retrospectively that Wesley could have chosen a Queen's Gambit accepted line with more meat on the bone, something like what Giri played yesterday. But can you really blame him after Nodirbek displayed extensive preparation for going for a line that he feels comfortable with? I don't think you can. And I totally agree that I think b takes c4 was the biggest individual chance to introduce some sort of imbalance and intrigue into the position. As it stands, as we fast forward back to our live board, King e2 has just been played. I think we might get a draw offer by one of the players here. We might get a couple more moves, but the result of the game is really not in question at this point.
Yeah, I want to give credit to Abdusattorov and not assign blame to Wesley So. It was great preparation, and he had a tough decision to make. Does he take that risk on? And if we think about the fuller picture, while Wesley So may not win this tournament, he gains rating points, and he has stated that he wants to have a good classical chess year. He won the Chess.com Global Championship in 2022. That was rapid chess. He had some amazing events throughout the year, but classical chess, it didn't always go his way. So to have this kind of performance, he has 2 wins and all the rest of his games have been drawn. It means he'll end the tournament, even I believe if he loses the final game, with some gained rating points. So for Wesley, that's Wesley So on screen here, not Jordan van Forest, but Wesley, he gets Prognanda with the black pieces in the final game, and that's going to be a tough matchup, but one that he probably believes he can handle. After all, he did just draw Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces.
It's definitely a winnable game, and we know how much Prague has been struggling in the second half of the tournament. His struggles are continuing today as he faces the world champion of the black pieces. But definitely a solid performance by Wesley. 2 wins there in a row in the middle of the tournament. A very impressive endgame squeeze against Vincent Keimer a few rounds ago. But in this game, it just wasn't meant to be for the American Grandmaster. I think Nodirbek can continue putting a little bit of pressure by trying to get this knight around to d5. He is not done with the c3 square. And if a knight appears on c3, well, there will be hell to pay. I think Wesley has to figure out a way to get this rook off the board ASAP and to solve the problem of the c3 square before he actually ends up in a worse position. But Nodirbek, he is just a beast.
It's a good call by you. I think I sort of took my eye off the game because I just assumed it's going to be a draw, opposite colored bishops.
Not quite yet.
You're 100% right. With the presence of knights, you can't just claim a draw, right? You're looking at this. If the knights get traded, then we shake hands for sure because there's nowhere to go to. But if that knight goes knight f6, knight d5, the rook moves out the way, knight c3, or the bishop moves and knight goes to b4, the a2 pawn is a target. So black's position is actually quite sturdy. White's position can be vulnerable. So Wesley does need to be careful here. I think he feels confident in his ability to draw this game. It is opposite colored bishops. Even if he loses a pawn somewhere, if he can trade those knights, he should be able to hold. And if you look at Wesley's body language, his posture here, I mean, he doesn't look like he's the most excited about the position. And Nodirbek on the other side, he's looking like a person who's determined to see if he can win this game. He wants to win this tournament outright. He can actually win the event in this round. If he takes down Wesley Anish Giri loses to Jordan van Forest, and then Magnus Carlsen is unable to beat Pragnananda, the tournament is done. There will still be the final game, but Nodirbek Abdusattorov will be the champion. So you see it on the screen in front of you, what I laid out. Nodirbek Abdusattorov can win the tournament if he beats Wesley and Jordan van Forest takes down Anish and Magnus does not win.
Well, Nodirbek partially holds his destiny in his hands. He's taking care of business on his side. Let's see if Jordan van Forest is taking care of business on his, because Jordan and Anish Giri have had an incredibly exciting game. Really from the very opening, a scintillating exchange sacrifice by Jordan as he tries to take down Anish Giri's Rogozin. He now has an extra hour on the clock, and the game continues to percolate. It continues to heat up. We see that Anish Giri has managed to take his king out of the center, as has Jordan. The last move of the game is queen a3, 2b4, attacking the bishop on c4. I'll pass it back to you, Robert, but before I do, I'll just point out that Jordan van Forest has indeed pushed his pawn up to h5, and he's not so much trying to go h6 as he is trying to prevent the possibility of g6. And knight g5, that is the enemy at Anish Giri's door.
Wow, and the position is looking very scary for the black. Knight g5. Yeah, knight g5. Have to go g6.
Let's bring up an analysis board.
Yeah, we need to look right at this line because g6 is the only option. You can't push the f pawn. The bishop pins it. Queen takes h7. Check is mate. So g6, pawn takes g6. You can't take back on g6. That's the big problem. And if you take on g6, you can't take back with the pawn, but you go queen takes c4. That's a very important move to include, because if g takes f7 check, the rook takes on f7, defending h7 immediately. And if knight takes rook, as you're pointing out, knight e2 check will scoop up the white queen, and black would win the game.
So that's what Anish Giri had in mind when he played the move queen b4. But as many of you in the chat are pointing out, and I see some great analysis being shared, Jordan van Forest is under no obligation, nor is he in a hurry to play h takes g6. All he has to do is solve the problem of his bishop. Now, how do you do that? Well, you don't do it by bringing the bishop back to b3, because then c4 shuts that bishop down. That's, the benefit of having that pawn on c5. But I think that the simple queen to d3 permanently solves the problem of the bishop and faces black with insurmountable problems, not just on the king side, Robert. This is what Anish Giri may have missed, but also on the queen side. The knight on c3 is incredibly vulnerable. Now, white obviously now threatens the devastating h takes g6. The problem isn't that black can't defend against that. He can, and he can do that in several ways. Let's say black brings the king up to g7, solving the problem of the pin along the a2, g8 diagonal. White will bring the rook over to c1, hitting the knight. The knight has to move back to a4, and now white has untied his hands for action on the queen side. The queen is now free to roam about the cabin because the rook has been delegated the assignment of guarding the bishop. The queen can swing over to e4 and just look at the assortment of white pieces staring right at the black king. This position is just totally one-sided. It's not even close here, Robert. The eval bar is showing +10, and that's not an exaggeration. The king is just toast here.
King is wide open, and all of white's pieces are staring in that direction. That's scary. That's really, really scary. That attack happens in the blink of an eye. And maybe that knight that you just moved a second ago there from c3, can it go back to b5 instead? Is that any better? The knight trying to aim towards the d6 square and help out in the defense? It doesn't look very pleasant, but maybe the knight will help out the king to allow black to survive.
Yeah, there's definitely more resilient options than what I just showed, but still I think queen e4 is devastating. And just as an illustrative line, if you play a move like rook e8, you'd be forgiven for thinking that things look complicated, but white has the devastating idea of h6 check. I spoke a little bit too soon when I said that wasn't Jordan's idea. It wasn't his original idea, but it wins the game now. It can't take the pawn because of queen h4 check. And if the king drops back to g8, I mean, bishop takes f7 is one of many ways to win the game. You could also just play queen f4 and queen f6 with an unstoppable lobster pincer mate. And the underlying problem that undergirds this entire attack is just that Anish Giri has tied his pieces up on the queen side. They're stuck there, and they're actually blocked by his own pawns. So if I rewind a little bit back, we are testing out the defensive move king g7. I think a more resilient option might be to bring the rook up to b6 so that the move h6 does not come with check. But all of the points I made in reference to king g7, I think they hold. I still think rook c1 should be winning for white. I would caution against assuming that the game is over and that the attack plays itself. It doesn't, and Jordan will have to be precise, but he is definitely winning from an objective standpoint. This has been phenomenal opening preparation by Jordan, and now he's got a chance to deliver in a big way. And he's already played it.
Yeah, can you go back into that line you were talking about? So king g7.
Yep.
Rook c1. This all seems relatively forcing. The knight has to move, otherwise you lose the piece. Knight back to b5. Queen e4. Knight d6. I like bringing the knight back to help defend the king. And I'm assuming queen e5 check is your plan because f6 is not an option with the knight coming to e6 with check and the queen going up to e7. It likely leads to mate. So after queen e5 check, I'm wondering what happens if the king slides back to g8 because it looks like pawn h6 for white leads to mate on g7, but miraculously that knight on d6 can hop out to f. So that's not the move. The knight goes to f5. So we have the eval bar that helps us know that white is winning, but h6 almost looks winning. But when the knight comes to f5, it also attacks that pawn and tries to remove it. So what actually would be the winning option here? Because f7 is extra well defended, and if you play a careless move like pawn takes c5, the bishop on c4 is actually under attack thanks to the knight on d6 hitting it, as well as the queen attacking it as well. So I feel like I know based on the evaluation there is a win, but it doesn't seem very easy.
Your point is well taken, and it bears repeating. Jordan Van Forest doesn't know for a fact that his attack is winning. He might sense it intuitively, but when you don't know the evaluation, it's so much harder to find the right move. If someone taps you on the shoulder and says, hey, it's +9, you're going to look for a decisive move, and you have a better chance of finding the correct move, which is actually the calm queen e5 to f6. The point is to put additional pressure on the f7 pawn. If the knight leaves d6, then h6 is unstoppable checkmate, and black simply actually has no defense against the move h6. He has to give his queen up on c4, because after h6, knight f5, white grabs the pawn on f7 with checkmate. But another illustration of your point, Robert, if we rewind to this position, h6 check is an incredibly tempting move, which does win if the king drops back to g8, but it doesn't. In this case, black actually takes on h6, and white loses his entire advantage because queen h4 check, it seems like forced mate, but it isn't. The king is an incredibly slippery piece when it's under attack. It doesn't go down quickly. After queen h7, king f6, white is suddenly at a dead end. The king has access as an escape shoot to the center. It can dip back to the king side in the event of queen h4. And this is just another false positive that Jordan Van Forest has to avoid. He's got a lot of work to do, but the reason I think he's got the win in the bag has to do with the time on his clock. Because of his crazy preparation, He has over an hour to figure out these subtleties. And for a player of his caliber, Robert, I think it's safe to say that these tasks are more than manageable.
Okay, so I'm going to ask another defensive question. So this line, I get it. Black's king is in big trouble. So instead of king g7 in the live position, can Black play rook b6? Is that a way to defend along the 6th rank? The whole threat for White was h takes g6. H takes g6, queen takes g6 because the f7 pawn is pinned. So the rook provides another defender towards the king side. That pawn on g6 now is protected. And before you answer the question, and I will let you answer it, I was just going to say that this is clearly a more Jordan van Foreest type of position than Anish Giri type of position. Anish does not like it when his king is under attack. No player really enjoys it. I guess Holmov, from that's a name to throw out there as
wow, Radmir Holmov.
Yeah, one of the best defenders in chess history. But Anish Giri is not going to be enjoying himself trying to save his king.
I have a funny story about Holmov for a little comic relief. But first, let me take a stab at your question. Jordan van Foreest, to quote Mikhail Tal, has succeeded in taking his opponent into a forest where 2 + 2 = 5. And there's only enough, the path is narrow enough only for one person to return. Who will that person be? Well, after rook c1, I think it's very likely to be White. But I agree. The game is actually far from over. I assume you're intending knight b5, or is knight a4 more sensible with the rook already on b6? Because knight b5, I could actually potentially take on c5, and you can't take back because of the discovery against the queen.
Yeah, I like knight a4 because it also allows for knight b2 with a fork against queen and bishop. I mean, there's clearly something great for White, but it just doesn't seem readily apparent. And your move queen e4, simple, strong, bring your queen up into the attack. Bishop takes f7, knight takes f7 with queen e8 check. All sorts of threats are there. I get it. And maybe it is that simple. The rook on b6 can go over to f6 to try to defend, but with queen e7 on the docket, maybe it's just too little too late. I mean, Black's position is falling apart. And one more. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I'll say one more note though about Holmov. He was known as the central defender, right? Because he was such a tenacious, resourceful player at fending off big attacks.
Yeah, and I will have to rewind to the starting position to tell that story, but I promise it'll only take me a couple of seconds. But before I do that, in this specific position, which is quite likely to arise, I think it's important to indicate that after c takes d4, you don't want to take on f7 with the bishop, because after rook takes f7, queen e8 check, the queen comes back to the rescue. We actually saw a similar line like this much earlier when Black still was on castle. That queen on b4 is a better defender than it looks, but the problem is knight takes f7, setting up a devastating discovery. And after rook f7, queen e8 check, yes, the queen comes back to f8, but in this case, it doesn't help. And what's the game-winning move? It is h5, h6. And how symbolic is that, Robert, that the move which might win the game is possible only because of that novelty, which Jordan van Foreest demonstrated on all the way back on move 8, h2, h4 in the opening, and the h-pawn is an irreplaceable contributor to this decisive attack. Anish Giri is down to 20 minutes, and with every ticking second, I think his chances are getting closer and closer to zero.
I think that Anish Giri, as tournament ambassador, wants to ban Jordan van Foreest from this tournament because he would have a title to his name if not for Jordan van Foreest in 2021 taking him down in a time scramble in Armageddon. Here in 2023, Anish Giri, if he had been able to win this game, he would tie or become close to Nodirbek Abdusattorov. But right now, he's just getting blown off the board thanks to stellar preparation from van Foreest. But for van Foreest, he is a previous winner. He won in 2021, as we talked about numerous times. But he can play the ultimate spoiler in the next two games. Against Anish Giri, we see what's happening. He has a winning advantage. And he gets Black against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. So look at the start. He lost in round 3 to Fabiano. He lost in round 5 to Parham and round 7 to Prognondo. With the black pieces,
all with the black pieces.
3 Ls. Then he beat Arjun. He looks like he's well on his way to victory over Anish Giri. And with the opening preparation that we've seen from him, and we know what he's capable of, he's won this super tournament before, Nodirbek has to be very careful. You can't take this opponent for granted just because he struggled in the first 11 games.
Indeed. Jordan van Foreest, he plays for a win with both colors. And this game, if he can in fact complete this attack, will give him a massive confidence boost going into that all-important final round against Nodirbek of Dusseldorf. If I may share my story really quickly before we go back to the bird's eye view, I know people are really excited about the Magnus game, which is seeing some major transformations. My coach Lev Zahis told me this story from one of the Soviet championships in the 1980s. Ratmir Holmov had a very long night where he was doing undisclosed things. I'll let people fill in the blanks. And when he came to the board on the following day, he played the moves d4. His opponent was white. Ratmir was black. He plays f5, normal, Dutch defense. Knight to c3 follows, and then he plays e6. Not the best move in the position, but a second-rate option. White plays e4, opening up the center. Holmov confidently takes on e4. Then he plays the move knight b8 to c6. And after knight f3, he executes the move h6. At this point, I think it might have been, I don't remember who it was. I think it was Tal who comes over to the board aghast, with an aghast expression of face. Ratmir, he taps him on the shoulder. What on earth are you doing? What do you mean what I'm doing, Mihail Nehemic? I'm playing the Nodirbek. And of course, he simply played the Nodirbek, but reflected about the e-file. And, well, you can guess what he was doing on the night before to warrant this line. Needless to say, he lost the game uneventfully.
Seems very eventful, given the nature of that position. And, well, it's clear what he was doing. He was creating novelties for the chess world to talk about many years later. But that's a thing of the past. Holmov was known as the central defender. He was resilient as they come. But I think that Anish Giri, it's beyond that at the moment. His king side is just, he's being hunted, and he doesn't have sufficient defense. And you see the look on his face. It does kind of say it all. So we'll leave Anish to this defensive task. He'll need Jordan to slip up to have a chance here. But somebody who has an outside chance at fighting for first place is the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. So Magnus, he needs Nodirbek to lose at some point, and he needs to win his final two games. And we have seen a determined Magnus in the last 5 rounds. He's won 3 games. And in this game against Praggnanandhaa, he also looks determined to keep up that streak. And Praggnanandhaa, on the other side, he's looking to end his losing streak. He's lost 3 of the last 4 games. It has not been a fun last bunch for him. And we see Rook e3, the last one from Magnus, 2 knights against 2 bishops. But, Donnie, this isn't the open board that bishops thrive in.
And Magnus Carlsen has made a decision a couple moves ago that I deemed very unlikely. He did indeed take on d5. And not only did he take on d5, he actually took with the bishop. In our analysis, the bishop was perhaps the most important cog in White's attacking machine because it stood behind the battery that White could have constructed with the queen and bishop. But Magnus Carlsen has such a deep feel for the position. And one of the hallmarks of the greatest players in the world is that they are able to make unconventional decisions. They violate the rules and they know when to do it. And they just see past the sort of superficial drawbacks of the move. And I actually think Magnus's decision to take on d5 is fully justified. Now, you might ask why, and I'll point out 2 important factors. First of all, is that knight on e5 just a splinter, a bone in Black's throat? If you take that knight, then you give up your fianchettoed bishop, and your king starts complaining. If you play f6, the knight dives into g6, an even nastier square, and the bishop on e6 loses its support. The second factor, Robert, is something we've talked about for a while, the presence of this pawn on g5. That pawn, it sticks out like a sore thumb, and White can use this pawn to fuel the fire of a kingside attack with f2, f4. White's rook is perfectly positioned to help that out. And if you remove the pawn from g5, the other rook could lift itself over to g3, and before you know it, in the blink of an eye, that could turn into a mating attack. So I think Magnus is still better. I think, the rumors of Magnus losing his advantage have been greatly exaggerated, and I very much still think that Praggnanandhaa is in dire straits here.
And the problems for Praggnanandhaa are left, right, and center, and on the clock. He has 20 moves to make, and he has under 30 minutes. So he is essentially in that territory of a minute per move in this position. You mentioned f4 is a threat. White would love to open up the black king, but if you play queen f6 for Praggnanandhaa, we don't even need to show it exactly, but the knight from c3, that's the one piece not doing its maximum potential. It can go to a4 and then infiltrate on the dark squares on the queen side. So not only is there a potential attack, but strategically, Black is in big trouble because the knights have routes to maneuver, and those bishops, they're just staring into the own pawn in the case of the bishop on e6 and the white knight in the case of the bishop on g7. And if you ever take that knight on e5, your king side is in trouble, and the dark squares are permanently whites for the taking. And it looks like he made the move bishop f5. So Danda, he's inviting the pawn push to f4. What do you see as his follow-up?
I see the move f6. I think he's moved the bishop away from what would turn into the most vulnerable square on the board if he plays f6. So I think Magnus has to calculate f4. After f4, f6, if we could bring up an analysis board, and I think Magnus does have a very appealing positional alternative if he doesn't want to calculate. But after f4, f6, the critical move here is knight e5 to g6. And the additional benefit of putting the bishop on f5 is that you can now snap that knight off the board. And perhaps you could follow up with the move f6, f5, reopening your fianchettoed bishop. This is kind of what Pragg wants. He wants a sharp position. He wants to generate some chances here because right now it's a one-sided position where white is having all the fun. So this is the likely outcome if Magnus plays f4. Before I pass it back to you, I think a very Magnus-style move would be queen d2, back to d1. Why on earth would you play that move? Well, because the drawback of bishop f5 is that it weakens the central square on d5, and the queen has exciting prospects now on both sides of the board. Queen d1 is a non-committal move that accentuates the pressure, threatens b7 and d5, and just makes the situation even nastier for black. If I had to make a prediction, I think Magnus might play queen d1 pretty quickly here.
I'm not going to lie, queen d1 is one of my favorite moves that you've ever suggested in commentary. and it's a really deep point. Because
you're making me turn red here, Robert.
Good thing we're off camera for the moment. But the d5 pawn is a target. And also, if the move f6 is played, just to continue that line, then knight g6 will be played. And in this variation, it's that much better for white because the bishop has to take on g6. And after h6, g6, because the pawn is on f2, after f5, the white rook can just slide on over to e1. There's no pawn hanging on f4. There's no tension in the position. And the queen jumping over to b3, the rook landing on e7, as you're pointing out, or e6. The problems for black are all over the place. And so queen d1 is just one of those moves. It's not passing the turn exactly, but it's creating new threats. You always take into account what your opponent's last move did. The bishop on f5 opened up f6, but it also weakened black's control of the d5 pawn. I love queen d1. I think it's a very Magnus type of move. And with the lead on the clock and the advantage that I see him having on the board, I think Pragg he is going to struggle to try to maintain any sort of balance. I mean, it is worse for him objectively, and I think practically speaking, just much harder to play.
It is. I mean, you could see the eval bar plus 0.8, plus 1. That's a pretty big advantage as it is, but practically the situation is even tougher. Queen d1 is also approved of by our Silicon Fiend or friend, depending on where you sit. Magnus is in full control. He's in full control on the clock. And if he uncorks queen d1, I just feel like Pragg's position is so hard to defend.
Well, friend and fiend are one letter apart, and it's going to be a tough defensive task for Praggnanandhaa. And, well, Magnus Carlsen, it's clear that he's still energetic. He is still playing for victories. And after such a long tournament here, it's not always easy to do, but the media caught up with Magnus to see how he's feeling about the rest of the tournament and his energy levels coming into these last couple rounds.
How are you feeling?
Well, I mean, we've had 2-3 days in the last 5 days, so it should be fun. Obviously it's a long tournament, but yeah, you gotta keep on fighting, and I don't feel worse now than I did at the start, so that's all right.
Magnus Carlsen saying he doesn't feel worse than he did at the start, but his start was really not good. A win against Vincent Keimer in round 2, it gave him hopes for a fantastic tournament, but rounds 4 and 5, he met roadblocks in Anish Giri and Nodirbek Abdusatarov. Not so coincidentally, the two players who were leading entering this round 12. So, Danya, with 2 rounds to go, look at all the W's from rounds 7 through 10. Magnus seems to be finding his form perhaps a little bit too late, but sometimes better late than never.
And I've said this before, I'll say it again. Every time the chess world starts to shovel dirt on the world champion, he just finds it in himself to turn the narrative around. This, of course, is one of the key hallmarks of all-time greats in any sport. It's just their ability to take a tournament that, with another loss or two, could turn into the worst performance of their life and make it into a performance that definitely wouldn't be called the best performance of Magnus's life if he even wins the tournament, but it definitely would be one of the greatest comebacks of his career if he can finish strong in the last 2 rounds. Obviously, he doesn't control his destiny entirely. He needs some help from some of the players. He needs some help from Wesley So. He didn't get any. He'll need some help from Jordan Van Forest in the last round.
Sometimes you need a little bit of help from your friends or from fiends. And Jordan Van Forest happens to be both. Jordan has a great position against Anish Giri, and that's exactly what Magnus Carlsen needs. So that's the friend. But the fiend in Jordan Van Forest is a guy with crazy preparation who, once again, has been a friend to Magnus for the World Championship matches. He has been a second on Magnus Carlsen's team. And so for Magnus himself, you look at this position, he has great chances. He needs to focus squarely, solely on this position. And Queen D1, I love that move. The more I think about it, the more I like it, because I'm actually not sure what Prognonis should play as a response to it, as Queen B3 threatens 2 pawns at the same time. And I just don't know how Prog is going to deal with those dual threats.
There are other moves that on the docket that Magnus could consider. You could play Rook F1 to E1, but I don't love that move because it relinquishes, not entirely, but somewhat, the possibility of pushing the pawn to F4. And the best moves are those that keep all of the options open while increasing the pressure. Queen D1 checks all of the boxes in that regard. 48 minutes on the clock to make 20 moves for the world champion. He definitely doesn't have to rush. He can really take his time, enjoy this position. I'm sure he's having a good time thinking of all the ways in which he could cause further problems to his young, incredibly talented, but struggling opponent. And
there it is. Yeah, he definitely played Queen D1. No,
of course he did. Was there ever any doubt, Robert, that he would play this move?
Brilliant suggestion by you and brilliant move from Magnus Carlsen. I mean, one of the key things about the lines we've been discussing is that if Black plays F6, a much needed move to kick that pesky knight out of E5, the light squares become vulnerable and then Magnus will dominate them. How do you dominate them? With your queen on the light squares and going to B3, and in the event of a trade on G6, going over even to G4. So Rook E8 played quite quickly from Praggnanandhaa. I think that for Magnus, Rook F to E1 makes sense, but now I'm sort of spying some tactics. Is there a knight takes F7 here? Because the F file is a problem for Black.
Whoa. Talking of brilliant suggestions, it definitely has to be considered. Shall we delve into the complications? Knight takes F7?
I think we have to look.
All right, let's bring up our analysis board. Knight takes 7. Well, I feel like I have to take. And
Rook F3.
Did you have a Rook F3, even better than Queen F3? Oh, no, the game is over here. You can't take back because after Queen to D7, there's Queen D3, but there's also the straightforward G4, isn't there?
Yeah, both moves look just great for White. G4 has a little bit more risk because the king is open, but you see the evaluation stay sky high for White. And after you take on F5, down goes D5 as well. Well, this is just isn't this netting a pawn for Magnus? After knight takes F7, what can Praggnanandhaa do?
He has to move his queen. The queen is hanging. If he moves it to C7, he releases his control over the D5 pawn. That makes things even worse. That evil bar shoots up even further. Knight comes back to E5. And the same ideas persist, except you don't have the F pawn anymore. You're absolutely right. Knight F7 is an amazing tactic. And I love moments when positional pressure is transformed into an attack or into a tactic. This has just been a textbook display by Magnus. Where does the queen have to go, Robert, to minimize the damage? I guess to D7. But then the knight comes back to E5 with tempo.
Oh, my goodness.
And after bishop E5, I think it's important to indicate that, well, maybe D takes E5. Oh, D takes E5 works.
Yes, because the FD4 there is knight E4, perhaps?
Oh, gosh. Can anything go right here for Prague? Knight comes to F6. F4 is coming. This is totally lost.
And D4 is loose. Yeah, this is just really bad. I mean, knight takes F7. Isn't that just winning a pawn? And I don't know how Praggnanandhaa can defend himself. Do you think, because he played the move Rook E8 quickly,
he missed it.
I think he missed it, but then I'm like, maybe he's just looked at this tactic and found some kind of resource, but I'm not seeing a resource at all. I think knight takes F7 is going to shock him. And Magnus, I mean, he is looking up that board. Rook F to E1 is a simple move that should keep white slightly better, but knight takes F7 is the type of move that helps you win a tournament. And Magnus, he should not miss that, especially after finding Queen D1, which was such a nice move.
And I wouldn't excoriate the world champion if he plays Rook Fe1 quickly, but Magnus has been in such sharp form the second half of the tournament, and knight takes F7 would just be consistent with the way that he plays these positions. Magnus is one of the greatest positional players of all time, but I think knight takes F7 is a move he would be likely to find in a blitz game.
Huge moment, and I believe he sees it, but he's calculating it because you don't want to make some kind of mistake where it's not that you throw your advantage away, but it might make Black's defensive task easy in some ways, not in this position. Taking on F7, following it up with Rook F3 to pin that bishop on F5. That Rook on F8, it looked like it was passive, but it was doing an important duty. It was covering the F7 pawn, and knight takes F7 is a huge opportunity for the world champion.
He's looking at it, Robert.
Yeah, you can tell.
He's looking at that square.
Yeah, he knows it's there. He's looking at knight takes F7 in the follow-up, and if he finds that move, what did he just do? He moved.
I believe he reached over somewhere to Black's side of the board, and that can only mean one thing, I think. Has he taken an F7? He might not have.
I don't.
The board should update.
Think he did.
I think he. I'm trying to
did he?
see. It's hard to say. Is that a knight?
I think
on
he
F7
did.
Or
I
is
think
that
that's
a black pawn?
I think that's a knight on F7 because I don't see the. Oh no, there's a rook on E1 though. He went rook F to E1.
Oh, man. A missed opportunity, but he keeps, as I said, let's not go crazy here. He keeps a big advantage, but man, knight takes F7 was just a golden opportunity to end this game real fast. You could make it in time for lunch.
I mean, there must have been some kind of defense there for Black because the EVA bar was up quite high. But if we go back that half move before rook F to E1, it wasn't like completely winning, was it? The evaluation bar wasn't through the roof. It was just an advantage for white. But knight takes F7 there. That looked like a real opportunity for the world champion. Man. But as I look at his position, it still looks great. So it's not like you can complain.
I'll tell you what, I don't like spitting out, engine lines, but just to establish clarity on this situation, I would guess that Magnus might have missed knight takes F7, but the actual computer line is as follows: queen to D7, knight to E5, and now apparently the only move to avoid a totally lost position is rook takes E5, with the obvious idea that DE is met with D4. That is not an easy move to see. White, therefore, has to take back with the rook, and after the capture on E5, and this is starting to make more sense, this position is not all that easy to evaluate, Robert, because this pawn is very, very menacing. Yes, white has won a pawn. Yes, black's king is weak, but when you look at the eval bar and you see plus 1.5, the menacing nature of the d4 pawn is diminished. Again, we can't forget that the players do not know the evaluation, so it would make sense that Magnus calculated to this position and decided that he wants to keep the tension and wants to keep the status quo, so to speak, and continue squeezing.
Yeah, thank you for putting this position on the board, because as I look at this position, I can't quite make out the number of the evaluations. Hard for my eyes. I have 4 of them, and I still can't see it. But this looks like a promising defensive chance for black. The king is open, sure, but that d pawn keeps white's pieces a bit stuck, tied down, blockading that pawn. The bishop on f5, the queen d7, rook d8, all doing work here to help that pawn go forward. So maybe Magnus saw this, and rook takes e5. What a tactical shot that would have been from Pragnanda. It does look good for white. I agree with the chat there, but it's a position that maybe black would have a chance to hold. At least you feel some open space for your pieces. Whereas if your move is bishop e6, retreating back and forth, white can continue with the other plan, knight a4 now. All of white's pieces are pretty optimal squares, with the exception being this knight on c3. So knight a4, then the knight goes into c5, and white is just completely dominating many of the important squares in the position.
Yeah, I don't think that we should make a mountain out of a molehill. I think something similar happened in Magnus's game against Fabiano Caruana, which, of course, he won to the black pieces in convincing fashion. Once Magnus carried out the game-winning idea, he had several ways to win the game faster, but instead he chose to liquidate into a winning endgame. He still won that game pretty fast. He was still dominating from wire to wire. So I think this is an example of that. Magnus should still win this game if he continues playing with the same level of energy, the same level of positional acumen that he has displayed in the first 20 moves of this game.
I'm with you. I think Knight takes f7 was there, and perhaps you just didn't see it all together. Sometimes it escapes your radar. It is much easier to commentate because you throw out ideas and you see the eval bar off the side saying that white is much better. That helps you when the eval bar changes, right? At first, it was pretty steadily at around 0.7, it seemed, and then it went up. That indicates there's a tactic there, and that's what allowed me to look at knight takes f7 to focus in on it. But after bishop e6, I do think that Magnus has an advantage. He can play knight a4, bring the knight into c5, and I think that he'll be happy. So while Magnus and Pragnanda, they're going to jockey for some position, why don't we zoom out for a second and look at our bird's eye view? Because this is not the only important game in session. We have the game between Abdusattorov and Wesley. So still looking better for Abdusattorov in the top left, but Wesley is holding on with a knight on b1 covering the c3 square. But over on the other side, Danya, it looks like Jordan van Forest, even though he still has an attack, maybe Anish Giri is back in the game.
A huge development in that game. Anish Giri is down at only 12 minutes, and Jordan van Forest did not take a lot of time in the critical moment and came up with what seems to be a serious mistake, at least according to the engine, rather than shifting his rook from f1 to c1. And let's just go to that game. And, you know, there are some other fascinating positions in Maksudlu Erigaisi. We've got all sorts of pandemonium. Report Ding heating up as well. But this, of course, is the tournament that has the most impact, the game that has the most impact on the tournament standings. D takes c5 was Jordan van Forest's choice. Anish Giri calmly, coolly shifts his rook from b6 over to c6. And as a consequence of that capture, the d file has opened. The position has changed a little bit. And Robert, I'm having a hard time just adjusting my eyes to this new set of circumstances. But why is it that dc5 loses perhaps a lion's share of white's advantage?
There's a crazy tactic here. I think, if I'm not wrong, Jordan was relying on knight takes f7 here. Because after rook takes f7, if we can show this line, knight f7, rook f7, bishop takes check, king takes, queen d7 check. It looks like you're just winning, right? Queen d7 wins the rook on c6. But if we move the king back to f8 or to g8, somewhere there, and you take the rook, you get checkmated because of knight e2. And then after the king goes to the h file, queen h4 is check
and mate. Oh, my lands. So Anastasia's mate.
Anastasia's mate. It makes an appearance. And for Jordan van Forest, it was so far down the line, it's incredibly difficult to see that the white king might get checkmated. And he goes for this line believing that he's going to win material. But it is not there for him because the knight on c3 is going to hop to the e2 square, deliver the first check, and the queen will land the knockout blow. That is a crazy variation.
Anish Giri, he never dies. These top players, they always seem to find a way to make things complicated. And you're absolutely right. Knight takes f7 would end the game on the spot if it weren't for the knight e2 resource. Now, Jordan has to find an alternative. Now, I should also point out that rook c1, the old friend, the move that should have won him the game almost on the spot, now runs into a formidable foe in rook takes c5, and that is why d takes c5 helps black. Not only does it open up the center, but it also enables the rook to join into the defensive effort. It attacks the knight on g5, and guess what? If white plays rook takes c3, after rook takes g5, black is simply winning. He fully consolidates his king side, and we shouldn't forget that black is up in exchange. So Jordan's attack, it has to succeed, or he's actually going to be worse. Rook c1 is impossible. Knight takes f7 is ineffective. There is bishop takes f7 check, but it might fail for exactly the same reason that knight takes f7 fails. This is a stunning development, Robert, and this is why we can never say anything for certain. Positions change really quickly. We're talking about humans here, and this might have just been a significant, a huge turnaround as Jordan just probably didn't take quite enough time on d takes c5.
He has nearly an hour on the clock, and you see Jordan there. He kind of held his head in his hands. He is calculating. And Anish Giri, he's perked up because that variation we were looking at, it could lead to a forced draw, perhaps, but not more than that for White. So he has to be careful not to lose this game. And Anish Giri, he might have chances to play for first all of a sudden out of nowhere. That is just a really sharp variation, and it's one that Jordan is going to regret. But we'll leave Jordan to it. He's going to spend some time thinking here. And before we head to break, we want to make mention of a very special event coming up, starting soon. It is the Pro Chess League. It is back with elite players like Magnus and Hikaru headlining this season and a prize pool of $150,000. The 2023 season will be one for the history books. Qualifiers begin February 1st and the main event starts on February 14th. Use the command PCL in chat for all the details. For now, on behalf of myself and Daniel Naroditsky, we're going to head to break, and when we return, it's more from round 12 at the Tata Steel Masters. We'll see you soon.
Hey everybody, it's Danny here, and as you may know, Chess.com and Chessable are now one, and I'm here to show you how you can make your Chess.com and Chessable one in just a few clicks. To start, let's log in and connect our Chess.com account. I just scroll right here above the browser and click Login. Scroll down and click Continue with Chess.com. Now, if you're already logged into Chess.com, it's just going to ask you if you want to approve that connection. I'm going to say yes, sir. But after approving, it'll bring you right back to the Chessable homepage. Now, the Puzzle Connect feature can be found under Tools, and you click Puzzle Connect. Now, what that does after you type in your username is it's going to pull positions from the games you played on Chess.com, create your very own personalized Chessable course, and then quiz you with the positions where you may have missed the best move. And the more you play on Chess.com, the more games it will have to quiz you as long as your account stays connected. It's pretty sweet, and it's going to help you get better learning from the mistakes in your games. Yes, this is a pro feature at Chessable, but if you go to chessable.com/link, you can get 30 days of Pro for free.
on screen, given a second lease of life in this position against his compatriot and friend Jordan van Forest, the number 1 player from the Netherlands, Anish Giri, taking on the number 2 Dutch player, Jordan van Forest. And while Anish Giri is the higher rated player and is doing better in this tournament, in Wijk, Jordan actually leads the series with 1 win and 3 draws. So, Danya, something about the Wijk water brings out the best in Jordan, but also the best in Anish historically.
He has indeed played very well against his compatriot, has a Jordan van Forest, but he struggled in this tournament, and it seemed like the narrative would continue with a surefire win, but now we have a stunning development. Jordan van Forest refrains from rook c1, which would have given him a decisive attack, commits a tactical oversight, and now essentially has to win the game from scratch. I think we should clarify that White is still better. White continues to attack. Anish Giri's position is still very much unenviable. His time situation is still disturbing. 13 minutes for 13 moves. And I think Jordan has done a good job of slowing himself down, calming himself down. One of the hardest things to do is to recover from a tactical oversight of this magnitude. But if he calmly drops his knight back to f3, the presence of the bishop on c4 coupled with obviously Black's long-term king weakness, I think still gives White excellent tactical chances and excellent chances to win this game. So let's not exaggerate the situation. Jordan is still in charge, but he has to put what has just happened completely behind him and focus on the task at hand.
I feel like it's going to be difficult. We've all been there, games where we're like, I'm going to win this one. It's going to be a swift end to it. I'm going to checkmate my opponent. And now the White King is actually in a bit of danger as well, because at some moment, the Black Queen can slide back to, say, b7 and go for checkmate. And wow, we see Jordan,
F4.
F4, and then Rook G7, quickly played by Anish, and that might be a mistake. We see the eval bar going up and up, Danya. So what is the problem with this Rook G7 move?
Well, before I answer that question, the reason Jordan has played F4, I think it's a very natural move because he wants to keep his knight on G5, and it's worth paying the relatively small price of his king weakness to keep that knight on G5. In addition, you now have the idea of lifting the rook up to F3. So rook F3 immediately is a tempting move. You could first start by taking on F7 and eliminating one of the key pawns that gives Black's king shelter, and then you could follow up with rook F3. So something about rook G7 the engine does not like. It might have to do with knight takes F7. It might have to do with rook F3. But another move that I think has its appeal is just a calm move like king H2. Just get the king off of the first rank, take the sting out of a potential queen B1, which would otherwise come with check, and prepare a rook lift to H3. Am I missing something, or is that right about the reason rook G7 might be a mistake?
Well, king H2 makes a lot of sense. Just to show rook F3 can be met by queen B1 check, as Danya has mentioned. You want to get those queens off the board. The Black King will feel much safer. You see the eval bar drop completely. So we do not want to trade queens if we're thinking about this from Jordan's perspective. And so let's go king H2. But Black might have the resource queen to B2 here. That knight is now frozen in place. If you ever want to play knight takes F7 and go for tactics, it's going to be tactically terrible for you because queen takes G2 is... Where does that queen go? Queen takes G2, mate. You found it.
Clear for landing.
You've been doing your puzzle rush solving this one.
And
that means that if just a moment ago, pawn H6 becomes a really big threat as the knight can't move. So all of a sudden, there are many things that Jordan has to figure out. Apparently, this is even because, of course, all chess positions are just equal no matter what. How in the world this is equal? I don't know.
God. Do you want to hear why? That's an amazing reason.
Yeah,
I just checked. Queen F5, just another day in the office, just give up the knight. Bishop takes F7.
Get out of
Only
here.
move, otherwise you lose. And whichever rook takes, a pathway is opened up for White's queen. White's queen single-handedly delivers perpetual. Rook F7, queen C8. And no matter with which rook you block, how you block, the queen is always just going to have one more check. And White does just enough here to make the drive. The king goes to the H-file. In any situation, you are only asking for trouble due to rook H3. That just illustrates the tremendous attacking potential. Even if White loses all of his pieces, he still has enough firepower to secure the draw.
That is an unbelievable sequence. So
It is.
there are going to be some ideas for Jordan to get rid of that f7 pawn. The black king will be in trouble. King h2, that feels like a great move. I feel like if I was playing bullet chess, that's the move I would play. And queen b2 feels like kind of an only option for black. You need to create threats of your own. Otherwise, your king is going to be in trouble. So maybe knight takes f7 you can start with, but if that doesn't work out, you might just be down a piece, because after knight f7, just to put this in the board briefly, rook f7, and if you play rook f3, then there's just queen b1 check again. Unfortunately, it just feels a little bit too slow as the queens come off.
And white loses.
White just loses. So, oh my gosh, this is tricky.
Yeah, so here we are aware that the eval bar is showing a decisive advantage for white, but just imagine having this position. You've given up your main attacker, and now in order to continue the attack here, apparently, you have to find king h2. Degree of difficulty on that sequence is through the roof. First, you sack your main attacker. Then you play a ridiculously calm move as you sit down a rook. Jordan's work is very much cut out for him. And I think there is a very high likelihood that he plays king h2 in this position. Doesn't mean that the draw is then guaranteed for Anish Giri. Queen b2 is a very difficult move to find. And Anish Giri's clock continues to dwindle. Imagine Anish Giri, just such an unenviable task, made even more difficult by the fact that he's got 13 minutes to make over a dozen incredibly difficult defensive moves.
Can you explain something to me? So knight takes f7, right? Let's just go for this variation again.
Okay.
Rook takes f7. Have to take with
Which
the G
rook?
rook. Well, if you take with the F rook,
Yep.
you made it in one, because rook queen d8's checkmate. Good to show
Talk
that.
about puzzle rush. You've been doing it too.
Rook takes f7, king h2. What's wrong with king h8 getting out of the pin? I'm like not seeing the end result. Evaluation saying completely winning for white.
I think I see it.
All right, tell me.
And I'll tell you what it's not. It's not queen d4 check hoping for king g8, bishop f7, because the rook is able to block the check and black wins immediately. I think it's simpler than it appears. Bishop takes f7, force the rook off of the eighth ring, deliver the check.
Oh.
No, it's not simpler than it appears. I thought, well, can I be forgiven for thinking that this is winning for white? I mean,
knight 94. The knight comes to the
94.
rescue.
Oh my gosh, black's pieces are so resilient. And g3 square is covered. White is at a dead end and has to find some sort of a perpetual. Apparently this is drawn too. Oh, you can still play rook g3 and deliver a perpetual with queen g5, queen d8. Just unbelievable lines.
So what's
Robert,
the win?
What is the move?
I have no idea. It's like A3.
Oh my gosh.
What is it?
It's an impossible move. This move is unfindable.
So A3. I was guessing an impossible
Nope.
move.
Rook f1. It's a
yeah.
rook move.
So it's
To
not rook
c1.
F. What? Oh, because
Rook
knight
C1.
e4, this rook c4.
Yes,
Oh
but
my.
e4 is not the only retreating square for the knight. If the knight goes not to e4,
Rook b1.
rook b1 wins. You can also win by doing that maneuver with the check and the check, and then actually going rook to d1, and there's no way to stop and defend both of the infiltration squares. If rook f8, then rook d7 mates, otherwise rook d8 is forced mate.
This is not human. I mean, the lines we're
Nope.
talking about here are
Get out of here.
otherworldly. First, you're giving up the knight on f7, your main attacking piece. You don't even have a direct follow-up. You need to see all the way down to rook c1. You want to play rook f3, as we've been talking about, queen d8 check, all of this. But no, it's suddenly sliding your rook away to c1. That is, I mean, it's not impossible. I will say that some players would be able to find that, but is extremely improbable. Wow, I'm shocked by that.
Yeah, every single move in that sequence is just in and of itself incredibly hard to find, made more difficult by the fact that you have to see all of them when you make the first one. You can't just play knight takes f7 and say, oh, well, I just trust that I'm going to find something there, because it makes no sense from a conceptual standpoint. You're giving up your main attacker, but what an instructive line. Play on both sides of the board. Some of the hardest moves in chess to find are moves that occur on the other side of the board when you're attacking on the queen side. It's a random move on the king side, sending the knight away and just exploiting the fact that knight e4 always runs into rook c4. What an incredible sequence, Robert. But if I had to bet, I'd bet that Jordan will play king h2 here.
And that gives Anish Giri chances. And, if this game, if you just look at it, it is topsy-turvy. It is double-edged. all three results possible, all three results likely. I don't know what is going to happen in this one, but Anish, he has a chance, and I think he feels a lot better because even if there is that crazy winning position, he probably hasn't calculated that. He wouldn't have played rook g7 so quickly if he saw all the way through with knight f7 and rook c1 to finish off that variation. So he probably is looking at this position with renewed hope. And for Jordan van Forest, frustration because he feels it's slipping away. Black shouldn't have been able to defend with his rook coming to g7.
And the time situation could reverse. How easy would it be in this position to take 25, 30 minutes? I mean, that time disappears in the blink of an eye when you're calculating variations that are as complex as the ones that Jordan is facing. In a weird kind of way, Black's defensive task may actually be more straightforward than White's attacking task because the ball is in White's court. Jordan is the one who has to sift through countless defensive moves and calculate countless variations. If he takes on f7, all Anish Giri has to see is that rook takes f7 gets mated in one move. So at this point, I could totally see Jordan getting into severe time pressure, and you can see him intently focused, concentrating, trying to figure out a way to capitalize on this attack. What a shame would it be if Jordan was not able to convert this incredible preparation and early middle game play. And yet it is increasingly looking, Robert, despite the eval bar, that all three results are possible, really possible for the first time in a couple moves.
I'm shaking my head just because of how difficult that variation we've been looking at is to find. You have to take on f7, bring your king to h2, and then your rook to c1. These just don't go hand in hand. So for Jordan van Forest, he has no idea that he's winning. He probably doesn't think he is winning. He probably thinks that he's actually let this slip, and it's a very challenging position. So the eval bar is misleading at this point because there may be that only way to be with the advantage. Otherwise, you might just be worse. So Jordan, he's going to sit and think. Things are changing in other games, so we should probably take a look at some of the other action. If we go to our bird's eye view, we can look around at our various games. In the top left, between Wesley So and Nodirbek Abusatarov, it looks like Wesley, he's doing okay there, right? He's challenging Black's pawn structure, the opposite colored bishops. That one should be a hold. But the Magnus game against Pragnananda, the advantage still in Magnus's favor over there, and Pragnananda is actually giving up a pawn in the current position.
Yeah, the situation for Prague, I think desperate is a pretty strong word, but I think an accurate one, especially just given the type of position that they have. You have been calling a lot of moves in that game. Magnus's knight has landed on a4, and now he has just captured the pawn on b6, much to the chagrin of the eval bar. I think Magnus just wants to snag that pawn and then come back to a4 and then reroute the knight to the square that it really belongs on, c5. We can go to that game and try to understand what about the move the engine doesn't like. But at this point, I think chat should be primed to realize that the eval bar doesn't just not tell the whole story. It often doesn't tell even 2% of the story.
2% is generous. I mean, in general, with the pressure on these players, working through so many different variations, it is not easy. And we see Magnus just grab the pawn in the bottom right and he moved his knight back. So why don't we quickly take a look at that game? I know Anish Giri is also in time trouble, so we're going to come back there. But what Magnus just did is he took a pawn on b6 and hopped his knight right back to a4. So what's the deal? Why is Pragnananda still in this game? And what's the
I have an idea. Now, it's still crystallizing in my mind the move order. But my idea is actually to play rook takes b3, trade the rooks, which seems counterintuitive because you're down a pawn. You don't necessarily want to simplify. But after rook takes b3 and Magnus kind of holding his pen there and not writing his move down yet, that is often a sign that you've kind of realized that there are unforeseen difficulties or a move that you missed. After queen takes b3, I think this might be the perfect opportunity for Black to take on e5. And the reason is that after rook takes e5, you used to have all of your heavy pieces on the back rank. Now you have none, and the queen can travel to c1 and then deliver a follow-up check to f4, forking a bunch of pawns at the same time. You're going to lose your d4 pawn, and your entire position is going to start crumbling at the seams. Now, if Magnus takes on e5 with the pawn, which would be very likely, then Black gets a major source of counterplay. Prague could push d4 immediately. You could bring the rook into the game. But I think a position like this, Robert, is a million times more double-edged than I envisioned this game to be.
It is more double-edged, but White is a pawn ahead. And we like to take stock and note, is it easier for White to play? Or do we feel like White has more winning chances than Black has chances to hold? But it's now 3 results. It's not just, oh, Black might play stubborn defense and make a draw. Black could even win this game thanks to that pass pawn on the offside knight. I do believe that it is more difficult for Black because their king is open, and that knight on a4. So let's say if the queen moves up and the knight gets to c5 and maybe into e4, there is potential. But, oh my gosh, what a shocking! What a shocking resource. So queen b4, I guess, instead of queen d3, but that is a surprise out of left field.
Talk about left field. This is literally out of left field. Just bang, bang, bang. And this is how quickly Black can win this game.
That's nasty. Like completely out of nowhere.
This to miss. This fork, a4 and e1. How often do you have pieces on those 2 squares that are forked by a queen from a5?
Almost never. So the queen would have been better served, I guess, moving up to b4 or something of the sort. Then the knight trying to come to c5, and the knight really wants to get on over to the f6 square. And that would cause the Black king some problems. So it's a game with a lot of life left. And, well, we actually have action. I'm sorry to take us away from here. We just got here.
No.
It looks like Jordan van Forest, he did make a move in that game, and Anish responded quite quickly because Anish does not have much time remaining. He has about a minute per move, and it's not getting any easier for either player.
It isn't, and it's not going to get easier for a long time. The rook has shifted from f1 to c1, but the bad news for Jordan fans is that he did not start with knight takes f7 and king h2. Shame on him for missing that incredibly easy win. Really, he should not be reinvited to Tata Steel. Instead, he played the immediate rook c1, saying, get off me, forcing that pesky knight to the fringes of the board, and it's happy to go to the fringes on a4. It is quite a bit safer than it was on c3. And of course, the queen is now a lot more free to go wherever it needs to go, which is very likely to be b2. Probably queen takes c5 is never going to work unless Anish Giri finds a way to sneak his king into the corner. But what is Jordan's follow-up going to be? Knight takes f7, Robert, is still very much on the table, but that's just one of many candidate moves. King h2 is still possible.
I think knight takes f7 could force a draw. We saw some lines where the white queen goes on the yo-yo string from d8 to g5, back and forth, and that would lead to a draw by repetition, an endless series of checks. So for Jordan right now, can he play for a win? There is risk to playing for a win here, because if Black can slide that king over to h8, as you've been advocating for, there may no longer be a checkmating attack. And if that knight gets kicked out of g5, the g2 pawn is a target, c5 is loose, knight b2 is kind of a threat here, forking the queen and the bishop. So I think Jordan has to be very careful. I would not be that surprised if he sort of bails out and tries to make a draw by capturing f7.
And I definitely would not blame him for doing so, especially as his time advantage continues to dwindle. I'm going to channel my inner Robert Hess and say that one of the fascinating elements of this game is how offense is very likely to turn into defense. The fact that the G file is wide open has benefited White thus far. Only one king has been under the crossfire thus far. Well, all of that could change. Really, what stands between White and an incredibly menacing attack against the G2 pawn is that knight on G5. And for the first time this game, that knight has started to feel mighty uncomfortable with H6 on the docket for Anish Giri.
H6, knight b2, the c5 pawn being loose is not an easy way to deal with all of that. You can deal with one threat, but that opens an opportunity for Black to do something else. So, for example, if you play queen d4, protecting the pawn on c5, also threatening bishop takes f7 check, because whenever two pieces are in a row like that, think about what happens when the piece in between moves. But the issue is after queen d4, I think Black can respond with queen b2, once again offering a queen trade. If the queens come off the board, then Black will not be worse and may just be better, if not winning, with the extra material. So Jordan has to be so careful at this moment. There are no easy decisions, and I think knight takes f7, that kind of bailout is seeming increasingly likely.
I agree. I think with every ticking second, the likelihood increases that Jordan decides, hey, I tried. My attack is clearly going in the wrong direction. Let me take this draw before it is too late. And obviously, this is a decent result for Nodirbek Abdusattorov. It's better than Anish Giri winning, but Nodirbek later tonight is going to look over this game. And let me tell you, he's not going to be having dinner with Jordan van Forest after the tournament. Just kidding. Obviously, the degree of difficulty on the win was quite high. Even the initial win with rook c1 and queen e4 again and again bears repeating that we take these wins for granted when we see the eval bar skyrocket. We have someone tapping us on the shoulder and informing us when a direct win exists. The players have no such luxury. They've got to figure everything out on their own. Jordan, 30 minutes on the clock as he stares at the kingside, trying to figure out a sequence of moves that will reignite the flames of the attack. But Anish Giri seems more comfortable than at any other point in this game.
And there are nearly 50,000 people watching across all the platforms right now. Shout out to each and every one of you. This has been a tense affair between the top two players from the Netherlands. The Dutch fans, they have shown up for these players. We've seen in the background, there is a huge crowd. There are tons of chess players taking part in this festival. It is a true festival in Wijk each and every year. Players of all ratings, of all strengths, they come to Wijk to compete in the open tournament. And as you see in the background, there's Magnus Carlsen. But in the background are many fans taking in the action. You can see some smiles, some serious faces, some looks of consternation. And for Magnus Carlsen, this look is one where, does he have winning chances in this game? He needs to win to have a shot at first place.
But his winning chances just took a major hit. Pragnananda, you don't have to tell him twice. The Indian junior will not miss the opportunity to muddy the waters, and he didn't miss it. He has taken on e5, and Magnus Carlsen now has to figure out how he's going to recapture that bishop. But all of a sudden, Black is back from the dead. To be completely honest with you, Robert, I had already started shoveling dirt on Pragnananda in that middle game with White's knights all over the weaknesses in Black's position. And all of a sudden, the narrative has shifted completely. Welcome to modern chess. Welcome to Tata Steel. This is just what happens in this tournament.
Yes, and Pragnananda, who has had a rough series of games, he's lost 3 of his last 4. He is fighting with the best player in chess, and he's making his life difficult. So we saw the capture on e5. That is no surprise there. And, well, many players have had difficult tasks in their games. Pragnananda, Anish Giri, Wesley So game. I think maybe we can show that one in the top left because we see a position. It's an end game now, and suddenly Wesley has stolen an A-pawn. That doesn't tell the full story. Material isn't the only thing we should consider, but Wesley did just take an A-pawn, but it was sacrificed by Nodirbek. He is playing for a win at this stage. Daniel, if we pull up that game,
I'm going to pull it up
between Wesley and
there it is.
Nodirbek, we see that there's a white king out in the open on f3. So while white stole an outside pawn, a flank pawn, the move e4 check is likely to be played here, forcing the king back to e2. And after rook c2 check is the follow-up. The whole point is that knight on b1 is stuck. It is not getting out, and Black has more activity for the cost of material. Just a pawn.
By the way, we are aware that Jordan continues to throw away his advantage. He's made another mistake. We'll bring you that game in a bit, but this game is equally important, and we have an imbalance for the first time. And as you're saying, after rook to c2 check, well, knight d2 looks very unwise because that knight could travel to c3 and knock the rook off of d1. White could simply lose a piece there. And after king f1, I think the big question is, how does Nodirbek increase the pressure? Because yes, the knight on b1 has absolutely no mobility, but White also has this extra corner pawn on a4, and eventually White's going to find a way to untangle. I actually don't really see a way for Wesley to remove any of these pieces from their dominant posts, but Wesley is more than happy to sit and tread water. Do you see a way, Robert, for Nodirbek to tighten the screws in this position?
It's one of those end games where White can't really move, but the extra pawn is helpful. And then Black needs to throw pawns up the board with maybe g5 and g4, something like that. So if all the pawns, if you go g5, f5, maybe f4, something like that, there would be some chances to win the game. It does feel like that's a long way away. And for Wesley, he is up a pawn, so a4 to a5 at some moment might be very useful. Distract Black's pieces. Let's say king f8 is played, just to make a sort of random move. At some moment, a5 can be the choice, and after bishop takes, the knight goes out to a3 and is a useful minor piece. It's not just stuck at home. So I think that is the bailout that Wesley has, and he is going to be able to draw this game, but no more than that. And Wesley really needed to win today's game if he wanted to win the tournament.
And Nodirbek definitely could have found a way just to trade all the pieces. He probably could have even offered a draw, but he is fearless. He always tries to play from a position of strength. He does not shy away from complications, even when there is a warm and fuzzy alternative that essentially guarantees him a draw. But realistically, as you're implying here, Nodirbek isn't really playing with any risk. Just because he sacrificed a pawn does not mean that he's got any serious losing chances. His extent of positional domination here is such that that pawn is not going to go very far. It's not going to go any further than a5, but a very instructive defensive idea. When you've got an extra pawn in the endgame, it isn't just an advantage in and of itself. You could use that pawn as a bargaining chip in order to extract and carve out important squares for your pieces. Nodirbek does indeed deliver that check on e4, so we are going to see the position, I think, after rook c2, king f1 happen momentarily. King back to e2. And
I mean, the players have plenty of time. They're nearing move 40. So I think we should go back and try to look at the Anish Giri game with the black pieces against Jordan van Forest, because this game on screen, it's very level. But for Anish Giri, he is in time trouble. He has been putting up amazing defense. And maybe he'll be able to turn the tides in this game. Because look at White's last move. Knight g5 back to e4 by Jordan van Forest. He is backing up. And we don't like to overstate the body language and say, look at this. But Jordan, he actually looks bothered. I've been noticing on camera that he seems to be unhappy with how this game has gone. And for Anish Giri, he just brought his knight down to b2, hitting the queen and the bishop on c4. Knight f6 is just a single check. The king slides to h8. I don't really think that Anish is in trouble anymore. And Jordan could be if he does not play accurately.
Yeah, it's crazy that we're saying this, but knight e4 is a sensible move. I mean, you're going over to f6, but knight f6, I haven't used this expression yet today, is a paper tiger. The king actually wants to go to h8. And how impressive of Anish to position his rook on g7. This is the all-star defender. This right here is the MVP of Black's entire defensive construction, because it's holding both f7 and h7. After king h8, the king is essentially in an impregnable spot. What is Jordan going to do here? Where is he going to move his queen? Where no matter where he moves it, Anish will either be able to take the bishop, and don't forget that White's rook can't really leave the first rank because of that check on e1, or in the event of something like queen b3, Anish will grab the opportunity to exchange queens, after which I think he will. It's not that it will be a 2-result game. I mean, Black could definitely lose that endgame, but Anish will be thrilled to play what probably objectively is a slightly better endgame. Unbelievable turnaround here, and he's got 10 minutes. He's got time.
And let's not forget that Anish Giri played against Ding Liren, the #2 rated player in the world, with the black pieces, and was in huge trouble in that game. He not only fended off that attack, but he won that game. And this is kind of reminiscent of that one. Very different positions, but the same sort of premise, that Anish in trouble, his opponent tries to take him down, and then he lashes out. He strikes back at a critical moment. So, Danya, this is a big moment for Jordan van Forest. He can play queen to b3, but the thought of an endgame at this point, when you're down in exchange, I just feel like that's completely unappealing to him. But if he doesn't do that, already Black is threatening to take on c4 and just try to go for the attack. There is a rook on g7. I want to show a quick checkmate that White could fall for. It's not going to happen. Of course not. But if, say, the move knight f6 check was played, kicking the king to the corner, and the queen slides up to d4. What a great square for that queen. Knight c4, rook c4. You're going to see the eval bar drop. You took back a knight, but you lost the game because queen e1 check. The king has to go to h2. And after king h2, queen g3 check, the rook and queen line up perfectly, and queen takes g2 is mate at the end of the sequence. So this is showing that Black's rook on g7 is the perfect defender, because it's simultaneously playing defense and offense, and that is trouble for that White king.
It is literally the best square on the board, and I think Jordan might have to play queen b3 to limit the damage done by his previous few moves. He has indeed played queen b3. Good job by Jordan, sort of accepting the inevitable, not continuing to tilt and make senseless moves, just because the attack has evaporated. I think we shouldn't overstate the case. The endgame remains extremely unclear. White's got a lot of positional assets. He's got pawns in the center. That knight on e4 could jump into f6 at an annoying moment for Black. And for that reason, I don't think Anish Giri should grab the queen without thinking. I think there is an alternative in a7, a5, trying to trade on even better terms. Because if White grabs the queen on b4, Well, after a takes b4, the threat against the bishop persists, and with the open a file, black could find a nice spot for his other rook later down the line. And Anish Giri has not taken the queen immediately. He's going to give at least a little bit of thought to a5. One more point I wanted to make, Robert, is that in this type of situation, ignorance is bliss. If Jordan, having made the mistake of taking on c5 earlier in the game, suddenly realized that rook c1 essentially ended the game, it becomes exponentially harder to maintain your objective, because all you're thinking about is how different the narrative could be, how different you would feel if you had just made one move differently. I think we've all been in that situation where you realize what you did wrong, and then you simply cannot think about the present course of action. You keep looking over at your score sheet, and you keep scolding yourself for playing too quickly. So hopefully Jordan isn't aware that he had essentially a win on a golden platter. It would make it a little bit easier for him to keep trying his best to find the best moves.
And I'll throw in a third option in this position, by the way. A5 looking good. Queen takes b3, of course, available just to trade queens. But rook b8 might be a third choice. And that way you're trying to trade queens on your own terms. You protect your queen. The c4 bishop is now under attack. It's getting very spicy here. There's some knight f6 check stuff to consider. But if that rook gets active, I feel like black suddenly is very happy, and the knight on b2 is not going to be trapped. That's the most important part, is it looks like it's in a precarious position, but it will be able to jump out. So 3 different options here. I don't think there is a fourth. You either trade queens on b3, or you protect your queen with rook b8 or pawn to a5. But Anish down to 8 minutes, and it's 31 moves have been played. So he has 9 moves to make to reach time control. And they're not easy moves. Just because the queens come off the board doesn't mean that suddenly the game is simple.
I was opening my mouth to say exactly that. It's, I think, simpler in comparison to the middle game. I think the margin of error is a little bit wider in the sense that black has more suitable candidate moves, as Anish does indeed decide to play a no-frills move. He takes the queen on b3. So he can definitely breathe a sigh of relief here, but that doesn't mean he can do whatever he wants and he's not risking. I mean, you could easily envision a scenario where White's rook infiltrates the 7th rank. The check on f6 remains pretty spicy, as you put it. Anish Giri still has to figure out suitable arrangements for the knight, and you definitely don't want to rush knight d3, or if you play it, you're going to have to find a proper response against the rook infiltration to d7. So let's not pretend that Anish Giri doesn't have work left. He has plenty of work left to do. He needs to make it to the time control in one piece, and if Jordan wins this game, then his time management will be a big reason why he has left himself with right about half an hour to figure out the intricacies of this endgame as we pull up and remind everybody of the time control. 8 moves, Robert, sounds like an eternity here with only 8 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for Anish. He is working really hard right now. And as we're noting, you started with 100 minutes for 40 moves. Then you have 50 minutes to reach move 60. And then finally, you get 15 minutes for the rest of the game. There is that 30-second bonus. Every move you make, when you press the clock, you get 30 seconds added. That may sound like a good amount. It does add up to a few minutes. But when this position is so complex, it may not be enough for Anish if he is trying to win this game at this point. And that's the tricky part, Danya, is Anish, he has remained as objective as possible, but you kind of look at this position and say, now that I'm not getting checkmated, maybe I should try to win, but you need to continue just being calm and composed. And one idea that I have is a5 for black. We mentioned it before the queen trade. a5 right now, trying to throw that pawn down to a4. And I feel like if white doesn't act quickly, that knight on b2 will survive, and the white bishop, it wants to keep in contact with f7, which is ultra well defended here. And I just feel like if certain trades happen, Jordan will need to be careful. He might get a second pawn, have a knight and 2 pawns for the rook, but that doesn't mean it's just a simple draw because of the g2 pawn. That's very weak here, and it's a backward pawn that a rook is staring at.
Definitely. The idea of just sliding the king over to h8 and doubling rooks is on the table. So to summarize, I think objectively, Jordan maintains probably a slight advantage on the board, but more importantly, compound that with his advantage on the clock and the fact that I still think White's position is easier to play at this point with pretty clear, well-defined ideas of infiltrating to d7 and delivering a knight check to f6. I would not be surprised if Anish Giri goes wrong in the next couple of moves. And he is not hurrying. He's down to 6.5 minutes, Robert. As we've been outlining Black's ideas, his time situation has become even more disturbing.
Huge time trouble for Anish Giri, and you are correct. I certainly stand with you on this. It is easier for White to play. That doesn't mean White is necessarily better from the objective evaluation, but Anish could go wrong. As you mentioned, knight d3, very tempting. Let's save our knight. The rook slides to d1. You can't protect your knight because you walk into a pin. If you try to go rook d8, that's bad. You're going to lose right away down the d file. And if you move the knight out the way, rook d7, as you're highlighting, that's a huge problem. f7 is put under pressure. c7, the a7 pawn behind it. So Anish needs to find a move right now. I think a5 is that move. He wants to get rid of that bishop from b3, so he's going to almost pre-move a5 to a4 no matter what Jordan does.
That is a lovely idea, but it takes nerves of steel to push that pawn with your knight sitting as perilously as it is on b2. But your earlier point is well taken. Anish has to realize that the knight isn't actually in any mortal danger. It's got that pathway back to d3. Anish decides to take care of his king side, sliding the king over to h8. You seem surprised by this decision.
Well, I was wondering how that knight gets away, because rook to b1, the knight has only one safe square. That is very clear.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so what's happening here? So if we can analyze for a second, the rook comes to b1, the knight has to go to d3, only safe square, bishop c4. Where is that knight going? All of the squares are under White's control, which means you're going to lose your knight if you don't do something. f5 is that something to kick the knight out of the center. But the knight then hops into g5, trying to go into e6, and I feel like there's a fork somewhere, but the eval bar staying center. It's saying that it's in even position.
Look at this line. Knight takes e5. Still not over. Rook b5, pushing the knight away. But black has yet another counterattack. It's like no matter where the knight lands, it's going to get pushed around. It was on e4. Black had one pawn push. Now the pawn pushes to h6. And of course, all of this is made possible by the king retreat to h8. If you move the knight away, and black finally solves his knight problems with knight e4. Here, Jordan would essentially have to bail out with a check on f7, and Anish Giri would presumably take. And at this point, I think the rook endgame is, well, no. I mean, the eval bar seems to believe that this is not the right call for black. I guess the reason is that black's queenside pawns are suddenly sitting ducks and the f pawn is isolated. So Anish would probably have to leave his knight on the board, but after knight e4 with accurate play, he should be able to pull out half a point. But even this line, Robert, doesn't look all that easy to play. And this is far from Jordan's only option. He can chase the knight away. He can do it a little bit differently by playing rook c2 and try eventually to stick that rook on d7. But I'll just finish by saying that you need to play rook d7 with a serious amount of caution, because it could actually backfire if black pushes the pawn out to f5. The last thing you want to do with white in most circumstances is trade rooks. If you trade rooks, the minor pieces do not have that glue piece to bring them together. You need to keep your rook as the kind of supervisor of white's position.
I think you just showed that, because the evaluation will change in black's favor. So rook b1, rook c2, knight d3.
Or rook c2, yeah.
Yeah, rook d2, knight b4. And if you play rook d7, after f5, black is suddenly just winning. Yeah, this is clear. The rook trade is terrible for white. You can no longer attack black, and then black's rook is free to start dominating the board. So you do not want to trade rooks in most circumstances, as Daniel just said, if you are Jordan van Forest.
Yeah, and the exceptions to the rule are if you can immediately win back the exchange, or if you can get the c7 pawn, then the situation complicates. But king h8, I think, is a viable move. I really liked your a5 idea, but I think Anish Giri is holding the fort, but he's not really holding the fort on the clock. And Jordan has to find a way to keep the situation complicated, play on the board and play on the clock, but don't fall into the temptation of setting superficial traps. Anish Giri is a phenomenal blitz player. He is not going to fall for obvious traps. You have to try to maintain your objectivity and take your time. Use your time advantage wisely, and don't start playing a bullet game.
It just is a hectic position. It looks like it should be simpler to play. It is not. It is just a situation where Jordan had the upper hand early. Anish, he's shown that he is a capable defender. Jordan plays rook b1, so he attacks the knight. The knight dropping to d3 seems fairly obvious, but Anish spending some seconds here and does bring the knight back. And we'll see how quickly Jordan makes this move. That's the big question at this point, Danya, is does Jordan have the follow-up worked out? Because with black able to strike with f7 to f5, one more thing I want to show is, let's say you play bishop c4, and after f5, if you think that you're just going to take the knight and we're going to have a knight trade, this is exactly what you don't want from White's perspective, because bishop takes d3, a pawn takes e4, bishop takes e4.
But I win a second pawn, Robert.
You do win a second pawn. The rook can slide to the e-file and go after the e3 pawn. And it's kind of a mess because the white rook will slam on b7 and go after the queen side as well. So it's kind of a mixed bag where white is holding on to the pawn structure for the moment and can go after black's pawns. But 2 pawns to the good, at least temporarily, would white be for the exchange.
It's an option, and there's a crucial tactical detail. Rook f8 does not, in fact, win the e3 pawn because of bishop c6, and white will have the one tempo that he needs in order to secure that pawn by pushing it to e4. So definitely not a given that a pawn is a worthy price to pay for black to take the knights off the board, although this position, I think, is easier to play. Anish will be able to make a couple of moves quickly and get himself closer to time control. But as you said, a critical moment here. Decisions to be made for Jordan. Will he slide his rook to d1? Will he opt for bishop c4? He's got 23 minutes to make that call.
Let's zoom out for a second. We have given this game our focus. It has such a big impact on the tournament standings. But if we look across, all 7 games are still going. It's crazy, the fighting spirit that these players are showing this late in the tournament. They may be exhausted, but they're still going to fight. And look at how crazy some of the positions are. I first want to give a shout out to Gukesh, who is up a pawn in a rook endgame against Levon Aronian. So Gukesh has some winning chances, though all rook endgames are drawn, so they say. And this one does look like one where Levon has good chances to hold.
No, but Magnus, that's a draw.
Yeah, no, I was about to say the Magnus game is wild. The Parham Maksudlu game, it's Arjun Erigaisi, is berserk. So let's go to Magnus versus Pragnanda, because the last few moves have been really important. It's the dynamic has changed where Pragnanda was passive, he was worse. Now all of a sudden he has the activity. And look at this. The last moves played, Danya, if we just go back a few, black finally was able to strike with the move d4. And then the rook slid up to e4 afterwards, not moving the knight because e5 would have fallen and black would have been better. With check, and would have been a bad situation. So he goes rook e4, attacking the pawn. After d takes c3, the knight is gone, but the bishop is gone as well. And now it's up to Pragnanda, who has 5 minutes to make 6 moves. It's only moved 34. Oh, not easy. This is really not easy for the youngster.
And the automatic move may seem to be rook takes pawn, but there's also a very enterprising possibility. You can push the pawn down to CT. You can give the rook up with check because white has such a hard time stopping that. White can't stop the pawn unless he is willing to part ways with his rook. Magnus will probably bring his rook back to e1, and then maybe Prag can hunt for some sort of a perpetual with queen f2, but that is hard to calculate. I feel like practically rook takes e5 might be the easier move to handle. Magnus's idea in response might be to push the pawn up to b4 and try to force the queen to lose contact with the rook. That is a terrifying position to play in time pressure. And if the queen leaves c5, then white will have an additional check on c8, which may enable Magnus to snap off this pesky, incredibly annoying pawn on c3. 4 minutes now for Pragnanda. Robert, the position is objectively drawn. We are aware of that. But imagine having 4 minutes here for 6 moves against none other than Magnus Carlsen. We're about to see a move. Here we go.
Chess is objectively a draw if you find all the best moves, but that's the hard part, is finding the correct choices. Look at Pragnanda. He's putting his hand. He's ready to reach. Is he going to push the pawn? You saw him glance at the clock. He now looks up at Magnus Carlsen. He wants to move, but isn't certain. How could he be? He can't see 20 moves down the line, and that sometimes is what it takes. Because if you give up a rook, for example, with the move c2, the white queen will snag the rook with check. The white pawn can go up to e6. He played it. He played it. It's a brave choice by a very talented teenager from India, and he has recognized that the white king is too exposed, so black will be able to survive in many of these variations.
What a fearless, brilliant move by Pragnanda, giving up a rook with check. And I don't know if we should pull up an analysis board, but presumably Magnus is going to take a little bit of time. He's probably going to take that rook almost instantly because obviously White has no other options. But the key thing that Pragg had to see, as Magnus indeed takes the rook and Pragg immediately slides his king up to g7. This is the live position. There's the move e6, Robert. And if you just blindly promote your queen, well, actually, no, this is also a draw. I was assuming that White had checkmate here, but he doesn't after queen f7, king h8. All that White can do is alternate checks on e8 and f7 and force the perpetual. But apart from that, Black, I think, can actually try to win the game by giving that intermediate check on c7. So Pragg would be spoiled for choice in this situation. Does Magnus have to opt for this line, or can he try to extend the game by bringing his rook back to e1? And what happens here?
Yeah, he can play rook e1. He can also play b4. So he could attack the black queen first before playing rook e1. But after rook e1, I guess Black has to promote? Or is there something? Well, actually, if you promote, you might lose. Queen f2.
Yeah, because you're pawn down.
Move. Queen f2 is a sick move. I just want to show quickly that if you promote to instead of queen f2, which is just nasty, you take the queen. And then after queen takes c1, the e6. I think e6 is winning for White because queen f4 check is not a perpetual. White will push the pawn to g3, I assume, because otherwise it's a repetition. And after queen takes f3, you're running out of checks very quickly. But queen f3, there's queen takes f7 check. Let's not forget that White is up a pawn on the queen side over there. It's a winning king opponent.
It is. Queen takes f7. You have to keep the material count in mind, and this is an elementary win. White will bring the king up to g4 and then use his pawn majority to distract Black's king from the queen's end, just eat up those vulnerable pawns. But if we rewind as far down the line as rook takes c1, well, no, this is already lost. For some reason, I hallucinated that the queen was on c4, in which case Black would have an intermediate check on f4. But Pragg, you should avoid that with a 10-foot pole, and instead, you called this a sick move. A sick move it is because you're just playing down a rook. And the key detail is that if White plays e6, White actually loses the game because of the intermediate check on h4, forcing the king down to g1. And not only do you take the rook with check, no, you come bobbing for apples one more time. You bring the queen back up to h4, and then you play c1 equals queen or rook with a checkmate. So after queen f2, I think Magnus would have to move his rook to the side. Where does he move it? Well, after rook c1, as after any other rook move, I think Black can force a perpetual. Queen h4 check, queen d4 check, and if White goes panning for gold with queen f1, king f1, he apparently actually loses the game. Do you see why? I don't.
Queen d1.
Check.
Oh, just check again. You win the rook.
You win the rook, and then you come back to f4 and pave the way for the other queen. So it's suddenly become almost a 3-result game. Magnus could lose this if he overpresses.
That would be something. That would be unbelievable. And it would be a huge career-defining win, perhaps, for Praggnanandhaa after showing tenacious defense. And I've been wondering, if I throw in the move pawn to b4 for White, just to kick that queen away from c5, where does the queen go? It's not an easy question to answer, because if you just nonchalantly move to the wrong square, you probably lose this game.
I was going to use that exact same word in describing the decision. If you nonchalantly move the queen to f2, don't forget about our old friend. e6 could come with devastating effect. I mean, Pragg, he's 1 or 2 moves away from holding the draw here.
I think you have to stay behind the passed pawn, because if you move your queen away, the white queen would slide behind it. So queen c7 does make perfect sense to me. But after queen c7, I think we have the same variations earlier. Rook e1.
But you don't have queen f2. What you do have is queen c4. Same idea.
Oh my gosh, that's just nuts. You're going queen h4 check and just trying to... But can White play g3? Can you throw that move in to stop your only check?
Gosh, this line never ends. And then you just have to... I think you just have to play chess here with like queen d3.
But
no, that's not the move.
e6.
Oh, and the king always has this escape square on h3.
Oh my gosh, this position is so complicated.
Degree of difficulty off the charts in finding all of these moves for Black. Magnus definitely should play b4 here. That is such a Magnus move, posing Black with a dilemma and only 4 minutes on the clock. If Pragg turns this around and Magnus blunders, what will be crazy is that Pragg will join Anish Giri in terms of beating the world number 2 and world number 1 in the same event, because he did defeat Ding Liren at the start of this tournament. But I think that is a very unlikely outcome. I think Magnus will keep his composure. But for now, b4 will confront black with a very unenviable dilemma in which you have to stay accurate and find the right retreating square for the queen.
B4 is just one of those moves that catches you off guard because you've been calculating rook e1, you've been calculating e6, and then a wrench, a curveball is thrown with b4 just hitting the queen where it sits, and your previous ideas of queen f2 no longer work. Queen c7 or queen c3, which is more accurate? Both have some clear drawbacks, but it seems, according to the evaluation bar off to the side, that it is a hold. Pragnanda should be able to survive this game here, but you have to pick the right square.
And it does appear that the simplest draw is queen to c3. The point is to deprive the white rook of the e1 square. So after b4, queen c3, we don't have to analyze this specifically. I think white will have to resort to a move like queen e7, loading up. Well, no, white doesn't even have perpetual in that position.
Wait.
But what complicates the narrative is that even after black promotes, he doesn't actually have a check with either of his queens.
Well, queen
b4 is on the board.
Wow, this is a big moment for Pragnanda because if we just continue thinking about these variations, e6 is going to be powerful. So if you play queen to c7 right away, or that seems so natural, just making sure the pawn can't move, the rook slides back to e1. We were talking about that. White would be a pawn ahead in most of these positions. If you slide up to c3 to stop the rook from going to e1, that allows the move e6 to be played. And I just want to show a variation very quickly because I think the action doesn't conclude when black gets a second queen. So let's say, was queen c3 just played?
It was played.
Okay, so queen c3, e6.
Okay.
I think black has to throw in queen c7 check, otherwise the king is in big trouble.
Yes.
f4, block the check with your pawn. c1 equals queen, and then e7. Now queen f8 check is a threat. To get a new queen, the black king is still open, and I think black has to take on f4, give back a queen, and then find a perpetual check, which should be there because the white king is wide open.
When you notate this, you have to say queen 7 takes f4 check. How often has that been written on any score sheet in chess history? The reason is because you have two queens, and both of them are on the same file. So queen c takes f4 would actually be ambiguous. You have to indicate the rank that the queen is on. According to the rules of notation. And after rook takes f4, the story doesn't end here. King h3, well, obviously that gets checkmated with queen h4. Magnus could try to make a mad dash for the other side of the board. And Robert, you'll co-sign me on this. Sometimes the perpetual isn't as easy to achieve as it appears. But this is pretty simple because white's queen it plays no part in helping the king escape. It's blocked by its own e-pawn. I think the most accurate move is queen c1, checking laterally in order to prevent the white king from reaching the queen side. King f3, queen d3. Yeah, this is just a dead draw. And I think the game is very likely to end precisely in this way. And so Prague, you will just need to find one more idea. Queen takes f4 check is something he has to see when he delivers that intermediate check on c7.
Wow. And the king may go run around the board, but we'll see if the king actually can escape or if black just has a draw. So let's zoom out of this one because to my eyes, it looks like the game between Wesley So and our leader, Nodirbek of Dusatarov. It seems that for Wesley, for Nodirbek, peace across the land. They have knight, bishop, rook, 4 pawns per side, opposite colored bishops. So I think that game will conclude in the very near future.
Oh my gosh. But look at bottom right. To the left of Carlsen Prague, which is crazy in its own right. There are 2 queens on the board in another game. Bahram Maksudlu has just captured Arjun Erigaisi's rook on e8 and made a second queen. Both of those queens are hanging. This is unbelievable, and it's a shame that we haven't really had as much of a chance to look at that game. Obviously, we need to cover the tournament leaders and the games that impact the tournament standings, but what a crazy tactical affair in that Grunfeld game as well.
And that position is only just getting started. Look, Wesley So, he makes his move, pawn up to f4, and wouldn't be surprised if he's going to find Nodirbek and be like, do you want to just make a draw? You want to get out of here? This position is completely even. So as we look at the last move, it's the first time in a while that Wesley's pieces can breathe. They were stuck. Now the knight is centralized on d4 rather than at home on b1. He pushes the pawn to f4, and yeah, I feel like this game is completely level.
And as has been the case really for the past 15 moves or so, black is symbolically better. You could look at the position and say, well, black's pieces are more active. Unfortunately, active pieces do not win games. And the reason I think this game is going to end very shortly is just because White has no targets. First of all, Black can end the game immediately just by taking en passant and then trading knights. And then the rooks will probably come off pretty soon after that. But if Black actually moves the knight away, he will be playing with a little bit of fire, because then the bishop could come out to c4. There's a knight check on c6. That could be really nasty. I don't think Nodirbek should do anything crazy, especially given the fact that he leads the tournament. I'll bet a silver dollar that we see e takes f3. Wesley recaptures either with a pawn or with the knight. And we're probably going to get a peaceful result here in the next couple moves.
E takes f3 is the type of move that you just respond to with knight takes f3. You swap those knights off the board, which is forced, I might add, because after the knight captures back on f3, the h4 pawn is under attack. And we see Nodirbek Abdusattorov on screen. He has been leading this tournament from start, and we're about to be at the finish. This is the penultimate round. And if he draws this game and Anish Giri does not win, then Nodirbek will still be in clear first heading into tomorrow's final round. Yes, en passant is allowed. That was just played by Abdusattorov. And I think, Danya, as soon as Wesley takes a seat, they will shake hands and agree for a draw.
I completely agree. We'll stay on this game for a bit. Now, what's amazing is that we outlined the cards that have to fall a certain way for Nodirbek to clinch first place after the penultimate round, after today. And just about an hour ago, some of those cards seem to be falling exactly that way. Jordan Van Forest was well on the way to defeating the second place Anish Giri. And now Praggnanandhaa is oh so close to holding Magnus Carlsen to a draw. And I think there was one other result that had to happen a certain way, but I forget which one it is.
Sorry, repeat that?
In order for Nodirbek to clinch first place with a draw against Wesley So, there's a couple of things that have to happen in a certain way.
No,
Jordan Van Forest used to be very likely to beat Giri.
Yeah, but it's impossible.
But he had to beat.
Yeah, exactly. So we see here that Nodirbek, he needs to beat Wesley, and since he's not going to do that, it means that tomorrow, it means the people who are chasing him still have a chance.
What a scrub! He couldn't even do that. I mean, Jordan Van Forest was very close to doing his part. Now all of that has been thrown into chaos. Praggnanandhaa is going to do his part. Nodirbek couldn't even defeat Wesley with the black pieces in an endgame, and it feels like a draw is about to be made. He's looking at his score sheet in a way that indicates that the game is about to come to a close.
I think he's signing the score sheet
Wesley?
Even without Wesley's permission. He's just like half signed. Here, now you signed it. He doesn't even have to offer the draw, because these top players, they know when the draw is near, and in this case, there is no life left in the position. I'm very critical historically on draw offers, not in this type of position. When it's clear that it's going to be bishops of opposite color with a rook and 3 pawns each, that means that it's just a completely level game. And so for Abdusattorov, he wasn't in trouble today, Danya. He wasn't pressed. He probably wasn't stressed, but he has impressed all of us because he continues to lead this event, and he is just a teenager, and this field is super strong.
Yep, and we can see there Nodirbek looking up at his opponent. I think he's just offered a draw. We are going to get a handshake here, and there we go. Our first result of the day is a draw as the tournament leader holds Wesley So to a draw. He's drawn both of his games with the black pieces against Giri and against Wesley from a position of strength. So impressive. And as they sign the score sheets, we have to go back to the Magnus game because we've got some crazy developments there. Praggnanandhaa has 2 queens on the board, and the situation continues to get more and more complicated as we have 2 crucial moves until the time control, Robert.
Whoa, how did that pawn get up on f5? What's happening here? The black king, despite black being up material, right, has an extra queen. How did this happen? Can we just go back? So
oh my gosh, Magnus played f4. What a crazy move.
Wow. And queen was made on c1, and then he went f5.
Yep. F5.
That's unbelievable stuff.
Crazy. He's just playing positionally, and he's threatening f6 check with an obvious checkmate. So Prague has to immediately evacuate his queen back to c7 to cover the f7 pawn. Magnus delivers the check on f6. No, this is going to be a draw. This is and what an idea by Prague. After queen f8, Robert, it looks like checkmate is unstoppable on g7, but Pragg saw this, and he sacrifices his queen on e5. And the idea, as he has just indicated, is to allow his other queen to deliver a check on f4, and he has calculated this out to a draw. And he's cutting it incredibly close. It looks like White can escape with king g1, and Black does not have the time to take the rook, but he does not need to take the rook, does he?
No. In fact, after king g1, if you take the rook, you get checkmated in one move. So instead of taking the rook after king to g1, you play queen d4 check or queen c1 check. I'm not sure if there's a difference, but the king goes to f2. The queen goes right back to f4. And the king has to run to the center with king e2. And then queen takes e5 will be check. But Magnus wins these types of positions, even though
he does.
The bar saying White is the teeniest bit better, nothing really there. He'll run his king to d3, and after queen takes f6, he'll try to say, I have an outside pass pawn potential with my a3 and b4 pawns, and the Black king stuck in place. Perhaps Magnus can squeeze a victory out of this position. That would be ridiculous.
That would be the craziest ending to a game I've ever seen. Such brilliance, defensive brilliance from Pragg, only to find himself staring down the barrel of a nasty endgame against the greatest endgame player of all time. He wants to avoid this if he can. And my question is there any way to refrain from taking the rook? Is there a case to be made for queen c4? No, there is not, because I guess the king is able to inch its way to the queen side with king d2 and king c2. So I, unfortunately for Pragg, think he has to accept this endgame, and he will still have quite a bit of work to do. Now, obviously, that endgame is drawn. Black should be able to deliver perpetual, maybe snap off one of White's kingside pawns, but you would want to finish this game with a perpetual if you can. You definitely do not want a couple more hours of defending a queen endgame against Magnus.
No, you do not. And Magnus will make Prognono work for it. He did that against Wesley So, even though the result was never really in doubt. So for Prognono, the first punch of this game, what move are we on? 42. He has played a great game thus far. He was in trouble. He found some great ideas, like a pawn sacrifice with queen c7 earlier, and then found this second queen and then a queen sacrifice to get these checks in. But the game is not over, so you can't just count your chickens before they hatch, so they say. And let's go away from this game as we know what's going to happen in the next bunch of moves. Let's go to the game between Anish Giri and Jordan van Forest, because in that one, Anish has seen the worst behind him, but the game is far from over with passed pawns running up the board.
Yeah, we just, every time we seem to get a little bit of clarity in this game, it becomes, in a certain sense, even more complicated. Well, the knights are off. We forecasted a scenario like that. I'm actually still counting the pawns. Yeah, so White still has a pawn for the exchange, but more disturbingly for Anish Giri, there's that pawn on f5. It's inching forward to f6, and it is supported by its two neighbors on e3 and on g4. But the one piece of great news for Anish Giri is that he has made move 40 and now has an additional 50 minutes to concentrate on finishing off this incredibly impressive defensive task.
And let's not count on a win for either side. This is a 3 results position. And the reason why is Black has it past a pawn. I don't know how he was able to accomplish that, but that pawn goes up pretty quickly. A5, A4, A3, and so on. And for White, you have this pawn on F5. That is a really useful pawn, especially if you get your E pawn up the board as well. The White king can slide up to F4 at some moment. So it is a rook for bishop and one pawn, but that pawn on F5 is a really powerful one.
It is indeed. And Jordan van Forest, he is going to have to need every bit of the hour that he has just received to navigate the intricacies of this endgame. I think we're in for the long haul in this game, but not in Caruana Keimer. We have a second result. That game has ended peacefully as well. Very impressive opening preparation by Vincent, and then accurate middle game play, holding Fabiano Caruana to a very confident draw in an opening in which Fabiano Caruana is one of the world's leading specialists. Very impressive.
Vincent Keimer coming up with an opening surprise. He draws that game with the black pieces. So 2 games down, 2 draws in the books, but the positions have been fighting. These are not let's just be peaceful. Let's agree for a draw. They have given it their all. And the 5 games remaining are still electric. We haven't looked at this game in a very long time. It's the one between Parham Magsudlu and Arjun Erigaisi. Not neither player making a leap towards the absolute top of the standings. They're not fighting for first place, but that probably wasn't even their expectation coming in. Parham wasn't supposed to be here. He was a last-second invitee, and he has a few minutes on the clock, both players, to make it to move 40. And what is this position? The bar is sky high because the Black King is in trouble and White's up material.
And Black's pawn is just not fast enough. I mean, this obviously is reminiscent of the Magnus game, and that Black is trying to make 2 queens again. He already had 2 queens. I was going to say Fabiano Parham captured one of them, but now White has just enough time to generate unstoppable threats against Black's king. I think that's why this is winning objectively. White probably should give a check on h4, force Black's king onto a more vulnerable spot, and then try to navigate the queen over to the most prime piece of real estate, the e6 square. What that will do is not only force the king back to the h file where the rook can finish it off with a check on h4, but also, if you can imagine, it will prevent Black from playing b2 because rook h4 would be a discovered check. But Parham with d7 also is good.
He wants queen f7. He wants to take away the king's escape square and play rook h4 checkmate.
Oh, yeah, queen f7 is devastating. And then Arjun has to try to generate threats against White's king, but how? He can give one check and the king steps up to g2 and Arjun will have to start throwing pieces at the king, but that cannot possibly succeed.
Wait a second, though. Let's show that line quickly, because king g2 after queen a1 check. You don't want to go to h2 because queen e5 check would have been there, but bishop h3 check. And if you take on h3, that would be a mistake because queen h1, and after king g3, you can go b2 probably. You have the h file covered. You'll give up your queen and get a new one.
I was too dismissive. Indeed, rook h4 check. The sting has been taken out of it, and Black is fine. What does that mean? That means that after bishop takes h3, does White have to sidestep the bishop with king h2?
Yes, and what a move it is, because after king h2, there's only one check, queen e5 check, but now you no longer have a check on the last rank, as you're showing the bishop is pinned, and king takes h3 is played, and there's not another check, because queen h5, there's rook h4 pinning and winning the queen, and the b pawn is one square short. If that pawn was on b2, you'd sacrifice your queen, get a new one. But the pawn is on b3, so White wins the first queen, and you're not getting a second.
Black has to resort to queen f5 check here, and obviously after the trade, White has ample time to stop the further progress of Black's pawns. Parham will have to work for it for another couple of moves here, but anything wins. Rook c7, rook b7. Just don't bring your bishop back to a3 because b2 will force White to give that bishop away. A5 pawn actually prevents rook b4, but after rook c7, I think Arjun is going to resign. What incredible nerves of steel. d7 and queen f7, giving up the pride of his position in order to generate a key square for his queen. And guess what? Parham had to have seen king to h2 when he played the move d7. And I think the game is going to end precisely in this way.
Okay, so as we refresh the live board, we see that a check has been given. King g2 looks to be the main option here. And the players, they're nearing move 40, but the position, the sequence here is relatively forced. If the Black pieces don't check the White king, rook h4 will be decisive. So that sequence with king g2, bishop takes h3 check, I think it's just a forced loss, right? We just look down the line. White is going to be up a rook. The pass pawns are not quick enough. So it should be another victory for Magsudlu. But we'll see if he's able to manage that. For now, because most of these games have reached move 40, and this one is about to do the same, we are going to take a break, and when we return, it's the final stretch, the home stretch of round 12 here, the penultimate round of the 2023 Tata Steel Chess Masters. We will be right back.
Struggling to improve your game? Chessable is the home for chess improvers. With hundreds of courses by incredible authors like world champion Magnus Carlsen, Christoph Selecki, Andras Toth, everyone's favorite social media troll known as Anish Giri, and so many more, Chessable can help you raise your game to the next level. Most importantly, all of our courses are powered by Chessable's exclusive Move Trainer technology, which uses the science of spaced repetition to make sure it all sticks. Check out Chessable today and get 30 days of Pro for free. Go to chessable.com/begin.
We return to the playing hall in Wijk. On screen, we have Praggnanandhaa, who has the black pieces against Magnus Carlsen, the world champion. Praggnanandhaa has been a steady force against Magnus in the Champions Chess Tour and the online rapid tournaments. Here in classical chess, this would be his second game in their history, and it would be his first draw if he is able to hold it. But Danya, the result, it's not in the bag just yet. We know how Magnus Carlsen works at endgame magic. He makes his opponents sweat until the result is agreed upon.
He is demonically resilient. He always finds a way to extend the game. Keep your legs churning. Force your opponent to keep working, even in situations where it appears that a draw is a bygone conclusion. And we will delve into the endgame that Carlsen and Prag will contest for presumably the next hour, maybe even more, because there is no perpetual in sight. And Magnus Carlsen has managed to create a situation in which his young opponent still has work to do in order to score half a point. And Robert, there is a psychological component to this as well. I think Prag, just a couple of moves ago, was already felt that perpetual was in his pocket, that the draw was right there for the taking. And all of a sudden, White's king has made its way into the center. There's no perpetual to speak of. The king has way too many directions in which it can run. And as you pointed out, if White wins this game, it will be because Magnus has a clear plan of creating a passed pawn on the queen side.
The problem, though, for Magnus is if he does, in fact, go and try to create a pass pawn on the queen side, the G2 pawn is tender, and the G5 pawn can start pushing. So black is trying to do the same thing that white is. Take a pawn that is preventing your pawns from getting the other side, and then use your queen to support it. So I feel like Pragnanda, he's doing this perfectly well. He has played a great defensive game, but Magnus, he will exhaust all options before relinquishing that half point.
Obviously, Prague has to avoid a queen trade like the plague because his king is way too far away from the queen side. And I think he shouldn't procrastinate. I think he should play the move king to g7 because the issue with grabbing the g2 pawn prematurely is that white will not only take on f7 with check, but then slide the queen to f6 and then to g6 and then take the h6 pawn with check. That's totally out of the question. So I think if you're Prague, you need to give the queen the freedom that it needs in order to handle the situation on the queen side and pose the threat of queen f1, forcing Magnus to essentially adopt a defensive posture and delay the progress of the queenside pawns.
And there was a question if Magnus helped Pragnanda reach time control. They had a repetition, but that was after the time control. So no, move 40 is when the players got more time. The little repetition happened around move 41, and thus the players already had an additional 50 minutes on the clock. So this endgame, it is going to be a long battle between these two. Magnus will do everything he can to try to win, but Pragnanda, he's resilient. I think he will continue to stop Magnus from making any progress. There are no real inroads to make unless you can quickly at a4 and b5, but the black queen will give many, many checks.
Yeah, there's just too much airspace in the center of the board, too many directions and avenues, too much stuff to keep track of for white. So unless Prague blunders into a queen trade or he somehow allows some sort of ideal construction, and during the break I was thinking of what that might look like, perhaps queen on e2 and then white's king in relative safety on b3. If Magnus can achieve all of that, then he'll start pushing his pawn, and that still won't signify the end of the game. Even if he manages to create a passed pawn on the queen side, who's to say that he will have the firepower to keep that passed pawn going? In order to do so, the queen will have to leave its defensive posture, opening up the possibility of yet another perpetual. So with plenty of time on the clock, no question that Prague should be able to hold the draw, but should and will are two very different things. And how many times have we seen Magnus pull out some magic in situations like this?
Too many times, if you are thinking about it from Pragnanda's perspective, but likely not this time because Prague is that strong. And let's go to a game that I believe is going to finish soon. We last left off when they were about to reach move 40. They have made time control, and you know where I was going. Parham Maghsoodloo, Arjun Erigaisi. This has not been Arjun's tournament. If we just scroll back for a quick second before we get to the live position, everything that we said might happen did in fact happen. The bishop had to take on h3 check a couple moves ago, but when the king sidestepped to h2,
brilliant.
Black has to give checks because rook h4 would be checkmate, and after queen e5, only then was the bishop captured. And after a queen trade, Danya, it's just not going to get the job done. The a pawn is not far enough to help the b pawn, so look at rook c7, then rook b7, the bishop on a3, the pawns are stopped in place. This is a easily winning position for Parham Maghsoodloo. He's going to get to an even score, Danya. This has been an incredible turn for him. He has been fighting. Remember his game against Fabiano Caruana, where he was pressing and then he almost lost because he overpressed? I mean, the guy has been giving it his all.
And his games have been so fun to watch, whether he's won them or lost them. Yes, not all games in this tournament have gone Parham's way. He lost an absolute heartbreaker to Gukesh, a game that he was oh so close to winning. He lost an endgame to Magnus Carlsen that he was hoping to hold. There have been some disappointing results, but there have also been some sparkling games. Yesterday's game against Prague was fantastic. I mean, it was a crushing victory with the black pieces. And now defeating Arjun Erigaisi in a superb tactical display. He eliminates the pawn on a5. I think we're going to get resignation after Parham slides the rook over to b5, eliminating the final queenside pawn. What a performance. What incredible resilience. What tactical spirit demonstrated by Parham Maghsoodloo. We have a handshake, and we have another win for the Iranian Grandmaster.
And we see that the players immediately discussing the game. They'll go analyze. And a big win for Parham Maksulu. He takes down Arjun Erigaisi. And Arjun has had a very disappointing tournament. He holds himself to a high standard. He is a phenomenal force. He's also an exceptionally kind human being. But when you're playing the best of the best, sometimes these results happen. He has lost 4 games in this tournament. He has not won a single game, and he has drawn the rest. So it's been rating points down the drain for him. He's not too worried about that. He'll get them back, but it just hasn't been the type of tournament he would have hoped for.
No, it has not, and eventually everybody's going to have a bad tournament. Arjun is riding an unbelievable streak. He has skyrocketed to 27-22, his current rating. He's obviously going to lose quite a bit of it after this tournament concludes, but how different his tournament arc has been from last year, where he didn't just win the Challenger section, and the winner of the Challengers, of course, gets an automatic bid to the Masters the following year. He tore through it. He went on a rampage. He won it with a monster score. We talk about Arjun not winning a single game this tournament. Well, last year, I don't think he lost a single game, and he barely had any draws. It was an amazing performance, but this is just a little bit harder, Robert. Just a bit.
Level of competition only goes up from the Challengers to the Masters. And speaking of the Challengers, I mean, that tournament is taking place right now. You see in the playing hall, there are many people still fighting for their points in the open tournaments. This is a true chess festival. And so the Challengers, the winner of that event, moves on to the Masters in the following year. That's what happened with Arjun Erigaisi. And we'll see who is next. But wow, as we look across the boards here, Ding Liren in big trouble against Richard Laporte.
Where are his rooks? Where is his rook?
I don't know. We haven't looked at the game in a very long time.
Now that's crazy because I was stealing some glances at that game. I mean, the position seemed very complex, but it seemed to be a case of, dynamic equality ever since they got into that end game. Now I look, and Black is an exchange down. He's got those 2 pawns on the king side, but they seem to be fully restrained by the very active knight on f5, and the rook could contribute to that effort. Can we steal a closer look at that game to see if, in fact, the game is as one-sided as it appears?
I think it is. It didn't sound like much of a rhetorical question. I see the eval bar through the roof, and it's pretty understandable. We look at this, and white is up a rook for a bishop and pawn. But unfortunately, those doubled a-pawns do not help Black's cause, because white has a passer on the c-file, whereas can you just grab the pawn on a6 and put it on b7?
I was literally doing exactly that.
Yeah, just like put that on b7. Then you can keep control of the pass pawns that are moving up the board. But with your pawn a7, the c-pawn has free reign, free grass to run through. It's a playing field, and only one side is happy about that. It is Richard Laporte. So he had a bad first half of the tournament, Danya, but he started winning games. And if he takes on Ding Liren, they'll go to a plus score, gain some rating points, and Ding Liren's miserable tournament only continues.
It does, and he's going to lose his 2,800. I definitely think he's losing more than 11 points even before this game. This is not going to help his cause. Something is just going very, very wrong for the World Championship Challenger. We've talked about it extensively in previous rounds. Maybe his mind is on the upcoming World Championship, which will be held in Astana, Kazakhstan, just a hair over 2 months from now. Maybe it's the fact that he has to hide his opening preparation. Maybe it's something else. He just doesn't feel too good. It could be a lot of different things, but Ding Liren is on the chopping block this tournament. He'll move to -2, which is absolutely shocking for the world number 2. I think the simplest way to win here is to bring the king over to the king side. You don't want the rook. You want the rook to do the winning and do the capturing. King d2 and then king e3 safely restrains Black's pawns, let alone the fact that h6 is indefensible and can be captured at any moment. I think we're a couple of moves away from a result in this game.
Wow. And for Ding Liren, he is dropped below 2,800. And I don't want to sound like pessimistic for Ding, but you're never guaranteed to get back over 2,800. Once you drop down, it's very hard to climb back up. He is such a good player. and he is a very likable person. But something has gone wrong for him in Wijk, and it's hard to play a tournament when you're going to play the World Championship. We know that when all the players talk about it, they say we can't play our best preparation. We're saving it up. All of our energy and our focus in training is for that World Championship match. But for Ding Liren, I mean, this is an event that I think he would like to forget as soon as possible.
It most certainly is, and he will have to forget it because you need to go into the World Championship not only feeling fresh, not only armed to the teeth with opening preparation across the board with both colors, but you need that confidence. You need to know that you hold the psychological confidence edge over your opponent, and you know how confident Jan Nepomniachtchi is. That is reflected oftentimes in the speed of his play and just that energy that he plays with. So you know Jan is coming in itching to avenge his loss in the previous World Championship match. Can Ding put this disappointing performance behind him? Well, the first step, of course, is to try to have a successful result in the final game. He will have the white pieces, and there's nothing that improves your mood like a win in the final round, but he definitely will not score a win in the penultimate round. Looks like Richard Rapport is well on his way, and King D2 is on the board.
And I think Richard Rapport having a great day today might be bad news for one Anish Giri, because if I'm not mistaken, those two play in the final round. So Rapport gets a chance at Giri. Giri needs to score some victories to win this tournament because Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he seemed like he is not slowing down. Of course, we'll talk more about what the final round has in store. But I think for the storyline, it really is about Ding Liren more than anything. I don't know the last time he's been in the tournament where he's had such a huge minus score. He has lost one more game than he has won in this tournament. I can't even really remember games that he has won. So let me look really quickly. That's right. He won the first round against Gukesh, and otherwise he's lost two games to Praggnanandhaa and to Giri.
So his tournament arc resembles that of Magnus Carlsen, except Magnus managed to turn the ship around in the second half of the tournament, but Ding has just dug himself further into the hole. He will sit after this loss on 5 out of 12. You mentioned we don't remember the last time he was -2. I don't remember the last time he had a minus score in any tournament. Ding is usually the second seed or the first seed if Magnus does not play. And definitely a very, very forgettable performance for Arjun Erigaisi, and also, as we see, for Ding Liren.
Well, I'm trying to figure out if there's any hope for him. It doesn't really look like it. The White King is running quickly to help out and stop the passed pawns. And there's one just little variation that I feel like is not funny. It's not the right word for it, but it's interesting geometry between these two players. So if you put the king, Black puts pawn on G3, and then White plays King E3. If you play Bishop G4, I think White can just take this pawn on G3 and then bring the king to F4.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. You forked the minor pieces with your king.
But do not, under any circumstances, play the move Rook to G1. That would be a great example of one of those careless moves that are so easy to make. After Knight F5 check, you might still say, oh, it's the same thing. King F4 forks the two minor pieces. But no, the H pawn comes to the rescue. And if you say, well, I got a winning pawn endgame after Rook takes G4, no, you have a losing pawn endgame because the pawn promotes and is unstoppable. So White needs to exercise caution until the end. But you're right. King F4 ends the game on the spot. And if Black does not play the move G3, then, well, what else is he going to do? White, I think, is now ready to take on H6. Alternatively, he could bring the king to F2 first. Ding might simply resign in this position. The likelihood is that he'll make a couple more moves, but
no, I think you're right.
I think
he's going to resign. The way he looked before was like a person waiting for his opponent to come back to the board so he can give up. And his position is hopeless. He knows it. I'm not accepting any ifs, ands, or buts right now. He is going to resign. That's my call.
Well, I agree. It's just I hate resigning when my opponent is not at the board. I've done that like once or twice. But normally, I wait for him to come back. I hate that process of siding the score sheet when your opponent isn't even sitting there.
But he's doing it. You see, he grabbed the pen. That is a player who is about to resign. I agree with you that he will wait for Richard to come back from wherever he is. But as soon as Richard comes back, I am feeling positive. I would even bet on it. Not that I'm a betting man, but I would bet on him resigning here.
I was taught by my coach a long time ago that if you are just painfully winning, if you're expecting your opponent to resign, I normally try not to get up. Of course, it's not a disrespectful thing to do. We know that Richard Rapport, he likes to walk around the tournament hall And he's not doing it to rub it in or to show the extent of his dominance. He just wants to take a glance at the other games. But there he comes. He wanted a little coffee. He won't need it because Ding Liren has resigned. Oh.
And big win for Richard Report there. He goes to 6.5 out of 12. That's making his tournament go from one that didn't look very good, because in the first half of the event, he lost to Nodirbek Abdusattorov in round 1. Then he lost to Magnus Carlsen in round 7. But lately, he's gone on a winning spree, taking out Pragananda, Arjun Erigaisi in back-to-back rounds, and here Ding Liren. So Richard Report, he is back. Maybe he's just gone nowhere, and we should have believed in him the whole time. But it's nice to see Richard showing a good result after the rough start that he had in the first half.
It is safe to say that Richard Report will usually have the most decisive games of anyone in a tournament. I think Parham Maksudlu and Report are very similar in their playing styles and in their just unbridled desire to get fighting positions every single game. It makes him so fun to watch from the first move until the last, as we steal another glance at our bird's eye view. That means only 3 games are remaining. All of them are in different types of end games, but just because there aren't a lot of pieces on the board doesn't mean that there isn't chess left to be played. There is a lot of chess left to be played in all 3 games, by the way.
For sure. And these games are not going to conclude anytime soon, I don't think. And we see Gukesh up a pawn against Levon Aronian. There's no reason why he shouldn't press forever. The A4 pawn does keep the 2 white pawns, the center game on the bottom row there. It does keep the white pawns honest, but black is very active and going to come after the various pawns. Magnus Carlsen in the bottom right, he is trying to win this end game. It's queen versus queen, 4 pawns per side. And then up top, we have Jordan van Forest with a bishop and 1 pawn against a rook, but that pawn is very passed. So we see a dynamic material imbalance, but dynamic equality. So, by the way, Danya, with that loss, Ding Liren has dropped below Jan Nepomniachtchi in the live ratings. So it's hard to imagine that, just because Ding Liren was 28 plus, 28-11, I think his rating was to start the tournament, but he's dropped 23 rating points.
That is staggering given where he is. Jan is sitting on 27.93, and Ding's current live rating after that loss to Report is 27.88. Not too shabby, but given where he was, that is just a crazy, precipitous decline. And of course, Ding, he will have a chance to redeem himself at the World Championship, but that cannot feel good for now the world number 3.
Well, another person who has had a big result is not actually in this tournament this year, but he will be joining the field a year from now. That player is the winner of the Challengers tournament. That is Alexander Donchenko. And you may look at this and say, Mustafa Yilmaz can win his final game, and if Donchenko loses, they're tied. The problem being for Yilmaz is that Donchenko beat him head-to-head. And in the Challenger section, there is no blitz playoff. If there is a tie, head-to-head is the first tiebreaker. And because Donchenko won their head-to-head matchup, he moves through. Congratulations to the German Grandmaster. We will see you next year in the Masters tournament, and everybody else will see you tomorrow in the Challengers final round.
Donchenko is a very enterprising young player. He's been a Grandmaster for many years now. He's young, but he's experienced, and just a huge, huge tournament victory. Donchenko was close to 2,700 about a year or so ago. Unfortunately, he had a pretty steep decline. He went from 2,680 to something like 2,590, and now, again, a resurgent Alexander Donchenko wins Tata Steel, gains a ton of rating with that huge plus score. And I will be so interested to see how he does next year in the Masters. Maybe he'll make it back up to 2,700 by that point.
Well, he'll need to gain some experience, gain some rating points. Congratulations to Alexander Donchenko there. He is going to be amongst the competitors in next year's Masters tournament with Magnus Carlsen and company. So we'll see you in the top section. Congratulations. And let's go back to that top section, because Anish Giri and Jordan van Forest, very important game here for the tournament standings. If Giri can win this game, Danya, he will be tied with Abdusattorov for first.
He will indeed. And just you can see his posture. He has serious winning chances. And it's crazy that we're even saying this. It's crazy that the game is still going on. Jordan Van Forest was 1 or 2 moves away from crashing through on the king side. Now the queens are off the board, and Anish Giri is still an exchange ahead. And now he's got a passed pawn of his own. He says 2 can play at that game. He's got a passed A pawn. Jordan has a passed F pawn. It's a wild endgame, and obviously the eval bar is showing zeros because what else would it ever show? Chess is a draw. But man, oh man, is this endgame crazy. But Anish, he's falling into time pressure again. They're only on move 43, 3 moves removed from the first time control, and Anish has already spent half of his additional time allotment on this important decision. He can bring his king up. He can start pushing his passed pawn. I feel like throughout this game, Robert, Black is the one who's had the more difficult choices to make, and that's part of the reason why Anish has been taking so much time. Do you play a5? Do you play king f6? Or maybe do you go after the c pawn and try to get white to play c6? I think that probably only benefits white, but this is a difficult dilemma for Anish Giri.
I'm just trying to weigh who has better winning chances here, because the A pawn, it seems to be a clear plus for Black. That pawn can go all through the board, especially if the rook goes to A1. So then the question becomes, what actually are White's threats? What's White's plan? So let's talk about it. If Black starts with the move A5, just pushing your passed pawn, is it the move G5 for White? That way, you're threatening the move F6 check. So if we swap pawns and then Black says, give me your pawn on E3, it's going to cost you more than you get, because F6 is a fork. Your rook and king are both in check, and you're going to lose your rook.
You are indeed. Now, if you don't take on E3, well, how do you stop the threat of F6? You could bring your rook up to E5, but then you have to reckon with a very nasty check on D7. Perhaps this position is still holdable. You can bring your king back to F8. And a very important detail is that king F6 does not work, because Black can actually take the bishop and then come back and block the check on D8 with his rook. So this is one way that the game could continue. Black could, instead of pushing the pawn, swing the rook to C3. I mentioned this move. Not sure exactly what that achieves. You could also play king F6 and prevent G5 entirely. But then the downside of putting the king up on F6 is not only that you're procrastinating on pushing your passed pawn, but later down the line, White's rook could try to infiltrate all the way to G6 and punish Black for bringing the king onto a more vulnerable spot.
There's so many difficult decisions for these two players. That bishop on E4, in the way, if that white pawn could be picked up and thrown to the E5 square, White might suddenly be winning. So this is going to be Anish Giri's task. Is he going to be able to keep that pawn blockaded, or will at some point Jordan move the bishop out the way and start pressing forward? And I don't think Anish is in time to rush his A pawn down the board. White's pawn is more advanced on F5, and the second pawn coming to E5.
Anish hesitating there before playing king F6. It's hard to say exactly what's bothering him. And I'm having a bit of a hard time, Robert, figuring out Jordan's next move if Anish plays king F6. I pointed out the idea of rook D8, but Black could always drop the rook back to A4, pinning the bishop and essentially just forcing White's rook back to D4. That is definitely an unappetizing option for Jordan. We talked about it. The thing White wants to avoid, like the plague here, is a rook trade, and king F6 is on the board.
So the king blockades the first pawn. The E pawn now pretty far away, but Jordan quickly, he plays bishop D3, but is his pawn actually getting to E5?
Well, it's definitely going to get to E4, but it's going to be safely restrained by the rook. Rook A2, the instant response for Anish. He was definitely expecting bishop D3. And,
okay.
E4 isn't the end of the world for Black. Far from it.
No, the rook on E7, king on F6 team up well. Rook F2 check can always kick the king away from that square. And Anish gets up from the board. And I'm just wondering here, Danya, does Anish Giri have legitimate chances to win this game? That's the question that's swirling in my head. The worst is clearly behind him. He doesn't look like he's in any trouble. He can always give a bunch of checks and move his rook around. So can he win the game? That's the big question. And if he does, he'll match the photo we have on screen of him. He'll be smiling from ear to ear.
Talking about photos, that would set up a photo finish if Anish managed to turn this game around. What an unbelievable outcome that would be. I think there's a non-zero probability that we get some sort of repetition. If you imagine the pawn on e4, black could deliver the check on f2 and then perhaps bring the rook back to a2, and then the king could shuffle between e3 and f4. So there's a lot of repetitions that are usually possible in positions like this, but Anish Giri could also sense, hey, this is a golden opportunity. This is the best chance I've had all game. Let me push that a-pawn and try to strike some fear into Jordan's heart. Let me tell you, Jordan's already feeling some fear. He wasn't expecting to even play a position with the queens off the board, and now his advantage is a thing of the past.
Must be frustrating to play an opening where you give away material, you catch your opponent by surprise, you have a winning position. He may not know how winning, but I think he felt it, and then things started to go wrong. So it's good that he's been able to right the ship to this point, but he has pushed his pawn up to e4. It's not getting to e5, as we've been mentioning. And if the white king gets checked away, is there a future where you see even the black king coming up to e5, right, to invade on the dark squares? That could be a technique that Anish Giri employs.
Yeah, and after rook f2 check, king e3, black comes oh so close to being able to play that move immediately. The only reason you can't do that is because of the intermediate check on d5. So as I mentioned, Anish might very well give that check on f2 and force the king, and then bring the rook either over to h2 or to the other side of the board on a2. The reason the rook sits on a2 is because it can support more effectively the progress of the a-pawn. If Giri moves the rook away from a2 and then plays a5, he has to be very careful so that Jordan does not simply pick that pawn up with his rook. Of course, Anish could also use that pawn as a decoy, and in the time that Jordan takes to capture that pawn, Anish could try to whip up some activity in the center. So a lot of complexity behind the scenes here. And now another big decision by Anish. Will he push his pawn? Will he give that check on f2? I think those are the two main candidate moves.
And he's about to answer. He plays rook f2 check. So he wants that king out of f4. And after king to e3, he can just move his rook right back to the square it came from. I feel like I don't see a path towards progress for white. I think that much is clear to me. That doesn't mean that Anish isn't necessarily playing for a win, because it might just be a situation where there is no progress to be had for either side. But with the king unable to stay on f4 without being checked away, I really don't see a way for white to play for a win.
I don't either. And Jordan is thinking, because the king has two retreating squares, king to g3, to my eyes, looks less logical than king e3, especially because it affords black the extra option of rook to d2, which actually pins the bishop. So I'd be playing king e3 pretty quickly here, but Jordan definitely has the time to spend here. And Anish Giri, decisions to make. Will he play rook a2? Essentially an implicit draw for, or will he take significant risk in order to try to whip up some winning chances here?
I'm really wondering about this. Like, I'm deep in the weeds, honestly, in my own head, but I'll share the thoughts with you. With this king kicked away, at what point can black try to push that a-pawn? Let's say right now we throw in, it looks like Anish is about to move. I feel like he's going to play rook g2 because that forces white's hand, I think, to play king f3. And in that sequence, I think black can play rook d2 and maybe just force a draw on the spot if he wants it.
Yep, because just too many threats. You have to kick that rook away from the d file ASAP, and the only piece to do that is white's king. Agreed. Rook g2 is very likely. Is there any case to be made for a move like bishop e2, or would it be totally unwise for Jordan to be the one to refrain from repetition?
I feel like then perhaps the second rook is free for black to come up to e5 and go after the c-pawn.
Yeah.
I'm just worried that as this game continues,
Good call.
And if white is sitting passively and not just threatening an e5 check, that it's going to be trouble for Jordan. And we see rook g2, king f3 to my eyes, but then rook to d2. So we slide behind the bishop. And what else does white have to do? That's my question. What is white's plan?
What is white's plan? Well, you're not getting e5 in anytime soon. Black is saying, over my dead body, I'm going to control this square with everything that I've got. I can't even envision a hypothetical scenario where white is able to push that e-pawn. I think the only way that he will be able to accomplish that is if he gets this rook around. That takes 3 entire moves. Get it to g6, push the king back to f7, and only then will you be able to play e5. But Robert, that is 3 moves in an endgame like this that changes so fast is an eternity. And I don't think Jordan has even enough time to execute a 2-move maneuver, much less something that takes 3 moves.
Yeah, but he also may be in a situation where Black can't really make progress because the rook will go up to d8 and then maybe go to g8 to go to g6, things like that. And so I do feel that Jordan has enough play to hold the balance here. But I think that's the maximum for him, unless I'm really missing something. If I'm not seeing the future of the position well, it seems like Anish can always just pester Jordan's pieces, force the king to go back and forth as is needed. And so he should not be in significant trouble anymore.
Agreed. And it's easy to be an armchair general and say, well, Anish should play for a win at all costs. He should do whatever it takes to generate an imbalance. But at the same time, rating considerations are important. Yes, you want to play to win the tournament. Yes, Anish Giri has a chance to win the tournament with a win in this game. But Jordan Van Forest is an incredibly strong grandmaster. He's got an hour on his clock. You don't want to do something foolish just so you can tell chess fans, oh, look at me, I played for a win. Anish Giri's and all of these players' allegiance is to objective decision-making, not to doing something performative.
For sure. So while Anish and Jordan, they still are playing this endgame, there are other endgames in full swing. 3 games left in this round. This one here, the game between Magnus Carlsen and Pragananda in the bottom right. And if I'm seeing that eval bar correctly, well, if I'm looking at the position correctly, Pragananda's up a pawn, Danya, but it says slight edge to Magnus because it's not about pawn quantity in the endgame. It's about pawn quality. And I guess that extra pawn for Black cannot mobilize that quickly.
That point bears repeating. Pragnananda is up a pawn, but look at that g2 pawn. It showed us that it's just sort of sitting there. It's the goalkeeper, and it's saying you are never going to create a passed pawn on the king side. On the opposite side of the board, White is just a millimeter away, actually 2 moves away from creating a passed pawn of his own. So the most obvious candidate move here is a4, but you could also try to simply take the a6 pawn off the board and do so with your king. The other thing I'd point out, Robert, here is in queen endgames, it's all about the relative activity of the queen. White's queen occupies the best square on the board. It's sitting in the center. It can easily access either side of the board. It can defend the g2 pawn. It can check the Black king. I think something has gone a little bit wrong here for Prague. Probably it's still a draw, but Magnus must be thrilled to be in the situation that he's in.
Yeah, because he probably feels that the worst that happens to him is that there's some kind of draw by repetition where the queen gets a lot of checks. Black's pawns are very far from promoting, whereas with the move a4, I think that will be Magnus's choice. His plan is very clear. a4, b5 if you allow it, and b6, b7, b8. As you mentioned, the queen on e5 is perfectly placed, centralized, and also defending that promoting square. And so I think we can make a couple moves just because an idea that I want to mention is, let's say White plays a4 and the Black queen will slide to d1 to get active and attack the pawn. b5 drops the a4 pawn. I don't think you want to do that because after queen takes a4, oh wow, the bar didn't even change. I would say it's winning for White.
Well, you don't play b6 here, you lose because you have to keep your queen protected. I think the intermediate check on b8, yeah, and just go b6.
And this is winning for White?
Yeah, because the king is going to walk around and then it's going to hide on a7. And I don't think Black can stop him. Oh my gosh.
It's a position where the Black pawn wishes it was off the board. If you got rid of the a pawn, it's probably
the worst piece on the board.
Oh my goodness.
It's an umbrella.
Ella, A. Yeah, that is really helpful for White.
Unbelievable. Magnus has played a4, by the way, so let me just show this on the board. If Black just blindly starts checking the White king, whoop-de-doo. No, you do not take on a6. You use the pawn as shelter, and this is over. White's just going to b7 and vacate the promotion square. Gosh, one of those situations where you would just kill someone to get rid of your own pawn.
That's unreal. So Magnus has very legitimate winning chances in this position because his passed pawn comes first. And it doesn't matter that Black we're looking is up 2 pawns. If you go queen takes g2, we'll be up 3 full pawns. It doesn't matter because a second queen will appear on b8, and that would be a win for Magnus. So if we just dial it back a couple turns, so queen d1.
Okay.
Where we just were.
Queen d1.
So, yeah, the EVA bar going back because the line we went was unnecessary. So if you're b5, Black cannot take on a4, but Black can probably take on b5. And that is what Black wants, to get rid of the a6 pawn. So that in many of the positions that we just looked at, you will have enough checks because you'll get a check on the a line.
And the recapture on b5 is not forced here. There is the move a5. You could weigh the pros and cons of having a corner pawn versus a b pawn. But for the sake of simplicity, after a takes b5, I think the key to saving this game for Black is indeed to eliminate the g2 pawn. As many moves as it takes, you have to go queen g1 check. Doesn't really matter where White goes. After queen d4, take the pawn on g2 and then start running that g pawn up the board as fast as its legs will carry it. And unfortunately, that's not all that fast. But what really, really helps Black here is that after b6, g4, the queen is actually incredibly well placed on g2. It's guarding the b7 square, and it's supervising the progress of Black's g pawn. I think Pragg has just enough here to hold half a point. But even this position is not going to be easy if White plays a move like queen d5. The final thing I'll say here, Robert, before I pass it back to you, the placement of Black's king on g8 could actually be a huge problem in a lot of pawn races because the b pawn will promote with check. That's why queen d5 is a particularly nasty move for Black to face. You can't trade queens and run the pawn down the board. White promotes first, and White promotes with check.
And there's one little thing I'll show, and then I think we can check in on Levon Aronian's game against Gukesh. Just if we go, this queen d1 variation that we keep talking about, it's all about this pawn race, which is getting to the other side. If you play a5 instead of b5, I want to point out that it's not a mistake, because at some point you will play b5 and then spring your a pawn free, and your pawn's already on a5, which means it's one step closer to promoting. It's a really big moment here for Praggnanandhaa. He is going to try to defend this endgame. And look at the clock. I might add that he has only 26 minutes for about 7 moves. That may not sound like, it's a problem. It's plenty of time, not too many moves. But you could easily make a mistake and allow a pawn to start rumbling up the board, and you might not be able to handle it. So I do think that Praggnanandhaa, he maintains his composure. He's doing quite well. So let's go to check on his compatriot, his fellow teenager from India. Gukesh has the white pieces against Levon Aronian, and we're in a rook endgame this time where Gukesh remains a pawn ahead.
Indeed. We've got some incredibly complex endgames. I remember an old conversation I had with my longtime coach, and I'll switch to the Aronian game here. Lev Sahis, the same one who told the Ratmir Holmov story. And we were discussing the relative complexity of endgames. Can you make a sort of general philosophical point about which type of endgame is the most complicated? And he actually had an interesting opinion. He told me that he believes queen endings in many ways are actually harder to calculate and harder to navigate even than the most notorious type of endgame, which of course are single rook endgames. And we have it here with Gukesh versus Aronian. But when you've got a queen endgame, there's just so many options on every move. There's so many different types of checks, and there is always the possibility of a liquidation to a pawn endgame. So he believed that queen endgames are the hardest for a human to navigate, but definitely an unenviable task here as well for Levon Aronian, who is, he's down a pawn. He's got his eyes on the b2 pawn, and he needs to keep his eyes there at all costs. You do not want to give White connected passers on the queen side, unless, of course, you can guarantee yourself a passed pawn on the other side of the board.
And there are no guarantees there. But I think, to your point, that White might try to make a mad dash for the a4 pawn with the king. Because if you played king d5, king c5, king b5, and go ahead and win that pawn, well, then you have 2 passers on none over there on the queen side, and the king side is sort of bottled up for the time being. But I think after king d5, and Danya, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, that after king d5, the move rook c2 can be played. It's not about the double g pawns, but here you keep that king cut off. But I'm still worried because the rook takes a4, rook takes b2. The white king is very close, and you can make a move like king to c5 or king to c6, and rook b4 is helpful as well. But apparently, how could Black possibly be?
I think because Black wins g3, and once that happens, Black will play h5 and unbuckle White's pawn chain on the king side, and then all hell breaks loose there.
So rook b4, your intuition was correct, I guess. Instead of king c5, start with rook to b4. Of course, the rook trade is out of the question. White is a pawn ahead. You can put your rook on b3, then you try to use your king to help out and promote that a pawn. It's an endgame that looks very promising for White in terms of winning chances, but the EVAB are still saying that Black is holding on. Maybe a timely h5 will be super helpful for Black just to dislodge the g4 pawn from its defense of the f5 pawn.
Yeah, no, that's a very, very important resource, which means that even if Black gets into sort of the worst case scenario, which is a position like this, the game is far from over after Black plays h5 and sets his king in motion. So that's one way that the game could unfold. Of course, White could decide to keep his king on the king side, and that's sort of the safe option, right? That's if you want to guarantee that nothing crazy happens. But if you exchange the a pawn for the b pawn, congrats, you've got the passed pawn. But Black, of course, will keep his rook firmly behind the pawn on a2, and you could get into a situation where there is just no progress to be made. For instance, king f3, rook c2, takes a4, takes b2. You could keep your rook to the side of the pawn, which is often a good place to maintain your rook, but Black is just going to shuffle the king between g7 and f6, and unless White makes a mad dash for the queen side, there's going to be no way to make progress. And if White does, yes, he actually risks losing the game if you allow h5 at an inconvenient moment.
This rook endgame full of life, and it's one of those positions where it seems unlosable for White, but as you're saying, if you try too hard to win, it can in fact backfire because Black will be able to spring free a passed pawn on the king side away from the other action. But right now, Gukesh is in charge. He has an advantage. We'll see if he's able to convert that. And Gukesh, Levon, all these top players, they have opportunities for many more events. They might not be able to take first in the Tata Steel Masters, but with so many chess tournaments available to the Masters these days, and for the title players, it's a great time to be a professional. And we are so excited to announce the Champions Chess Tour 2023. With Chess.com and Play Magnus Group officially coming together, we are bringing you a chess tour like no other, with the biggest prize pool the chess world has ever seen, $2 million. It all kicks off with the Everything's Masters play-ins on February 3rd with your reigning CCT and CGC champions, Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So. Locked in to play, we'll call all the action right here at twitch.tv/chess. Use the command CCT in chat for more. We will be right back. We look forward to both the Everything's Masters as part of the Champions Chess Tour and the final stretch here in round 12 of the action at Tata Steel. We'll be back in a few.
He's going to win the tournament.
This is going to be a turnaround.
Whoa.
Oh. 3 seconds. 1 second. Make a move.
January in Wijk aan Zee, the Netherlands. For this cozy, coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
Bear Kings on the board and a handshake. What a hold for Wesley So. Just didn't give the world champion a chance.
Once again, Wijk aan Zee starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel Chess Tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back.
Magnus is going beast mode. If Magnus plays like this the rest of the way, who knows what can happen?
The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so. And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title.
Anish Giri is just, he beat both world #1 and world #2 in the same tournament.
Although winter, Tata Steel Chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
Nodirbek keeps his lead with a solid, well-prepared draw against Giri.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years in running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mein Vrienden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Let's make chess history together.
Despite it being into the 6th hour of play, these two compatriots are giving it their all, fully focused on the chessboard are Anish Giri and Jordan van Forest. Anish, he was in trouble early on. Jordan showed exquisite preparation, but when the moment came to be ultra precise and to strike with the right moves, it wasn't meant to be. Now we're in an endgame where both sides have their chances. And Danya, Anish Giri, he is the 5-time runner-up in Wijk aan Zee. He has been second place to Magnus Carlsen 3 times, to Levon Aronian once, and to Jordan van Forest. He lost that heartbreaker in the tiebreaker. And so he needs this championship. I feel like he really yearns for it.
That game was a knife. That tiebreaker game against Van Forest, I was watching it with bated breath. It devolved into a crazy time scramble. It was anybody's game. And Anish Giri just didn't quite have enough in the tank, but he's got another shot at it. Like I said earlier, he needs a lot of help. He will need Jordan van Forest's assistance in the final round. But right now, Anish Giri is sitting pretty. I think this game is still very likely to end in a draw. We do see the Black King having reached E5. Once again, Jordan can repeat moves if he wants to. He can deliver a check on D5 and then come back to D8. So there's a lot of different types of repetitions that are possible. We had outlined King E3 and King F3 before. What do you make of the developments in the last couple moves here?
The King on E5 does strike me as a bit strange. Rook D5 check would force the king back. And I'm wondering if there's a way for Jordan to attempt to win this game. That's what I've been thinking about for such a long period. If he is trying to win, he will have to play King E3 at some moment, and then when the rook slides to G2, put his bishop back to E2 to retreat the bishop. That way the king is a bit more active, and it has the enemy king in opposition. The H6 pawn, a bit of a target. If you're not careful, White can throw in the move C6 himself, and then play Rook D7, offer a rook trade on the 7th rank, and going for another pass pawn. So there are many things that Black does need to keep an eye on. I just feel like the pieces are placed on perfect squares. Optimally situated are Black's pieces, covering all the dark squares.
I'm trying not to read too much into the body language, but if I had to make a prediction, I think Jordan is going to opt for one of the repetitions that we've talked about. It just seems like the trend of the game has favored Black for so long that White is, one inaccuracy away from handing over the advantage permanently. And the issue with the idea of c6 is that Black's rook can pretty easily stop the d-pawn. I mean, c6 doesn't actually threaten rook d7 because Black can take and then take on d3 with check. Of course, c6 does threaten king e3, so it's kind of a second order threat in that it threatens the threat, right? King e3, and then rook d7 becomes a big problem. But Black's rook on d2 can swing back to the open b file and stop the pawn from the eighth rank as well. Speak of the devil, c6 is on the board, and Jordan does try to keep the flames of his initiative flowing.
He wants to play rook d7 at the right moment, which could be costly for Anish. So say this rook on d2 just runs somewhere else, like to a2 or to b2. I think that would be a pretty grave error from Anish Giri. The fact that his rook is at the enemy bishop, it keeps that rook tied down on d8. But if the rook were to slide away to a square like b2, then we're considering options like rook to d7, and you can't afford in some positions the trade of rooks. If the rook's on b2, I guess you could slide back to b8. Maybe that would be bad for White. But if the rook were on a2, then rook d7 becomes much more likely.
There is the possibility of sliding the king back to f6 in response to rook d7, but that opens a can of worms that I don't know if Black wants to open. We mentioned that a trade of rooks is bad in 99% of cases. Well, this is the 1%, because here, if White can trade rooks, the e-pawn is finally set in motion. If you can get pawns to e5 and f5, that bishop is more than capable of seeing them through all the way. It can land on c4. Then you're able to play f6, and you're able to cover the light squares. And once the pawns both reach the 6th rank, in most cases, unless Black can somehow squeeze his a-pawn through to promotion in time, that's unlikely as well. That does not seem like an appetizing option, even if objectively the position is drawn. Anish, with 19 minutes on the clock, he's got another 9 moves to make before he gets 15 more minutes tacked onto his clock. And just like the middle game situation, he's got a lot of decisions left to make, and he's in time pressure again for the second time this game.
One of the big decisions that he needs to make is when or will he push the a-pawn. The a5 at some moment could be a problem for White to deal with. Just like the Black king, and with a rook d5 check and a king f4, pawn e5, that could be a trouble for Anish. For Jordan, if a5 happens and you can't easily meet that pawn push, that pawn gets down the board very quickly. So, earlier I was saying I didn't see things for White, but now that he's put his rook on d8 and played c6, there's a future where Jordan tries to bring his rook to d7, and that forces the Black king back. And sometimes those E and F pawns get rolling, and they can't be stopped.
If we could bring up an analysis board, and we will get to the Magnus game shortly, I just want to point out one more important detail, which is that a5 does have a concrete problem associated with it. Namely, White can slide the king over to e3. And if you play rook to b2, then unfortunately the pawn falls off. Rook d5 check, king f6, and White can snap the pawn off. Now, even if White does that, the game is far from over, because then c6 becomes a liability and Black could try to surround it with his rooks. So, even the worst case scenario isn't all that terrible, but obviously Anish would like to avoid this if he can. He can avoid it by bringing his rook to a2, but as we have already established, this increases the appeal of rook to d7. I actually think king f6 is forced in this case. And hey, try evaluating this position with 15 minutes left. I know the eval bar is dropping down, but I think you'll co-sign this point. I would be terrified of playing Black in a position like this when bishop c4 and f6 is pretty imminent. I guess the a-pawn is far enough advanced to offer Black significant counterplay, but Anish with some very difficult decisions to make here.
Yeah, this type of endings, they could just be losing on the spot for Black. Instead, it would be winning just because that a-pawn is going to run to the other side. So it's something to keep in mind. You want to envision a future that looks promising for you, not just in life, but in chess as well. And here, whether or not the pawn gets in Rome is the big question. a5 finally played by Anish. He made that move pretty quickly, and he also looked confident doing it.
Well, whatever my promising future looks like, I think it involves commentating with Robert Hess. But hey, I got a big compliment from you earlier with Queen D1. I got to return the favor. We got to be square. But A5 is on the board, and Jordan immediately responds with King 3. So it's obvious that he's trying to play the clock as well as the board. And now another big dilemma, Robert. Will Anish Giri... Well, I don't even think it's a dilemma. I don't think emotionally that I would ever be able to part ways with a pawn. And he doesn't. He plays a different move, rook to g2. And what do you make of this? I was not expecting that.
Well, rook d5 check, the king will have to slide back to f6. And if you take the a5 pawn, you lose g4. And there was a passed rook pawn. Now there's a separate, different passed rook pawn on the other side of the board. And for black, that means white's pawns are less scary, and you still get to keep your passed pawn, and all the other pawns are stopped in their tracks. So I think that Anish made a good decision just now.
And I think there is a path to a draw that involves like sacrificing the exchange back and winning some of white's pawns, getting into a drawn rook endgame. If Jordan plays bishop back to e2, which I think he's quite likely to play, Anish might slip back to f6, and then he actually might take the bishop on e2 and then capture the pawn on e4 and go back around for the c6 pawn. In the meantime, Jordan, of course, presumably would go rook d5, takes a5. So we could get a 2-on-2 rook endgame where black would be completely out of the woods. That's one way the game could end, or we could still get that very same repetition we've been talking about for the last couple of moves.
It's complicated. These types of positions where you're doing okay at the moment, but can you play for a win? How do you play for a win? Do you risk much by trying to win the game? Because that can really backfire. So that A pawn is pretty fast. I'm going to add that point. A4, A3 happens before you know it, and Jordan needs to keep an eye out for that. But he also has rook d7 as an option. He has rook. If the king ever goes back to f6, he can put his rook on g8 and try to bring his rook to g6. So it's not just black who is threatening things. White can threaten things as well.
Absolutely, he can. And Jordan will continue to think of ways to keep this game going and keep his winning chances alive. He's got plenty of time on the clock. What a defensive effort by Anish Giri. And so far, things are looking really nice for him. The likeliest outcome is, of course, a draw. Well, the likeliest outcome in Magnus Carlsen's game has been a draw for a long time, but the world champion continues to make progress. That's on the bottom right of your screen. He has just blocked Prague's check with queen to d4, and you called it, Robert. He actually has played the move a5 before playing b5. It seems counterintuitive, but tempo-wise, it's exactly the same thing. Prague is now up 2 pawns, but white's got the better passed pawn. What a fascinating endgame we're about to get. b5 there is on the board. What do you see?
Did you see the eval bar for Gukesh's game? I saw a move played by Levon Aronian. G4 was played, and the eval bar went very high up there. So I'm wondering if that was a fatal error from Aronian, and that would be a huge victory for Gukesh if he is able to secure it.
It would indeed, and that game has exploded. We do see a white pawn on h5 that can only win one thing. Levon did carry out his main counterplay plan, which is to separate white's pawn chain. He's captured on f5, and he has 2 passed pawns of his own, but one of them is about to disappear. I think Gukesh is going to take on f7, and the eval bar seems to believe that white's pawn chain and connected passers on the queen side should, with correct play, decide the game.
So why don't we go to that one, because we haven't looked at it in a long time, and I feel like the Magnus and Prague in the game will stay put for
yes, it will.
At least a little. So as we tune in to Gukesh against Levon Aronian, we see that Levon's last move was pawn to g4. So Gukesh did win the a4 pawn. Levon won the king side, and g4 apparently was a pretty big inaccuracy. I guess giving up the pawn on f7 with check wasn't the way to go.
But I understand why he didn't play f6. I think f6 allows white's pawn to sneak through to h7, where it will suddenly be defended by that rook. So that wasn't a very appetizing option. There was also the possibility of sliding the king back to f6, but then you essentially put your king in front of one of the passed pawns. Apparently, that was the correct move. You don't need to tell Gukesh twice. He grabs the pawn on f7, but what is he going to do now? Where does the rook belong after the king moves on to g5, which it just did?
I wish I had the exact answer to that question. I'm trying to work it out myself. But I feel like the white king, if it tries to go all the way to the queen side, and then the rook will sacrifice itself for the g pawn. So you said you have 2 passed pawns with your king's help against the rook in many positions. Oftentimes that will lead to a split point. So where does the rook belong? That's the big question. I still think it has to go back to like f1.
Yeah. I mean, it needs to be in a spot where it can easily sacrifice itself for the g-pawn when the time arises. So let's forecast a couple of moves here. Let's say white plays rook f1. Presumably, Aronian will have to eliminate the h-pawn. That sends the eval bar even higher up. Does White just start pushing his pawns? But if you do it incautiously, you run the risk of losing one of them. Like if you play a4, Black will get his rook to b3, but maybe it can just be chased away with a king. What do you think? a4.
Wow, and if rook b3, you're saying rook
B1?
f2? Rook b1. Defend him that way, that makes perfect sense because g3, the g-pawn is too slow. The white king comes to c4, and now your pawns go. Your rook is in the perfect location to push your pass pawns and get ready to sacrifice for the enemy passer. This is a winning position.
While basic, this is such an important plan, I think it bears demonstrating. Just as in a scenario, what exactly do we mean when we say the rook sacks itself for the g-pawn? Well, we literally mean, first of all, you force Black to spend as many moves as possible getting the pawn up to g2. You still don't need to play rook g1 takes g2. You can keep pushing your pawns. When the king, let's say, appears on h, you still don't need to do anything. No action is required, but if you wanted to, you could play the move rook to b2, and at this point, rook takes g2 is just totally one-sided because the combination of White's passers supervised by the king is way too much to handle for Black's rook, and Black's king is way too far away. White just plays a6, a7, and then b7, and you won't even have to win queen against rook. You're just going to get an actual queen against king. So this is the nightmare scenario for Levon, and it increasingly seems like he won't be able to avoid that scenario because of how long it takes for him to promote his g-pawn.
Wow. So Gukash could pick up an important win as he, has had a much better kind of a comeback than the start of the event. He was struggling. He was losing a bunch of games, but now he is in great shape to win this one if he retreats his rook back down to f1. Do any other moves keep the lead for White? That's the big question. Can he start with a4? Because it's very tempting to just push your passed pawn. But if you play a4, the rook then goes to b3, I guess?
Yeah, that's a hard position to make heads or tails because then you could go rook f2, but
then
the problem
b4
is g3 with tempo.
Or rook b4 as well. You win the a4.
Oh, that's exactly right. No, that's why you need the rook on the first rank because it's not only does it guard the g-pawn, but you also can bring the rook behind one of your passed pawns if necessary.
So rook f1 is a pretty critical move. I would say the other tempting move here is king c4 to stop rook b3 to bring your king closer to your own pawns. And it's not abundantly clear to me that Black has some kind of great
He's played
counter.
it.
Oh, but it was a mistake.
And he's got 7 minutes. Let's not forget that. He needs to make 8 more moves. It's a natural move. Why does the eval bar drop?
King c4 looked to my... maybe
I know why.
Is it because of kind of rook f3 in a timely fashion?
I think it is rook f3, but more importantly, the reason the king on c4 is so awkward is that later down the line, I think, Black will be able to give a check on f4, and there's this very typical idea where you bring the rook forcibly behind the passed pawn. So, for example, after rook f3, Gukash is relying on rook g7 check, king takes h5, and a4. We will almost certainly get this position on the board. Then Black plays g3, and if White kind of nonchalantly brings the other pawn up, well, after rook f4 check, this is why you didn't want your king on c4. The rook is able to get to g4, and more importantly, although White is able to bring the rook behind the pawn, I actually think Black does not need to get the king to f2, or does he? No, I guess... Wow, king g6 apparently is the only move? Are you kidding me?
What's the difference? The king goes...
Oh, no.
No. So just leave your g-pawn where it was. Put it back on g3. I guess just run with the king. Start with the king for some reason.
I don't get the mathematics of that, though. How could g2 possibly hurt your cause? I got it. Oh, my God, this is beautiful. If you start with g2, I think the reason is that when the pawn gets to a7, Black needs to be able to stop it with rook g8. What's the problem? The problem is that you've actually helped White by allowing the deflection rook takes g2. Whereas, if you keep your pawn on the third rank, and we repeat the same line, when push comes to shove, after rook g8, Black's g-pawn stays alive. And, of course, I made some inaccuracies there, but you get the point. White does not have rook takes g3, and Black can take that tempo to eliminate the a-pawn. Oh, my God.
This is all very easy to see.
Is that to miss?
Yeah, I mean, no, it's so easy to see. How could it take you so long to figure all this out, Tanya?
I'm losing my strength, man. I'm getting old. I'm almost 30.
Hey, I've already passed that, so don't you worry.
My-
I lost my strength way before that. But the point is, this end game is like crazy deep. You need to calculate so many moves ahead, and it's teetering between good winning chances for White and Black holding the game. Levon, he had that draw earlier in the tournament against Arjun Erigaisi where he outplayed Arjun. He found himself in a winning position, but that triangulation was very hard to spot. Here with the Black pieces, he's going to use his experience. He's going to try to hold this game, although Eva Bar says he's losing.
I don't understand anything about this endgame. For some reason, taking on h5 first doesn't work, but playing rook f3 first does. Oh, and I guess it's because rook f3 saves the tempo in comparison. Here, the rook can get to h1 in one fell swoop, whereas there, Black saved the tempo on the move rook f3. If you play it now, Gukesh will give a check and go to h1. You have a tempo up compared to the other position, and that is the tempo you need to squeeze that pawn into a8. I think this is now winning for Gukesh.
Just one of those positions where I'm often going to be like, I think that looks good, question mark, maybe, hopefully. And then you make the move, and then the Evo bar rejects you, laughs at you, and says, try again next time. Do better.
Yep.
But it's a very difficult endgame because I would say it looks winning for White. Like if you just showed this position, you flash it in front of someone's eyes, they're like, oh, White's winning. 2 connected passed pawns. Aren't we always told that rook and 2 connected pawns beats rook and 1 pawn on the other side of the board? And here the answer seems to be that Black's passed pawn is more advanced, and that should keep him in the game. But it's not going to be easy for Levon Aronian.
I mean, even the eval bar isn't really making sense of this position. Back and forth, hither and thither it goes. And now it sits on the incredibly ambiguous assessment 1.3. What the heck does that mean? Because this position is either winning or drawn. There's no middle ground. Either White promotes a queen or Black's king stops the pawns. There's nothing in between. And Robert, I got a little irritated at the end of the commentary 3 days ago when Nodirbek saved that rook endgame against Vincent because, you know, the chat was going crazy and it was a winning endgame for Vincent according to the engine. But I kept repeating the point that from a practical perspective, actually winning that endgame was tremendously difficult. And I really think that a lot of chess fans, they fall into the trap of assuming that just because there are limited pieces on the board and just because the computer assessment seems very decisive, it's saying +8 or something, that the win is easy. In fact, there's an inverse relationship between the number of pieces on the board and complexity. Some of the most complicated games and positions in chess happen when there's only 2 or 3 pieces left on the board.
Couldn't have said it better myself, not even close. And we are looking at a position for Levon Aronian. He has plenty of time. I think that's something he needs to use to his advantage because there might be a moment where Gukesh has only one path to victory. And with 7 minutes and 37 seconds for 7 moves, 1 minute per move is not a lot. So Gukesh isn't even at the board right now, which is surprising to me. Oh, there he's right.
Well, now
there.
he is. He was in the immediate vicinity. Okay. So rook h7 is mandatory.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to play it.
And by the way, we can use the table base, right? My math is correct. There are 7 pieces on the board. So on chess.com events, you can just click on table base and find out what is going on here. Is it objectively a win? What is that winning path? So that's the cool thing about 7 or fewer pieces.
I'm actually setting it up on the table base, and we will find out very shortly. But once again...
what do you mean setting it up? Just click on it on chess.com events. It's right there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's table bases available elsewhere as well. It is a draw. It's a draw.
Wow. So it's one of those evaluations where the horizon effect, the engine doesn't see all the way down the line.
Oh, my gosh.
We've seen this even in world championship matches, right? Where the game 1 of Karyakin and Carlsen, it said that Magnus was winning, but they agreed on a draw because there was a fortress. So what's your my gosh for?
The drawing idea, and I'm maybe exaggerating a little bit, but the drawing idea is pretty incredible. And you could just spend an hour, navigating the complexities of this, and even with table base available. After rook to h1, Levon's already played king g6. Black, of course, plays the move g3. Black does not play the move g3. That's the whole point. How tempting is it to play that move? This allows White's pawn to squeak forward. You actually need to play kind of the Ventura idea by giving a series of lateral checks with the rook, and the king has nowhere to hide. It can run to a6, just keep checking it. It runs to b4, you keep checking it. Ultimately, the king will have to step back, And the moment it does, that's the perfect opportunity to play the move G3. You force the king onto an awkward spot, then you push the pawn, and you have just enough time to ultimately stop White's pawns with Black's king. Even if I had access to table bases, it would be hard to reproduce these moves.
Yeah, this type of position where the king is cut off is really important. It's very instructive that the A pawn wants to wander up the board. But if we actually just make a couple moves here, so A5, let's say,
Okay.
King G5, and A6, right? The pawn is going really fast. And if you play Rook F6, that's normally the way to stop the pawn. Here, the rook slides to A1 and gets behind it. That's really important because now the pawn is promoting. So even if the rook were not able to go to A1, then Black would hunt down that pawn. But it's not meant to be in this particular position. But if you had to give up that rook on H1 for the G pawn, that's how you stop White from making progress. You cut the king off.
But here again, I think you use the same technique in this specific position. Rook to F8. As we discussed, it loses to A7. You have to start giving those lateral checks again. And the moment White's king slides forward to A4, you have to find the very difficult move, Rook to F6. This is such a hard move to play. But the point is either White loses the A pawn or the king has to expose itself again. And then again, there go the checks. The king can hide on A2, but when it does that again, you come back to F6 and the A pawn is a sitting deck. So ultimately the issue is that White has to start pushing one of the pawns, and the other pawn isn't able to support it while the king is just too exposed to the lateral checks. But all of that is hard to figure out. Guess who has already figured it out? That would be Levon Aronian, ladies and gentlemen.
Levon Aronian, he is a veteran player. He has faced off against Magnus Carlsen and beaten him on so many occasions. He has, of course, lost his fair share of games, but the point is he has experience at the highest level. The world champions, he has faced all of them, and he has scored impressive victories. And now it's about showing off that defense. Has he been able to discover the exact path towards a draw? Maybe not, but he's playing accurately thus far, and it seems like the White king all the way up on B5 should be helpful at first glance, but Rook F5 check. Keep checking the king. Eventually, the king will have to drop back to the A3 square.
Yeah, and I'm digging through some of these lines. Black's task is not over. There's a couple of very hard moves that Black will have to find in the event that Gukesh runs to A3. That's what he has to do in order to meet the third rank check with B3. And at some point, there's a position in which Black actually has to put the king and block the rook's access to F8 temporarily, and that's the only way to draw. I mean, man, Levon, he will need to use every one of those 38 minutes if he wants to finish off this incredible defensive task.
Yeah, I'm not jealous of him right now.
No.
Right? This is going to be difficult, and for Levon, he has the right pattern, though. He is checking the king. He'll force the king back to A3, and then he can make use of his own passed pawn. So he knows what he's doing. I'm watching him on the screen here. Just he seems like he's going to keep giving the checks, and then the king will have to be pushed to the rim on A3, and it doesn't help the pawns go promote just yet.
And so move 52, king to C4. That is going to be the culprit if Levon saves the game. Man, what an unacceptable in-game performance for Gukesh. How could he have missed that incredibly elementary win in this incredibly elementary position?
Sarcasm is dripping. Yeah, no, this has been
It is.
challenging ending. Most endings have more to them than initially meets the eye. But for Levon and for Gukesh here, this game not going to be consequential. It doesn't appear for the top of the leaderboard because right now Levon can at best draw this game, and that means he is out of contention for the fight for first place. So Magnus against Pragnanda. We have Jordan van Forest against Anish. Whoa, wait a second.
Yes.
Is Anish Giri's pawn on A2?
Is Anish Giri's pawn on A2? I believe it is. That is a factual statement.
Oh my
How did
gosh.
he get there in like 2 seconds?
And also, why is the position better for White? So Anish's pawn's on A2, but White is the side that is preferred according to the eval bar.
So many questions, not a lot of answers. I don't know if the players have the answers. Jordan, though, has put himself in a position where he can finally push that pawn forward to E5. And maybe
Let's go
that
to that
has
game.
to do with the reason.
let's pull up that game, and we see there is a pawn on A2 over here. And okay, the eval bar is still hovering towards the center. At first, it must have liked White's position, but now it's realizing not so fast. And I think the reason why is because E5 threatens F6 check, winning material. But you can play Rook E8, I believe, because that Rook on A8 is tied down to the promotion square. So you can throw in Rook E8, and if F6 check, the king will slide back to F8, not F7. You don't want to stay on the light squares. Avoid the light squares if you can. But the king goes to F8. You cannot afford to trade rooks if you're White. And now the question, Danya, is the A2 pawn. Is that going to become a queen?
Oh my gosh. And what makes this even crazier is that you can't just step away to any square. Rook A4, Rook C4 check. And now you're forced to take your eyes off of the A pawn. But if you go to A5, Rook C5, same idea. And Black is able to eliminate that E5 pawn. If he manages to do that, then he's totally out of the woods. Where else can the rook go? Well, it can step back to A3. Maybe this is the solution, but I don't know what Black's best move is here. What's amazing is that even though White has reached E5 with his pawn, those pawns still have a very hard time progressing. If you play E6, you give up the F6 square. And if you play F6, you will need the services of your bishop to further the progress of these pawns. Maybe Black will step over to F2, familiar square, in order to keep that bishop immobilized. E5 is on the board.
This position is complicated. The players are about to approach move 60. That's good news for them because they get an additional 15 minutes on the clock as soon as move 60 is played. So rook e8. Anish says, please take my rook. Oh no, my rook! But if it's captured, the A pawn promotes and Black wins the game. So Eric Rosen style tricks not going to work on Jordan van Forest. Instead, he is going to move his rook probably to A7 because of what you were just saying, Danya. If you bring a rook to A5, there's rook C5. If you bring it to A4, there's rook C4 check, which immediately wins the game. So the rook at A7, it feels like the safest square, and it threatens rook takes C7 with check. So I feel like rook A7 is the right square to place your rook on.
Agreed completely. Rook A3 is also possible, but Rook A7 is the most invulnerable square, relatively speaking. And then Anish will have to find a suitable response to the devastating, massive threat of Rook takes C7. Maybe he'll move his king back preemptively so that the move doesn't come with check. Maybe he'll bring his Rook to C8, but that looks pretty passive. A lot of work left to do for Mr. Giri.
Yes, he is going to continue with his pass pawn, but also White's pawns are free and becoming passers themselves. It's a wild one. And both sides have their chances. This is a 3-result position, even if the evaluation bar says it's a level game. It's not just king and rook versus king and rook where it's obvious. Nothing is obvious about this one. The only thing that's obvious is that's not obvious. And so while the players, they are thinking move 60 is being reached, I think we are going to zoom out for a moment here. And with move 60 behind us and the players getting the more time, that game between Magnus and Prognana. After our break, we're going to dive right back into that one because White has passed pawns. Black has a passed pawn. Whose pawns will get there first? That's the big question. But for now, short break. And when we return, it's more from round 12 of the 2023 Tata Steel Chess Masters. On screen is your world champion in classical, rapid, and blitz chess, Magnus Carlsen, the #1 rated player in the world for a dozen years now. He takes on the Indian prodigy Pragnananda, and Magnus has been pressing an endgame for hours. Pragnananda has been defending admirably and accurately. He looks to hold a half point. 4 results are in the books from today's round 12. We saw Wesley So. He was not able to take down Nodirbek Abdusattorov, so Abdusattorov remains in the lead. Jordan Van Forst and Anish Giri still in session. If Anish wins, he ties Abdusattorov in the standings. Magnus and Pragnananda going at it. Fabiano Caruana and Vincent Khyber in a very entertaining draw. Gukesh and Levana Ronan in a rook endgame. And down at the bottom of these matchups, Parham Magsulu took down Arjun Aragaisi. Richard Report, he sort of steamrolled Ding Liren in the end there. So Report and Magsulu, a great day for them. We'll see if others can join them on the scoreboard. So Danya, Miss Magnus Carlsen endgame. I feel like we've seen it before. See it again. Deep down into the 6th hour of play, he is trying to win a game that it would seem he has no business winning.
And it seemed that he had every business. I guess that's not a usable term, but he definitely had business winning the game in its first half. He was dominating out of the opening. We expected a smooth victory, but Magnus Carlsen this tournament, he's made some uncharacteristic errors. He let Pragnananda back in the game, and some tactical magic near move 40 allowed Prag to get the game into the queen endgame that we now have in front of us. And I think Pragnananda has actually identified a very important defensive construction. He correctly went after White's sheep pawn, because the only way you're going to save this game with Black is if you create a pass pawn of his own. And not only has he created one, but he has advanced it all the way to g3, and he is very likely, I think, to play the move g2 in this position when White's queen is saddled with the additional task of guarding the promotion square. Of course, the only way White wins this position is ultimately by getting a queen on b8 and smoking Black's queen out of its blockading post. But Robert, if the pawn lands on g2, where it is nicely protected by the queen, I do not see a way for Magnus to make any appreciable progress.
No, he's going to try to bring that queen up to b8. He wants it to be more active rather than defensive. But we might see a situation, Danya, where one pair of queens is traded and then a new pair appears. So what that looks like is if White is going to play the move queen to b6 in the near future, so g2 looks automatic for for Black, and then the response is likely queen to b6, that if you do eventually get queen b8, I have to move my king off the last rank so I don't get checked, or move
Let's make those moves.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's show what that looks like. So queen b6. And now the question is, do you play king g7? Seems fine. If queen b8 is played and you trade on b8, White gets a new queen, but so does Black. And now we have another discussion. Black is up a pawn, but White's pawn is more advanced. Do not play a6 in this position. I just want to let everybody know that a6 would be a tragic blunder. King and queen are on the same diagonal, so queen to g3 check or queen h2 check picks up the queen on b8. That would be a tragic ending to what has been a very interesting endgame.
Countless blitz and bullet games end precisely in this way. I even know of a few classical endgames that have been decided with crazy blunders. It's never too late to make a fatal mistake in chess, but we're actually quite likely, I think, to get an endgame like this. What do we make of this new type of queen endgame? Well, the problem for Black is that White's got a second pass pawn, and it's pretty far advanced. Black has his share of pass pawns, and he might have to adopt the same exact strategy that he used to get this endgame, namely just drive that h-pawn down the board as quickly as he possibly can and use a series of well-timed checks to drive White's king onto a compromised spot. Force White to take as long as possible to get this pawn to a6. And by the way, Robert, even if the pawn reaches a7, that doesn't mean the game is over. In these types of positions, it's actually very, very hard to dodge the barrage of checks that Black's queen will undoubtedly deliver to White's king. So I think Prag will want to avoid this scenario if he can, but I don't really see a way for him to do that. Do you?
No, I don't, but I think your point is a good one, that the White king has nowhere to hide. Unlike in the position when Black had an a pawn and the king ran behind it, there are no pawns remaining. The only pawns are on the king side away from the rest of the action. So I do think that in a sequence like that, Praggnanandhaa is still going to find himself drawing this game. This is really impressive stuff from him. There are so many opportunities to go wrong. He had a very rough position early on. He sacrificed the pawn, was able to then go and get an imbalance where he had a second queen, but there was a rook and a queen for Magnus, and he was able to spot the tactical line that kept him in the game. And he's not just in the game, he is well on his way to holding this.
What incredible composure to just hold the position that he had against the world champion in the midst of a very rough patch, a disappointing loss yesterday, and yet Pragg has brought every ounce of effort to this game. The question now is whether he can complete the effort. We should point out that he's got 4 minutes now on the clock and 2 moves before the second time control. He will get an infusion of 15 minutes when move 60 is executed. The problem is that 15 minutes doesn't solve all of your time issues. And one strategy Magnus could try to adopt is just to exhaust Pragg's clock, make moves and moves and moves, try to make as many moves as possible that force black into tough decisions. And if Pragg has to defend this position with, 3-4 minutes for the rest of the game, it's very, very easy to give a wrong check or to blunder some sort of queen interposition with check. So that's something Magnus will have to try if he wants to pull a rabbit out of the hat here.
I think Pragg has got this. I just don't think the White King is anywhere to run. So I feel very confident in Praggnanandhaa's ability to make this draw. And for Magnus Carlsen, he had an impressive streak of games where he was winning. It seemed like he was going to come back and take this tournament. And even if he draws, he still will have a chance because he'll be a full point behind Nodirbek Abdusattorov. The problem is Abdusattorov gets the white pieces in tomorrow's game. And if you need somebody to lose, you prefer they have the black pieces. But Abdusattorov does play Jordan van Forest tomorrow. So that should be a battle because Jordan, he doesn't back down to anybody, even against Ding Liren with the black pieces. He played such an exciting opening. It was just rich, it was new, and it was a struggle from the outset. So I think we can go back to our view of the other games, Danya, because I really do feel like Praggnanandhaa has this under control.
And he has played G2, lending even more credence to that idea. This game is likely to last for a while. Magnus with plenty of time on his clock. And I think you said it. Jordan van Forest, he knows he can't win the tournament anymore, but he also knows that he's got his chance to put his fingerprints all over the conclusion of the event with a win in the last round. And his state of mind in preparation for that all-important game against the tournament leader is largely going to be determined by the end of his game against Anish Giri. Things continue to sharpen up every time we think that things are nearing their conclusion, that a repetition of moves is inevitable. Jordan finds a way to add some Tabasco sauce to the position, and there is a lot of Tabasco sauce in the center. There's a pawn sitting on e6, and he is one move away from getting both of his passed pawns to the 6th rank. He has managed to drive Anish Giri into a very tight spot.
Yeah, it's uncomfortable. When you see a pawn sitting on e6 as a pawn chain, Anish has been pestering Jordan. So as we pulled this game up on the big screen here for you all, that the last move played for black was going rook f2 because the king was on f4. So he's just saying your bishop is not going to move because all white needs to do to win this game is put the bishop on d5, where it attacks the a2 pawn and will win it, but also protects the e6 pawn, so f6 can happen next.
By the way,
you see that Anish. Sorry, what's up?
No. Go ahead, because I was going to say something unrelated and totally irrelevant to our understanding of the position. Please continue.
No, I think that Anish has to play rook d2. Like, it is forced here, because if he doesn't stop bishop to d5, he is likely just going to lose the game. So rook d2 is forced, and that is good news for Anish, where some of his decisions are made for themselves. Like, he doesn't have a choice.
There is one interesting detail that I'm spotting here. If you do allow bishop d5, there's the interesting possibility of actually playing king e7. Now, that move doesn't work in most cases because you blunder the c7 pawn with check. But in the event that white has a bishop on d5, after rook takes c7, king d6, suddenly black's king is making contact with both the rook and the bishop at the same time. White can solve that problem with a check on d7. But let's not forget about that little pawn sitting there on a2. So you could actually envision some scenarios where white sacrifices his bishop for that pawn, and tries to use what could be 3 passed pawns to overwhelm the combined defensive efforts of Black's king and rook. This could actually end up being our most fascinating endgame of the day. It's got a lot of competition.
Yes, competition all across the remaining 3 boards. And as we look at this one, that would be something. If you get to take this pawn on c7 with check, have a new passer, that would be difficult to assess. So for Anish Giri, he needs to win this game to catch up to Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And Jordan van Forest, he is playing the ultimate spoiler because he has to play against Nodirbek Abdusattorov in the final round. So going into round 13 in front of the pack, Nodirbek Abdusattorov has proven he can hold up and perform under pressure. Here's what he had to say about how he does it, and he will play Jordan in round 13. Let's hear his interview.
I think it's my character is calm, and yeah, I don't express my emotions. So yeah, it's known that I am very calm and without emotions.
He says, "I'm calm without emotions," and then he smiles. I feel like he made himself hard to believe in a sense, but he is a killer over the board. That is clear.
It is abundantly clear, and his poise, his composure is so impressive for his age. I mean, we now take these things for granted, but this new crop of talent, they don't care who they're playing. They don't care about the tournament situation. They play the same way every game, and that bodes very, very well for Nodirbek's chances to build what is already an incredible chess career and has every prospect of becoming more incredible through the years. By the way, let me just get this out. The relevant thing that I had to say is that I am a massive spicy food nut. I love spicy food of all kinds, Thai food, Indian food. I'll get the spiciest option at Thai restaurants. And when I would come to Europe, the first thing my mom and I would do is go to the supermarket and try to find hot sauce, because my preferred snack when I was younger would be crackers or bread dipped into hot sauce. And the only hot sauce that we would find on the shelves of, most supermarkets in Spain and the Netherlands was Tabasco sauce. And so I have a unique emotional connection. Tabasco isn't my favorite hot sauce, but I'll put it on anything. I'll put it on pancakes.
First of all, what's wrong with you? Second of all, I love
a lot of things.
I love that you love Tabasco sauce so much that you had to tell us all this completely irrelevant story because you said a position was getting hot and spicy like Tabasco. So,
hey, I'm Mr. Irrelevant.
First of all, you're not Brock Purdy. Come on, don't you do that. I know you're a 49ers fan, but don't you make yourself out to be someone you're not.
Well, I did use the word Tabasco. That's why I remembered this story. I said Jordan added some Tabasco, and I thought, well, maybe our European viewers don't necessarily understand that reference. It's not, it's not the most famous sauce in the world. I don't know what the most famous sauce in the world is. Probably ketchup. Anyways,
that's pretty good
on
answer,
to the games. Yeah. On to the games.
Okay.
See what I did there?
Well, yes, I did see, and I heard. So my senses are really working well at this point. More hot sauce stories, please. Or peas. Missing an L there. Tabasco on pancakes is definitely an accuracy. Yeah, I'm going to have to second that, considering I said it first. So it's really not much of a second. But that's neither here nor there. There is a pass pawn, a chain from G4 to E6. And is Anish biting his shirt right now? Is that what I'm seeing him do? He looks like he is really concentrated, and he forgets that cameras are on him, and he is trying to stop this pawn phalanx from G4 to E6. Meanwhile, Jordan would love to bring his bishop up to get Anish's pass pawn. So I don't know what's going on with Anish's shirt, but I can see that his play is quite good.
And despite appearances, I don't really think that Jordan is risking. Now, he might have to take some serious risks in order to keep his winning chances alive. But as things currently stand, if he really wanted to draw, and if he got cold feet, he could play King F4, Rook F2, and come back to G3. This repetition has existed now for well over 10 moves. But if he wants to keep the fire burning, he could actually try to shift his king over to E3 and get the D2 square under his control so that he could then get his bishop to D5. And if he manages to do that, things spin completely out of control. Anish Giri he does have that additional 15 minutes tacked onto his clock. The clock shows 8 minutes, but when it goes down to 0, 15 minutes are going to be automatically added, and he needs every single second to keep himself composed within these incredibly complex endgame waters.
Well, what you're saying could have happened. The king went to g3 when the rook was on f2. So after king f4, rook f2 will likely be the response, just repeating the position. And then the white king can't come to e3. But I think you made a very astute observation that even if the king does go to the e3 square, black's saving grace will be bringing the king out to e7 and then to d6 or to f6, depending on what the reaction is. So I think that the king is going to save the day for Anish. As long as it doesn't get in trouble, as long as it's not falling victim to a swift attack, I believe he can use it as a weapon and to attack white's pawns.
Absolutely. Well, this game remains incredibly complex, but for the second time in the Magnus Prague game, there are 3 queens on the board, ladies and gentlemen. So let's take a gander at what's going on in the World Champions game. Yes, there are 2 queens for white and only 1 for black, but that is about to change. Prague has allowed white to promote the a-pawn, but he has given a very important check on c3 in order to cover the h8 square. And on the next move, Robert, it is a very likely possibility that Prague is going to promote to a queen so that he could cover the check on e4 with queen to g6. I still think he's got everything under complete control.
So the check to the king, where is the king going to go? That's the big question. He says nowhere. The queen blocks on d4, but once the queens are traded, a new queen appears on g1 is a draw, for sure. The reason why it's a draw is while black is up a pawn, white's pawn is more advanced. So black will be forced to just check that king. And look at Magnus. He knows it's a draw. He's
and
just
a draw
for the repetition.
A draw for might already be forthcoming. There are no... And the thing is, black might not even have to push the h-pawn. I mean, h5 is one way to draw, but I actually think black can pursue white's king to the edge of the earth. The queen on a8 does not offer the king really any sort of shelter, and you often want to give diagonal checks these types of positions in order to avoid the possibility of the queen blocking that check. Just the way that Magnus is moving, I think, signifies the fact that he understands that his winning chances are no more.
There's only one way he could win, and that's if Prognondo play queen g6 here. Check, I might add. And then the white queen goes to e4 because a queen trade is immediately winning for white. The a-pawn is too far advanced. So don't trade queens if you're Prognondo. He, of course, knows that. He will not trade queens. He'll give a check probably on d1 because the king can't run to the e4 square, that's for sure. Then queen h1 check will pick up the queen, skewer on the diagonal.
Mm-hmm. And there's one other thing you want to avoid, like the plague, and that is to push your f-pawn. Your f-pawn is what gives the king the shelter that it needs to dodge the possibility of white's queen interposing a check with a check of its own. If you play f5 either after queen g6, queen e4, or right now unprovoked, you give the white queen access to the 7th rank, and that's the best way to complicate the process. Prague isn't hesitating. Queen d1 check is on the board. This is child's play. This is basic Betty. And I think we're going to see a peaceful conclusion in a couple of minutes here.
It looked at the start like Prognondo was going to lose a 4th game in his last 5. But the resilience he has shown is a testament to his strength. I mean, his age belies the fact that he is a true fighter. He has had a lot of experience in many of these events. He's just going to give checks. He knows he has the draw. So he just is going to go back and forth, and he's going to split the point with the world champion. A great showing after a tough stretch from Prognondo.
A great showing indeed. He is going to cherish this result for a long time. Holding the world champion to a draw with the black pieces is no easy matter. Magnus continues to think he's trying to find some pathway with his king that generates more intrigue, but I think it's just perpetual check there. There's nowhere to go, and Magnus might very well just repeat moves with king d3 and king e3. But the great thing, if you're Prague, is that you're one of the lower-rated participants in the tournament, and even though he's got a minor score at this point, I think he's actually gaining rating, or if he's losing rating, it's not very much. So he is still very much on the path to 2,700 and beyond.
Okay, and it looks like it is about to be a 3-time repetition. Prague looks up at Magnus. He knows that it's a draw. Here's the draw. Agreed. and the clock is stopped, and Magnus and no, that's not where the king goes.
No, Magnus, you didn't win the game.
Yeah, that's funny. You put the kings on the light squares like that when white wins. You put them on the dark squares when black wins, but you put them in front of each other when it's a draw. So that was just a mindless thing by Magnus after a long game.
What a cheater.
They're talking about it. They're going to analyze a bit, and there is a lot of respect between these two. Of course, everyone has respect for Magnus Carlsen's chess. He has been the best player in the world for so long now. But Praggnanandhaa, he's on the rise, and he has secured a draw against Magnus Carlsen.
And these two draws that Magnus made against the Indian juniors, Gukesh and Praggnanandhaa, they have really sunk his attempt to complete the comeback and come back to win the tournament. Now, with a win in the last round, he can still put himself in prime position to score on the podium. But obviously, this is going to be a very, very tough pill to swallow, especially given the kind of position that Magnus had after the opening. Those are games that we are accustomed to the world champion winning, 9 times out of 10. And this tournament, he's just been topsy-turvy. He's made uncharacteristic mistakes, but taking nothing away from Praggnanandhaa, who should be proud of this game and his defensive resilience.
Yes. Great game for Praggnanandhaa. For Magnus Carlsen, he moves to 7 points out of 12 games. So he remains a full point behind the leader, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Anish Giri in second. He still is playing his game. Whether he will draw, win, or lose, that is up in the air. Nobody knows, not even him or his opponent, because it is an end game, but it is complex. So Magnus and Praggnanandhaa still talking about this game that they just played. The players must be exhausted, but they love chess. They want to talk about it. They want to see what the other person was planning if they had changed their moves throughout the game.
And they want to know the truth. They want to know the truth about the position. They are scientists, and these are people who have dedicated their entire lives to mastering their craft. And if it means sitting at the board for another 5 to 10 minutes after a 6-hour game, then that's what they're going to do. Prag gets up. They're going to get some dinner and get some rest before the last game. Aronian isn't able to get some rest just yet. He is knocking on the door of a very impressive defensive effort against Gukesh, but he has a little bit of work left to be done. White actually has 2 extra pawns at this point, but I think it's a situation in which there's just no progress to be made without giving one of those pawns up.
And it looks like Gukesh is trying to see what's happening at the other boards. Magnus's game has just concluded. But Levon Aronian, he has shown great technique in this endgame because he is down 2 full pawns at the moment, but the game is a draw. The white pawn on a7 has gone too far. That means the rook on g7 is stuck on the 7th rank, going back and forth to defend. The rook on h8 covers the promotion square. The one thing black should not do, and Levon, of course, knows this, is he's not going to play rook a8 and quickly take the pawn on a7, because that's how you lose games like this. If you play rook a8 and the white king goes to c4 and you take the pawn, you're about to see what the eval bar is going to do. It's winning for white because it's the rook trade and king to c5. King b5, there's king to b7. King c5. King c5, you get to initiate the opposition, and that would lead to a win as the b pawn will promote. So
indeed,
look at Levon. He gives a check. He'll go right back to continue the checking, and then bring his rook to the 8th rank as is needed, and that should hold the balance.
Yeah, you literally don't have to do anything if you're black, and you should not be afraid of the move b5. White can push the pawn up to b5, but he can push it no further. The king is going to remain on b6 as long as the rook stays on g7. The moment it moves away, black captures on a7, and when you're trying to defend king, rook, and pawn versus king and rook, the easiest type of situation is either a corner pawn or a knight pawn, because when one side has a knight pawn, you don't even need to have the Philidor position. You can actually keep your rook passively on the 8th rank, and there isn't enough real estate, in this case on the left side of the board, to push black's king off of its defensive post. This is a dead draw, and the only question is when Gukesh is going to sort of admit that.
There's a funny way that black can lose this game. Let's say king b3, rook h3 check, king a4, and you get clever and you play rook h1.
Oh, I gotcha, partner.
You put a queen on the board for a second, and you're going to see the eval bar drop because rook a1 is check, and you scoop up the queen on 8 and get into a drawn king, rook and pawn ending. But you promote to a knight with check, and that allows white to win the game because the king has to move. That means now
look
white
at this
is going to be up. Oh, that's nasty. Yeah, even without the checkmate, you're going to win, but that is just grotesque. And so that's what you have to avoid is getting fancy. Levon knows he just needs to just slide his rook back to the 8th rank, not the 1st rank. And that means the pawn is stuck in its tracks.
Well, one of the truest cliches in chess is that you can always find a way to lose. There's always meat on the bone, no matter how basic or well-defined the position may appear. But even if Levon misses A8, now there's just no need to move the rook away from the 8th rank, unless, of course, you are giving checks. Gukesh, still hopeful. He plays the move king b3. Levon could throw another check in on h3, and he does. Good call by you, but we are going to see rook h8 rather than rook h1.
What's always fascinated me about Levon is that he makes moves with his left hand, but he's a righty. Because I feel like that is convenient and it's efficient because you make a move and then you write with the other hand. But most people make their chess moves with the same hand that they write their notation. So maybe we're all inefficient and Levon just, he knows what's up. But that's always stood out to me for some reason.
Yeah, that's an interesting property. And thinking about myself, I almost never make moves with the left hand. Just feels like I have better control over the pieces, but, to each their own. And Gukesh setting one final pitfall. It's easy to get excited at the prospect of rook takes h7 and rook to a7 check, winning the newly minted queen. But in that case, White once again gains the opposition with king a5. Avoid that with a 10-foot pole, move the rook anywhere else along the 8th rank, and White has no way to make progress.
That's a really instructive line. Just like the variation we were showing earlier, the king and pawn endgame is winning for White because you're the one with the white pieces who creates the opposition, and Black is going to have to leave that opposition, and then the white king will inch forward, help the pawn promote. So that's an elementary king and pawn endgame. You should learn that. It would be very beneficial for you. And of course, Levon knows those endgames. That's why he just moves his rook away. And he is not, I repeat, he is not going to take the pawn on a7. So after a draw has been agreed, actually, they shake hands because Levon would not have taken the pawn. Instead, it is a split point. And Levon, he's kind of hitting his head. Like, what was I thinking at this point? Why did I do that? I got in trouble for no reason.
Yeah, this was a very quiet game initially. It was a Rogozin where Levon looked very, very solid, but then he kind of stumbled into this pawn down endgame. And we do believe, at least according to our superficial analysis, that Gukesh did have a win at probably at least one point where he dropped his king back to c4. Instead, he should have prioritized optimizing the placement of his rook. He's definitely going to be kicking himself for that. But the chess gods, they have a way of sort of balancing things out. You get unlucky sometimes, but of course Gukesh also had that game against Parham Maghsoodloo that could have very easily gone the other way.
Right. So he was fortunate to receive that point here. A bit, not to be disappointed or displeased, but he was playing, it seemed like a nice game after the opening, and he had his chances. But Levon remains solid, stout defense. He made the draw. So that leaves us with one game remaining, the one between Jordan van Forest and Anish Giri. And Danya, I think we're in a position that comes as no surprise. The rook slid all the way to b2 because it could no longer cover the d5 square, and it was under attack on f2. And so if bishop d5, Black is going to bring the king up to e7. And the king is going to get out off the last rank. And it's anybody's game at this point.
Yeah, but yes, Black will do that, but it will come at a very, very steep cost. White will finally be able to eliminate that irksome, demonic pawn on a2. And of course, he will breathe a lot easier once that is completed. But you're right. If Black improves the placement of his king, White's pawns kind of get stuck because White doesn't have that dark squared bishop to push the f-pawn forward to f6 or the e-pawn up to e7. And at that point, it would be very easy to lose control of the game. So yet again, for the umpteenth time, Jordan has a decision to make. He can bring the king back to f4, calling for a repetition of moves that Black obviously cannot and will not refuse. Or you go right into the line that we are discussing with bishop to d5. What do you think Jordan is going to do?
I think he's going to bishop d5. I believe that he's going to go right after the a2 pawn. c7 is loose, and some of those positions could be very good for White. Even if it costs your bishop for the a2 pawn, you'll have three pass pawns for the rook. So Anish Giri right now, with the black pieces against Jordan van Forest, he has the white pieces in the last game. So he would love to win and be tied with Abusatarov, but let's say he only drew. He gets white in the final game. He's got his chances if Nodirbek is unable to win his. So you can't put all your eggs in one basket. You can't go all out in this game. You have to play the position. And I do think he has winning chances here with black. If his king can get out in the open, Anish Giri can take down Jordan van Forst, and that would be so surprising given the start of this game.
Yeah, that would be insane. And I think the players have saved the best for last. We're about to get some fireworks because Jordan van Forest, he hasn't played bishop d5. He's played a different winning attempt, king e3 to d4. So the king has maneuvered its way from deep into the king side now to the center. And the ball is squarely in Anish Giri's court. Now, the issue, as we've outlined before, with the move king e7 is that white captures on c7. And with a king on d4, black can't even move to d6 because the king just gets checkmated with rook d7. While if the king moves to f6, it can always be checked away from there by rook f7 check. So the ball back in Anish Giri's court. He's got 19 minutes or so on the clock. Those 4 minutes are going to turn into another 15 minutes since the final time control has been reached. But I don't envy his position. Robert, what comes to mind here? Does he go back to f2? Does he give a check on d8? I'm kind of at a loss here.
I'm looking. I'm trying to better understand, because if your king goes up to e7, you're saying rook takes c7, check. The king would have to go up to f6 at that point. Is the king somehow like running up the board? But those passed pawns look way too scary.
And more importantly, the rook just comes back to a7, and I don't even see a way for black to force white to give up the bishop for that pawn. You just lose the c7 pawn. So what is white's next move going to be? Let's think of it. Let's try to reverse engineer this. Is Jordan's next move bishop d5, or is he actually trying to go king e5 and squeeze the king into f6? Wait,
that's really scary. Now that you mentioned that variation, I think that might mean that black has to run up with the king, because let's say you make the move rook c2, just a random move. King e5.
And the game is over.
It's winning. The king is just going up the board, and then bishop d5 will happen. Okay, you can play rook d2 at some point. Let's go rook d2 instead.
Oh my god, can I show a beautiful line though?
I know exactly what you're going to show. Yep.
If you do allow bishop d5 and you just continue shuffling, look at this. Rook a8, and that pawn on c6 is going to be the unsung, I was going to say the unsung Tyler, the unsung hero. That would be way too obscure of a reference. To the mating construction, the bishop delivers the checkmate on f7. But pick it up from there. Black can, of course, play the move rook d2. Where is the crusher here? No.
I would say, is it bringing the rook to the h file, like swinging it around?
Is it g5 and bishop h5?
Bishop h5. Yeah,
beautiful.
Nicely spotted.
Who would have thought that the bishop would land on h5? We thought it was bygone conclusion that Jordan was going to stick it on d5. Here, it attacks the rook from the other side, and should the rook move, e7, and white can simply promote to a queen. The rook has the a pawn taken care of.
The rook on a7 is doing so much. It's covering the a1 promotion square and threatening rook takes c7 in many positions, including the live position, because Anish Giri, he brought his king up to the 7th rank. He went king g7, king e7, probably could have been met by some kind of king e5, so he wants to stay farther away from that king. And he goes king g7, and now if rook takes e7 check, he's going to go king f6, and it looks almost like the black king is mated. Let's just put that on the board for a second. We can, of course, come right back to the live position. But king f6, rook f7 check is not mate. King slithers out to g5 and then to f4.
Wow.
And wait a second, there could be a mating net. That king on d4 doesn't have that much room to operate either.
It certainly doesn't, and the bishop's going to be hanging. And after the move rook to a7, you'd be forgiven for thinking that white is completely winning. But no, the d-file is now wide open, and it's there for the taking, and black will take it. Rook d8 check, sending the king back. Now the other rook goes out to f2, and we just have total pandemonium, just utter chaos on the board. But black definitely has the idea of playing rook d1 and promoting to a queen. Of course, rook d1 is met with e7. So be that as it may, this is one way that the game could explode. But I have another proposal for you. Rook takes c7 is not forced, and I'm struggling to find a response here to the move king e5 with the idea of meeting the check on b5 with bishop to d5. Or is there rook d8 in that case?
There's rook d8. you can show that variation.
Oh,
It's
so
gonna be
important.
good for black. Rook b5 check. And after the rook goes there, bishop d5, rook d8, and you win that bishop. And of course, it's still. Oh, I was gonna say, of course, it's still gonna be equal. No, it is not. It looks winning. It is winning. You take on d5 with check. Rook d7 is too slow. a1 equals queen with check. So that means that black is either going to promote or win that bishop on d5, and maybe just both.
And Anish Giri had to foresee that detail when bringing his king up to g7.
Wait, go through that line again.
Okay.
This is crazy.
Bang.
So king e5, rook b5, bishop
Bang,
d5,
bang.
rook d8,
Mm-hmm.
rook takes c7 check,
Okay.
king g8. Oh, not king g8. Okay, rook a7.
Okay. Sack
Rook
the bishop.
Rook 8 takes d5, and king f6 threatens a perpetual check with rook e8, rook a7, or the c pawn going up to promote. But after rook a5, and that's why you took with the d8 rook, you cut the rook off, and you're going to promote with check.
And it's so crucial that you promote with check. Otherwise, you lose. White plays c7 and makes him queen of his own with immediate ladder checkmate. But a1 queen is a check, and White's king has no other options. It can drop back, let's say, to e4, and maybe it should.
But rook a5, and if c7, you take the rook on a7, and once the promotion happens,
oh my God,
you just run your king to h7, and you're going to promote an a1, and it's unstoppable.
And rooks on the 7th rank have been the order of the day for Anish Giri. First, that rook on g7, the MVP of the middle game. The rook on a7 here is the MVP of the end game, because after king takes d1, nope, you not make a knight. You make a queen. There are no checks on the 7th rank. The king is safer than it's been all game long. What an insane set of lines. Jordan Van Forest is cupping his head with his hands, and for very good reason. What a wildly complex position, and a major choice to be made here between rook takes c7 check, which I think he's going to play, and king e5. And those moves aren't forced either. There's also our old friend bishop d5, which needs to be considered as well, but I think it's very unlikely because that king on d4 could be victimized with rook to d8.
Yeah, that looks like a problem for White. So bishop d5 is what you want to play. It doesn't look like you can get away with it. So I think he's just going to go ahead and take this pawn to c7 with check. And after the king runs up to f6, he will have to bring his rook back towards a7 and cover the a1 square. You cannot afford that pawn getting to the other side.
No, you can. And I just have to commend the players on maintaining their objectivity deep into hour 6. Into the 7th hour of their game. They've been playing for 6 hours and a couple minutes. So far, it's been a pretty flawlessly played endgame ever since the queens have been taken off the board. Of course, Jordan's grave mistakes came earlier in the game, but Robert, as we both know, as the clock inches down to 0 and as fatigue continues to pile up, mistakes and major blunders, they become likelier than ever.
And for Anish Giri, he can't afford to slip up here. He's played such a good defensive game. And there was that moment where he probably was objectively lost. The engines found some wild sequences to win the game for Jordan, but Jordan's only human. And in this position, it's still possible for Black to lose. Look at how many passed pawns White has. But Anish cannot afford to drop this half point because he, at the moment, is 1 point behind Abdusattorov. When he draws, if he draws, he will be a half point going into the 13th and final round. And Anish's opponent for tomorrow is somebody who has been on quite a tear in recent rounds. It is Richard Rapport. So Anish gets the white pieces in round 13 against Richard Rapport. A few rounds ago, we said, that's a great last round pairing. Right now, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I mean, Richard Rapport with just a crushing win today against Ding Liren. He always plays creatively. It is a good pairing insofar as you know that you will get your fair share of chances. Rapport isn't just going to try to go for a cowardly draw in the last round. He's going to play something interesting. But Anish Giri has to avoid losing this game if he wants to keep his chances alive, his realistic chances alive. King to f6. Jordan has indeed taken the pawn on c7. There's that additional check on f7, driving the king further into exile on the king side. And the rook has to return to a7, and it does.
Yeah, you may think, why would you help the black king go off the board? Because that means it's more distant from the pawns that are trying to promote. There are 3 passed pawns, a c6 pawn, an e6 pawn, and the f5 pawn as well. So if black plays king f4 and releases control of the f6 square, maybe white even plays the move f6, giving up the bishop on f3, because all of the pawns are running to the other side. This is a position that is impossible to get a grasp on. And of course, the eval bar saying zeros, it's even.
Yep. What a head-spinning position, but Anish Giri believes he has a grasp on it because he has played very quickly. Once again, if you're just joining us, do not be fooled by the clock times. There is an additional 15 minutes waiting for the players once the clock time goes down to 0. But still, 18 minutes, 16 minutes, that is absolutely nothing in a position of this complexity. But Giri instantly delivering that check on d8. He believes that it's a pretty non-committal move and it helps black's cause. Now another choice for white. King c5, king e5, king c3, king e3, bishop d5. There's like 6 different ways to block that check, Robert.
Yeah, where's the king going? King c5 or king to c file in general, rook c2 check looks like a good option. And what if the king runs all the way up? So king c5.
Okay, let's pull up our analysis board, which we'll need a lot of.
If you have rook c2 check, can't the king go up to b6?
And then to c7.
You check. That's exactly where I'm going. And now you see white is better here.
Black loses instantly if white picks up the a pawn. I think I understand what black needs to do. I think you need to get this position, and you need to chill out and play a move like king back to f6. And the point is that the moment white plays c7, he loses the umbrella for the king. And now you start the series of vertical checks. The king can't step onto the a file, obviously. And if it steps onto the c file, it has to maintain contact with the c7 pawn. Otherwise, black can actually capture it with his rook. So we might get a repetition kind of like this if, in fact, Jordan goes up to c5.
Wow. Wait until the pawn goes one step from promotion and give an endless series of checks. But that's not the first time today we saw what happens if there's a pawn shielding the king. In Magnus Carlsen's game against Pragnanda, if Magnus could get his king behind Pragnanda's pawn, we saw there was a variation where it would have been winning. Pragnanda did not fall for it. It was able to hold. But that is important to know that the white king would like to be on c7 so that it is shielded from checks. Not going to happen. Jordan is thinking right now, if he brings his king back to c3, where he attacks the rook on b2, I think the black rook is going to slide over to the f2 square. Just attack the bishop, gain a tempo, and the bishop will have to find a place to go. And I think the rook will continue to chase it.
Yeah, that bishop is short on squares. d5 is covered. It can go to up to e4, but you're right. The rook can continue to chase it with rook e2. And if bishop h1, rook h2, kind of similar to Anish Giri's earlier idea with the rook deflection, right? Rook d8 and rook d4, wherever white's rook goes, black's rook goes there too. I'll have what she's having. And if I had to make a prediction, I think we're going to see a draw along the lines of king c5, king f6, and then c7. It's amazing that white's pawns aren't more mobile than they appear. I mean, this looks so impressive, but that rook on d8 is doing a fantastic job of taking the sting out of white's passers.
I think Anish just laughed, but I'm not sure what it was about. This position is one that you can't help but smile at, because when you ever see a game with these connected pass pawns like white has and a bishop for rook, and then the black has this pawn a2, I don't think I've seen a position like this ever. It's really crazy.
And I don't remember who it was, but there was some grandmaster in some obscure interview who I think advocated for 4 stages of the game in some cases. So if we were to trace this game, and that would be a hard task in and of itself because of how many transformations we had. There was the opening phase where Jordan demonstrated excellent preparation. The middle game phase where Jordan had a win. He could have capitalized on his attack, but instead committed several errors and enabled Anish to trade queens. Then there was the sort of positional endgame phase where the queens had just gotten traded. The players were posturing for position, trying to get their pieces to the best squares. But now we almost have a 4th stage of the game, which I would call a tactical endgame. This type of endgame has very little to do with the type of position that we had when the queens first came off the board. In this position, calculation is the only thing that matters. General principles and piece placement, all of that goes out the window. It's all based on calculation.
And they're going to continue to calculate here because it's not basic. This is actually quite an interesting endgame, because when the rook comes to f2 to attack the bishop, the second rook for black would love to come down to d1 and help the pawn promote. But white has two passers of his own. You see how quickly Jordan brings his bishop to e4.
Now,
and if you give him a free turn, he might have bishop back to c2, Danya, cutting the rook on f2 off from the pawn on a2.
And not only might he play it, I think he has to play it, because if you say, okay, time for a draw, and you go back to f3, no, the bishop actually gets picked off by black's rook. Same goes for bishop h1. Black plays rook e1 with a double threat of rook takes h1 and a1 equals queen. And sacrificing the bishop here isn't something that white can afford, because the pawns, they are not going to promote without the supervision of, at the very least, white's king, and white's king is too far away. So after rook e2, bishop d3, Robert, black will probably play rook e3, and we might, after all, get a bishop sacrifice.
Wow, we are spoiled here.
What does white do
no,
there?
No. Rook e2 will play bishop c2.
Sorry, bishop c2. Okay.
Yeah, no, we've been at it for 6.5 hours. You're forgiven. Don't worry. But bishop c2 cuts the rook off from the a2 pawn, but even that's not over. Like if he's going for it.
Okay, so I won't make the moves. I'll let the players make the moves.
He's about to do it. But I was going to say that the rook on d8 will slide up to d6 and win the c6 pawn. And then we need to figure out, does that offer winning chances for either side? Or
another transformation.
Yep.
And I could see, I could see the game fizzling out if, in fact, black at some point plays h5 and cuts into white's pawn chain. And then the worst case scenario, black can sack a rook for the two remaining pawns. Of course, oh my gosh, let's not even mention that possibility, because we're going to be here until the round starts tomorrow at 6 a.m., 2 hours earlier than normal.
Well, king takes g4 is possible. I'm wondering about that right now, because he goes rook e2, but now I'm wondering, could he have played king takes g4 just a second ago? The white pawns are advanced, but they're not actually able to get to the other side.
That is a can of worms I don't know if I would want to consider. Now, I think it's almost a certainty at this point that we will get a trade of the c6 pawn for the a2 pawn. Bishop c2 is forced, and Jordan does not tarry. And rook c8, rook d6, I think that leads to the same outcome.
Yes, because rook c8, there is no pawn to c7. The rook will take on c7, and that will distract the white rook. And the eval bar is starting to suggest maybe black is the tiniest bit better here.
Yeah, I mean, in the resulting position, white actually has, you brought up a great point, which is that g4 is hanging, right? It is. And in the right set of circumstances, it could be captured by the king, because f6 could signal the death of white's kingside pawn chain. And if black is able to, massacre white's kingside pawn chain, black is still up in exchange. That's the fundamental fact about this position, which makes it so hard to play for Jordan.
I'm just looking at these two players, and I'm kind of in awe. The amount of calculating they have done throughout this game, it's been a maze. Tons of landmines. It's an obstacle course where instead of having a ball pit where you're having a good time, you're just like dodging those. What do they call them? Like a punching bag that's being thrown towards you and it's going to hit you in the face. But somehow these two have really been proving their strength throughout. There has been a situation where white had the upper hand, and then Anish Giri found some defensive resources. And since then, the eval has not changed. It has hovered around zeros ever since they entered this exchange up endgame for Anish, where white had the passed pawn. So crazy stuff, and kudos to the players.
And kudos to Jordan, who's declined about 17 repetitions. The only issue is that I'm getting slight Maksudlu Caruana vibes, where Para Maksudlu did something similar. It was a totally different type of position. It was more manageable tactically, but it was a dead draw. Maksudlu kept trying, and he got a piece imbalance, and ultimately he declined one last repetition, and he got himself into a losing queen endgame. So for Jordan Van Forest, it's important to draw the line somewhere, and he might have already gone one step too far. At this point, black's task might be just a bit easier, and rook d6 is on the board. Anish Giri, I think by getting up from his chair, and he didn't do that for very long, I think he's feeling pretty spry right now.
Yeah, I think he sees the draw in this game because I don't think that black can really win as soon as king takes g4. Well, you can't really play king takes g4 in many of these positions anyway because of bishop d1 pins and things like that. But if he's going to take out c6 first, the white king is going to slide over to d3 to attack that rook on e2. And then Anish needs to find a good square for that rook along the second rank or along the e-file.
Yeah, I think probably he will keep it on the e-file, and Jordan can keep pursuing it with his king. We could get another of these types of repetitions with endless pursuit. But Jordan needs to play with energy here. As I said earlier, you can't really afford to give up the g4 pawn because the corner pawn on the opposite side of the board might then decide the game.
Right. You can only give the
gosh.
g4 pawn if your f pawn is free, but rook takes c6, speaking of free, that's a free pawn with check. Anish finally plays it, and I think they're trying to avoid their own exhaustion. Like rook takes c6 was obvious, but you don't want to make a quick move and blunder when you've already been playing for 70 plus moves, and they're undoubtedly, entire doesn't cut it. They're wiped.
There's a point at which you stop seeing straight, where you literally start hallucinating that the bishop is on b2 rather than c2. And that is a very disturbing point in the game. And you need to have, as a top player, the metacognition to know when that level of exhaustion has been reached. I think this is what you're saying. It has been reached on hour 6.5 of the game. So you need to double, triple check stuff because, you know, at some point you make the kinds of blunders which you would never make in a lifetime. But the rules are different when you've played this frickin' game for 6.5 hours and counting.
Well, the rules of the game still remain the same. But yes, for these players, they just have to parry off the exhaustion, thoughts that are not about chess. And you see Anish, he's grabbing his rook. He slides it all the way to h2. Kind of an important lesson. Even though most of the moves kept the balance, he put his rook on h2 to be on the opposite color of the enemy bishop. So there weren't going to be checks. Black's king's on a dark square. But you know what I mean, Danya? You just want to avoid that possibility.
For sure. You want to build into your moves a sort of fail-safe mechanism, even if it's not likely that a bishop lands on e4. If both moves lead to the same conclusion, why not make the one that is less likely to get you into trouble tactically? Rook h2 is on the board, and obviously e7 does not promote the pawn. The other rook stops it from the 8th rank. And after e7, rook c8, Jordan could try to find a way to sacrifice his bishop in order to complete the progress of the pawn. And that is one way that we could get liquidation and a draw. For instance, if we could pull up an analysis board one more time. After e7, rook c8, obviously the bishop is pinned, so you can't go bishop a4. You can, however, play the move rook to a6. And after rook takes c2, the simplest path to a draw is actually to promote immediately. And now black has a choice. You could take the queen and take g4, or you could force a repetition by giving an endless series of checks. Of course, the white king has to remain in permanent contact with black's rooks to be able to capture it once black takes the queen.
Could the other rook take on c2? Like instead of...
That's funny. Oh, whoa. It can, can't it?
Yeah, because rook d2 check.
Oops. Sorry. No.
And have a king
and
e3.
Actually, white has to... I mean, without king d3, would be losing.
Yes, and black should probably not take on e8, because you take on the queen, there's rook g6 check intermezzo, and you have to be real careful there.
Actually, king f3 also leads to a draw, which is crazy, because after rook takes e8, no, this isn't mate, but it is a perpetual. Rook takes h6 and rook g6. That would be a really funny ending to the game. But Jordan, he won't play with fire. If he goes down this line, he's going to go for the simpler draw. And e7's on the board. I think we're very likely to see exactly this type of conclusion.
And that would be a fitting end to what has been a mesmerizing game. A repetition with the rooks checking the king, and the king unable to escape because the queen that was just promoted will be captured. So these two players, I mean, what an effort they have given. Still, some details remain. They need to make sure that they blunder check. That rook to c8, though, seems to take care of business. And Anish, of course, He's hovering around that rook. He's going to play rook to c8. Only move, but he is tired. He is making sure that it is the correct one.
And actually, at this point, Jordan has to go for the draw here, because if he dilly-dallies, first of all, there's just nothing productive that he can do because the bishop is pinned. But if he makes a move like rook b2, Giri will go after the e7 pawn. And the last thing you want with white is to have to defend a worse position for another 50 moves. So Jordan's going to move his rook. It doesn't matter actually where he moves it, a6, a7, because in response to rook takes e2, he will promote to a queen. I would move it to a6 so that in the event that black takes on e8, you are making contact with the h6 pawn.
Crazy line. So rook a6.
Okay.
I'm just thinking, if you invert the move order and after rook c takes c2, so that rook takes, do not play rook g6 check, because the king goes to f4, and now after e8 equals queen, the rook comes to d2 with checkmate.
Oh, no, you didn't. Yep, never too late to blunder. So yeah, here you have to promote without procrastinating, and we've already been through this line. I can take with either rook and either check along the rank or check along the file. All of it leads to the same result. And Jordan, leaning back in his chair, I think he has accepted the inevitable. He might offer a draw, or he might play these moves out one way or the other. The result is finally not in question. Rook a6.
Rook a6. We are going to see Giri take this bishop on c2, and he can take with either rook, but look at him. He is fully concentrated. That is a player who is very experienced. He's a 5-time runner-up in this very competition. And, well, that may sound like, well, he's never won. And people get on his case about it. Magnus likes to troll him. But being second place in this event, 5 separate occasions, that's the sign of great success, because he's gained rating points. He has performed above 2,800 in many of those tournaments. And you see him. He is really just trying to make sure that the draw is not going to be out of reach. He cannot afford to blunder. He is about to take, but he holds himself back. He's showing some restraint, as it is very late in the day in the Netherlands.
Check it one more time, and what a save this will be for Anish Giri, who puts himself in contention for first place going to the last round. Of course, Nodirbek, he was hoping for nothing more than for Jordan Van Forest to convert that attack, but he will have his work cut out for him against the very same Jordan Van Forest, and I'm so excited to see what course that game is going to take, Robert. I can see many different scenarios possible. Now, Nodirbek has the white pieces, and let's be real, if he really wants to draw, then he should be able to make it no matter what Jordan throws at him. And I don't think Jordan's going to do anything ridiculous. I don't think he's going to go e4, g6 and get a bad position just to say that he fought for a win. But if Nodirbek draws, then Anish Giri's path is in his own hands.
That's right, because when you're a half point behind somebody, you really hope that the person in the lead draws, and Anish will have to win with the white pieces. And he plays Richard Report. You never know what to expect from Richard. He's playing a very good tournament now that he's won a bunch of games, but the start was shaky. And Anish, speaking of shaky.
All right, time to take the bishop, Anish.
Yeah, take the bishop with your rook, and he is finally going to do it.
Nope. He's done that like 4 or 5 times now. And that's obviously a sign of nerves. It's a sign that he just wants to avoid a blunder at all costs. But there's just nothing to calculate here. Rook takes c2 is an insta draw.
It's the hezzy, Danya. Come on, you like basketball. He's just, showing off. He's just
there. It is. It's the Euro step.
And there we see a queen. It's promoted, and we're gonna see this draw pretty quickly, I believe.
Rook. Yes, we are. Rook.
Check.
The
king has to go to the side. And I feel like Jordan and Anish were aged like a year in this game.
Yeah. How much energy? They might have lost some weight as a result of this game alone, Robert. That is not an outlander statement. That is proven that players exert themselves so much these types of games that they actually lose a couple pounds.
In their case, a couple kilos. But
yes.
Jordan looking to the side. He's making sure that he is not going to make a mistake. That variation that you mentioned with the king going to f3 was quite funny, but I think he'll just go king d3. And Anish, he's got a little smile on his face, and he knows the result is about to be had. A draw between these two.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, what a fight.
Incredible. It's a 78 move game, and how some 78 move games aren't all that eventful. You get a certain type of position and then the players shuffle their pieces for 50 moves. Not here. There was action and fireworks until the very last move. And what a fitting end to this game, as you said, with a queen on the board. Anish Giri carefully delivers the check on D2. And we're going to see a handshake momentarily here. Rook E2 check. Players are going to carry out the 3-move repetition, and they are going to shake hands.
And look at Anish. He's laughing. And I think perhaps he's laughing because otherwise he'll cry. That was a game that took everything from the players. Every last bit of energy exhausted. And I just have to give them a round of applause because they gave it their all. Jordan van Forest, he is not in contention for first place, but he wanted to take down his compatriot, gain rating points. And he loves to be in Wijk. He came to the tournament ever since he was 10 years old. And for Anish Giri, he is looking to win his first championship in Tata Steel. He would love to win in front of his home crowd. And he had all of the Dutch faithful watching this game, as they usually do when these two go at it. But he had to give it his all because he was on the verge of losing, and he managed to survive.
And they're still not done. They're going to spend some time discussing the game. I think the arbiter is ready to go home, although we still actually have a challengers game that is ongoing. I think that might be half the face of Adibon in the foreground. But that completes today's Masters matches. We had a pretty peaceful day on paper, Robert, but not on the board. Every single game had its own character, its own personality, and nobody had an easy day. Definitely not the two losers, Arjun Erigaisi and Ding Liren, who fall to Parham Maksudlu and Richard Report, respectively. And we have been set up for what will undoubtedly be a magical round tomorrow. It was a magical day today.
It was, and with the leaders at the top drawing their games, the happiest person in this tournament is Nodirbek Abdusatara because he entered the round a half-point clear of Anish Giri. He exits the round a half-point clear of Anish Giri. Magnus Carlsen, Wesley So, they also drew, as did Levon Aronian and Fabiano Caruana. So we are down to 4 people who can possibly mathematically win first place. The inside track is Nodirbek Abdusatara. It is his event for the taking, and he can clinch tomorrow's title if he is able to win his game, right? He is a half point ahead. If he wins, the tournament is his. But even the last player in the standings will play his part in this tournament. Arjun Erigaisi has struggled mightily. He lost his 4th game of the event. But Jordan van Forest, just 2 above him, he takes on Abdusatara. So a player in 12th place will impact the leaderboard, Danya. It is going to be a pretty epic final day tomorrow.
Tata Steel, it's such a prestigious event. It is the event that most of these players look forward to the most each year, even though it is a marathon. And there we see the scenarios in which Nodirbek clinches the tournament. Obviously, a win guarantees clear first. And if he draws and Giri manages to come up with a clutch last round victory, Nodirbek's work will be cut out for him. And Anish Giri will get the chance to play a 3rd tiebreaker. He lost the first 2 to Carlsen and Van Forest. Will the 3rd time be the charm? Well, he's not thinking about that. He will cross that bridge if we get there. Even with a loss, Nodirbek could claim a share of first place, but it is very likely that at the very least, Giri will be able to draw with the white pieces. So Nodirbek, he needs to play solid. He needs to play the kind of chess that he has played all tournament long. What a treat it has been to watch him. What a treat it has been to watch all of these games with you, Robert, the last 2 days.
Yeah, tomorrow's action promises to be quite a lot of fun. We see at the top Abdusatara with the white pieces against Jordan van Forest, Anish Giri with the white pieces against Richard Report, and then Magnus and Wesley. They need Nodirbek to lose. They are going to be rooting heavily for Van Forest, but as you said, with the white pieces, it seems difficult to imagine a loss happening. But Jordan van Forest and Richard Report, they are the type of players who can take down anybody. It doesn't matter what color they have. It doesn't matter what country they're playing in. When they are feeling it, Danya, and they are showing that exquisite opening preparation like Van Forest did yesterday against Ding Liren and today against Anish Giri, they can take down anybody. Richard Report on a winning streak as well.
They most certainly can, and they are very much aware, as I said earlier, that they can leave their fingerprints on this tournament and on its final outcome. So nobody is relaxing, even the players who are no longer in contention, such as Pragnananda, and of course Ding Liren. A win in the last round will do a lot to lift their spirits. But Ding's work is definitely cut out for him. Fabiano Caruana has had a very solid event, and Parham Maksudlu will try to end the tournament on a plus score. Kesh will try to end the tournament on -1 and gain some rating. So all of these games are going to be fascinating, but our focus obviously is going to be squarely on the games that have the most impact on the final tournament standings.
And Nodirbek Dusatarov, he leads with 1 round to go. He is in clear first ahead of Anish Giri. Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So still technically have chances, but the chances are not very big. So it is really kind of a 2-person race. Dusatarov and Anish Giri. We'll see tomorrow who will be crowned the champion of Tata Steel 2023. But for now, we say goodbye. Remember that tomorrow's round is 2 hours earlier.
Yeah.
So don't show up at the same time you did today and expect to see the start of the games. Show up 2 hours earlier. We'll be here. It's been a pleasure. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. This is Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. And on behalf of Chess.com, we say thank you and see you tomorrow for the final round of Tata Steel.